Oh, it's so dark. Is it that dark in here? I don't know. Could be. It's kind of dark. Oh, here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm your host, Stream Tom, and today, we're doing things a little bit differently. I actually have my setup now. I have 3 monitors set up. I have a monitor over here, allowing me to monitor chat and other things. And I have a monitor over here that allows me to monitor. I can look stuff up, be able to check on things, keep track of stuff. I don't know, do like extra third-party stuff. It's kind of neat. And that's currently where I'm at right now. Pretty cool. So hope everyone's doing good today. Welcome to the stream. Did it be banned? Did that guy get banned? Okay, cool. That makes sense. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's doing good. New channel point word, switch hands on keyboard and mouse. That could work, I guess. I mean, I definitely do that. I have no issues with this idea at all. Yeah, I could easily be convinced to do this. Like switch hands on keyboard and mouse. This is a good idea. I've also been tempted to make a reward for a really, really high tier, which is like a VIP. So it'll be something along the lines of like a few 100,000 points, like 250,000 points or something, and then you get VIP in the channel. I don't know how long it takes to get that many points, though. That's what I need to determine. Need to figure that out. I can't hear my game sounds. Might be a problem. But yeah, I apologize if it's dark in here, so I have a new problem. Other than the fact that there's like this beacon of light that's right behind me. So, new problem is that I have a interesting setup for my actual gaming situation that I got going on right now. That's why I can't hear anything. So the interesting setup that I have going on is that in my bedroom, I have a total of 3 outlets. I have 1 outlet here. Oh, not 3 outlets, 3 plugs. I have 1 plug here, and I have 2 over there. Because in this outlet, one of them is blocked off and I can't use it. So I can only use 1 out of my 3 outlets. Which is a very interesting problem. So what it means is that if I want to plug stuff in, I have to use a lot of extra power sources and things to get stuff done. So by having 3 monitors currently set up, monitor 1, monitor 2, and monitor 3, plus my computer, plus my speaker system, and having somewhere to charge my phone, I am currently out of available plugs. Which is a hilarious problem that I did not expect to immediately get, but I do find it funny nonetheless.
Will you help bear my burden, friend?
So that's kind of where I'm at right now. I don't know what to do, so that's why it's so dark here. I can't plug in this lamp, because it doesn't work, because I have the plug here, and if I want my other plug, it's all the way over there. See where this light strip goes? That light strip goes along the wall, it goes all the way on the back, and I have 1 plug in that corner of the room. I don't know what to do. I could run a cable, I guess, all the way across the room, but that just seems really goofy and silly. and not the way that I would want to do that.
Now then.
Yeah, because I can only plug in one power strip. So I have a power strip here that has 8 plugs. So it's got lamp, monitor, computer.
It is on the stairs of Bagud Meckham, the gate of wheels, that a decisive battle of the War of
speakers.
Three Peaks is to be fought. There, caught between those loyal to Gorgar the Ruthless and Cremil.
It's like, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do outside of this.
Hope to deal a devastating blow to both of these forces in a single strike.
Plug a power strip into the power strip and don't start any fires. I'm not an electrician. I should ask my brother, actually. He's an electric guy. The game sounds are insanely loud. Oh, thank you. I got a haircut a while ago. I had a haircut yesterday. I had a haircut the other day before. I guess you couldn't see it because I didn't really do anything to my hair, because I was disappointed with my the low quality of my haircut. But yeah, so I'm currently haircutted up. Yeah, strim trim. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. But yeah. So I don't know what to do. So that's why I apologize if I'm poorly lit. It's not like that wasn't the style of the show. I just literally don't have any more light sources I can add in here because I'm out of plugs entirely, because I have 3 in total. And again, this is not 3 total sets of 2 outlets. I have 3 complete plugs that I can use in this entire bedroom. This building has at most 1.5 plugs per room, which is amazing because it means our living room has no plug in it. So we have to run a cable from my roommate's bedroom to plug in or from the kitchen to to plug in the television. So I have a cable that goes from the kitchen and it snakes its way around the ceiling to plug in like the TV in the living room. And in here, I said I have my lights hooked up back there because it's all the way back. Careful with what I plug in. Yeah. Maybe it's the non-headphone setup. Yeah, possibly. I don't have the headphones on right now just because I'm not like in a Discord channel or anything, and I have my game sense coming through my stereo. Think someone's gonna die here? Whoever gets the bleed from a boss. No, he's gonna die. Oh wait, is this tier 1 bleed? Tier 1 bleed is only... Oh, tier 1 bleed's 58k. Never mind. Oh, I thought the tier 1 bleed was bad. So I've been doing this dungeon on tier 4. It's been pretty fun. It's an interesting challenge. So in this dungeon, there's a bleed that the boss puts on. On tier 1, it is 58,000 damage every 2 seconds. As you can see, this guy is 393, so it's a manageable bleed. On tier 2, it is about 400,000. On tier 3, it is 600,000. And on the new tier 4, it is 863,000 damage every 2 seconds, which is more than everybody's health. It is a hilarious and fun challenge to overcome. I forgot, and from that, with the tier 4s that I did, I got all purples. Why did I do this? But yeah, so the power strip thing is something I need to work out. Like I said, I'm just gonna ask my brother. He's an electrician. He'll be able to tell me stuff. I'll just be like, yo, can I immediately murder myself by electrocuting and blowing up my house? And he'll probably say, yes, you can. Don't do that. Don't do that. So... Again, I'm not like a doctor. I don't know what you are or are not supposed to do. I'm more of a... I do it as it goes, you know? I assume that I can't plug a power strip into a power strip. That just seems like it's a recipe for disaster. If you can do that, then that's definitely outside of my expertise or my purview. I am definitely a dilettante when it comes to understanding how electrical fires are prevented. As long as I let him pick the locks and disarm the traps. Very true. Very true. I believe he's going to be moving back to Artificer soon. I know he is as excited as I am for Wicker Witch. It'd be cool if, like, DDO bosses could have sick knockbacks and stuff. I wish that was a thing that existed. Damn, the purples, dude. It makes me sad. The purple items are basically useless. They don't come with a socket. So their base stats are slightly higher because they don't have a socket. But because they don't have a socket, you get less stats overall, which makes me sad. And the decon for less embers. Look at all these purples. I got a 432 tank bracer, which is better than my tank bracer. Oh yeah, and I got this 437 shoulder. 437 shoulder. And it's somehow worse than my set shoulder. But yeah, so that's definitely something I need to, I'm going to be working on at some point, is to figure out, hey, what can I do? Because that is a very important question. One of the things that worries me about electrical is that it's so easy to, like, just fuck up everything and destroy your house. And also, it's like, you know, I don't want to have a situation where, like, I blow a fuse and then I have to explain to a landlord, like, oh, yeah, no, it blew on its own, I swear. Show dorky picture from childhood. I actually don't want to do that because I'm a weirdo, and I don't know if this is a real thing, but I am afraid of pictures of my childhood. So if like, I've had situations where parents have tried to be like, oh, look at this picture of when you were young, and I get irrationally uncomfortable, and I have to leave. I, like, have to leave, and I will resort to violence to get out of that situation, because I've done it before. I don't know if that's, like, a phobia. I don't know what it is. So I don't like that idea. That's definitely an interesting idea, though. Lots of people have goofy kids from when they were kids. Or goofy kids when they were kids. Goofy pictures from when they were kids. Yeah, for some reason that idea makes me so uncomfortable. Suddenly having this, like... Oh, did I post on live? No, I don't think I did. Yes.
How dare you put me down? You listen to me.
Yeah, and I love that bone crunching sound as he hits the ground. Oh, die. Can I have something? Do I cut my own hair? No, I don't cut my own hair. I went to a hairstylist and I had them cut my hair, and then they literally, the woman was like, I was like, hey, can you cut my hair and do this? And I cut my hair, just cut it short so I can get rid of all of it and regrow into a different style. And she told me that she wasn't going to do that, which was very dissatisfying. It made me very sad. Actually, it made me sad. It was very frustrating and it was a stupid problem. Something I wish I could have avoided. But what are you gonna do? Anyways, so we're just gonna be hanging out, you know, having a calm LotRO day. We'll be doing some of the new missions in LotRO, and stuff like that. It'll be a good time.
Not stop the enemy. Be wary, my friends. Evil spoils these grounds. Will you hear my plight? Let us help you bring glad tidings, friend.
Change this. But yeah, no, I don't cut my own hair. So if you're like, man, your haircut looks bad, did you cut it yourself? No, I didn't cut it myself. Although if it looks like I did, thank you. That's way better than what I could have done. Like, I'm an idiot, so I would have done a way worse job than this. Does my hair look like garbage? Yes. Is it uneven? Yes. Is it disappointing? Yes. Am I in a dark lit room? Yes.
In an attempt to repel the force of the Mmmm and the rangers of Assyria.
Oh, right. I was trying the spear sweep trick with this. Okay, so how do I spear sweep? So, the way it works is I pull everything into one big spot, and I have to apply Mighty Blow, and then I have to hit it with the Wall of Steel. So I go Mighty Blow, and then I hit him with the Wall of Steel, and then it applies a bleed damage over time to everybody? No? Okay, so it looks like for small packs like this, that doesn't work. Also, why is my health so high? Oh, every time I parry, I get health back, and every time I get a kill, I get health back. I forgot about that. I believe it's here. After parrying or partial parrying, you heal a small amount of morale, and your gambit builders cost nothing. And I believe minor enemies... Defeating an enemy causes you to restore 5% of your max morale. Okay. So I can't spear sweep against enemies that don't have enough health to live through the trauma of allowing me to apply it. I'm trying to learn the higher tier warden strat, which is how to use spear sweep appropriately, and I'm not very good at it. I haven't really taken the time to actually learn it. It's a strategy that gives you way more damage, both in area of effect and as well as like much higher burst damage. However, it is prone to luck. There's a lot of luck involved in the spear sweep. Your bleeds that you apply are much stronger than the regular bleed that you normally apply. However, even though they are stronger, which is good, you are in not so much a disadvantage, but there's a lot of RNG associated with it. The basic idea behind the spear sweep is that you apply a bleed, and then you use another attack that procs something off of the bleed, which is this Wall of Steel. So if I use Wall of Steel on an ability that has a bleed on it, it has a 50% chance to... It explodes the bleed, causing AoE damage. It has a 50% chance to cause that to cause a bleed as well, that is an AoE, that does even more damage. And it has a 30% chance not to consume my bleed that it actually went off on. So there's a bunch of RNG involved whether it does or does not consume my bleed, because if it does consume my bleed, I need to reapply it. And also there's RNG as to whether it actually applies a bleed to the nearby enemies, dealing even more damage. Also, the bleed damage is madness. Like, for example, the bleed that I apply is 56,000, and the bleed that I get from Spear Sweep is 137,000. So the Spear Sweep bleed is so strong, it crit and killed that other orc that was next to it in one single hit. So is LotRO getting new content at a similar rate to DDO? Yes, both the games are on a 4-month update cycle. In fact, LotRO and DDO both got an expansion 2 weeks apart. So 2 weeks before the Fables of the Feywild expansion released, the War of Three Peaks expansion released, which is the current up-to-date content for the endgame. Daddy. Progression server, you forgot the name. Anor or Ithil? Yeah, Warden is interesting. There's a lot of variability in your gameplay. That's why I'm trying to learn the spear sweep strategy. I think I need to get a different program. I think I may need to get a program called Debuff Vitals, which keeps track of my debuffs on a target. I used to have like a method to easily keep track of where my debuffs were, but I think I need to have a program to help me do it soon. Why did I do that? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. That was pretty fun. Point reward takes small dose of hot sauce. Then I'd just be eating a bunch of hot sauce. Although, to be fair, I do have a bunch of exceedingly hot sauce I never want to eat because it's too hot. And that would give me an opportunity to just eat all of the hot sauce. If I just had a channel point reward that was like, yeah, just eat something really horrible. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I do have a bunch of unpalatable hot sauce. That's not the worst idea in the world. Kind of interesting that if I keep my Wall of Steel up, where does it put my parry rating? Parry rating, I believe, is going to be reasonably low, but I'm just going to double check. With Wall of Steel, my parry is 10.9%, which is not bad, actually. Does it give parry? No, just evade. Two others up there? Yeah, I talked about both of them. Oh, channel point burpees. Oh, 5 burpees. I can't really... The problem with doing a burpee is I can't jump in this room because I literally hit the ceiling if I jump at any height because I'm too tall. So I can't do a jumping jack. Picture your friend that I thought looked just like you. You do that? I can check. You did that. You did. I don't look like this guy. I'm looking at the picture right now. I don't look like this guy. Like, he can actually grow some facial hair, and I can't. And also, my hairline does not recede that much. Although that is also a picture from 2015. But yes, you posted about that on October... No. August 11th, 2018. You posted about that. I don't look like that guy. Also, if you want to post a picture from Facebook and you want to post a link, don't actually take like the link on Facebook, right-click on the picture, and then click get like image location or whatever, image address, and then post that picture. Because I don't need a link to that guy's Facebook profile. I don't know why I wouldn't want it. I can use it for something. I don't know. You know, I can find a way. I can figure out something, but first sent message is already on there, bro.
High above the Morgul Bay, nestled in a cleft upon the slopes of
Also, the hot sauce thing, I don't think you understand. I have really hot sauce. I have hot sauce that makes me incapable of talking for upwards of 10 minutes. So once a day, I don't need that. Because I watched a buddy of mine and I, before we moved into separate places, we're really big into that show, Hot Ones. So we got all the hot sauces from the show. Oh, it didn't make it up here. Wait, what? Hold on, let me edit. Oh, it deleted itself? I added it as a thing. I did add it as a thing. Maybe I accidentally deleted it? So apparently I'm doing this at 1:30, even though I clicked to not do this at 1:30, which is funny. Doesn't matter. Here, hold on. Let me edit that real quick. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go to the boss and put a bunch of bleeds on, and then I'll edit it. Because then that way I can do a little bit of multitasking. Yeah, yes, I do have the bomb. It is not fun. It's literally actually poison. I couldn't imagine someone actually eating that. Because, for a bunch of reasons, it tastes like complete garbage. It's one of the least tasty things I've ever experienced in my life. Yes, it literally tastes disgusting. It just tastes so awful. Like, I have really hot sauces that are very, very tasty, but are also, like, unbearably hot. But that one is just straight up so hot, and it tastes like fucking garbage. Yeah, now he has dots. I'm gonna fix this thing. Add custom. That was fast. That's a good one, though. Okay, it should now be on there. Hey, what's going on, Fahrenheit? How you doing? How's it hanging? But yeah, the bomb Beyond Insanity is awful. They don't. There's no one in the show that's like, haha, they're making a funny, and they're like, oh, they eat the hot sauce, and then they're like playing it, like they're hamming it up for the show. No one's hamming it up. I don't know how anybody can actually eat it with a straight face. I don't understand. It is unbearable. It is unbearable. They have because then after that they make them eat the hottest hot sauce, the last dab, and on that one, it actually tastes reasonably good. And so you can eat it, and it is very hot, but it doesn't it doesn't hurt as bad because you eat it and you're like, oh, this is a pretty good experience just in general. But that other stuff, I literally don't know how any human beings go on that show and eat it. You're Red Captain, but you're alone. That's okay. Red Captain can work well when you're by yourself. I mean, it's easy when you're in a group because while you're in a group, you're able to essentially buff up everybody with the absolute utmost of stats. But, and everyone will want you in. I get asked to play Red Captain all the time. I'll just be playing the game, and someone will be like, hey, can you come play Red Captain in my group, please? I'm like, all right, no problem. And then I do it. And then it's done, and that's the end of my story. And it's pretty good. No complaints from me. What's the egg? The captain's below. Hee Dragon. Alright. I don't have a particular schedule for today, so I don't have a plan of oh, I'm gonna be doing it in particular. But yeah, Red Captain's really good. If you want to come back, if you want to play some Red Captain and get into it, it's a great time. It's always a great time to play Red Captain. Every single raid in the entire game requires to have a Red Captain, and people like Red Captains in groups. Not so much in 6-mans, oddly enough. A lot of people don't like Red Captains in 6-mans, but I don't know. I don't mind Red Captains in 6-mans. Oathbreaker's Shame really, really makes certain bosses goofy as hell. Leveling can be kind of slow. They are the slowest DP or lowest DPS class in the game. That's definitely a thing. That's true. So I can't argue with you there. I did the expansion on my Red Captain, the War of Three Peaks, so I did all that content. It didn't really take me that long. It probably would have gone faster on my Runekeeper or my Champion or my Warden, all of whom have not done that expansion content yet. But the Captain was the first character I did on because that's my main character, and I don't know, I like it a lot. I'm a big fan of what am I doing in the wrong stance. I just genuinely enjoy Captain. I think it's a great class. It's got a fantastic design. It's got healing, it's got DPS, it's got buffing, it's got protection. It's just so good. If you like support classes, especially in different types of video games, and you feel like you don't have the opportunity to play as a support class, then you definitely got to try out Captain, because Captain is the supportiest class out there. Channel point reward emote only for X minutes? No. We don't have enough chat. That's another problem. If I had more chat, yes, but that idea doesn't work because I don't have enough chat. Also, Voodoo is raiding with a party of 37. Oh my god. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am poorly lit, and I hope you are having a fantastic day out there. I'm bringing you some LotRO action, not some DDO, because I've been playing nothing but Fables of the Feywild for the past 7 days. So I'm trying to, even out my time among some other things. We'll be back to Fables of the Feywild tomorrow. But yeah, it's been going pretty good. This morning we're just doing some of the weekly cleanups. So if you haven't done some of your weeklies or endgame things like that, you got to do some of those things. Also, hey, see me, see you. How you doing? I looked over some of the documents you sent me. I have some ideas. Like I said, I'd still like to look at it tomorrow at around 1 p.m. Eastern time. If that works out well for you, look at all that build stuff. Unless it doesn't, then I don't know what to tell you. But I would like to do that, like I said, at that time. Because I don't want to do it right now during the LotRO stuff. Thank you. But yeah, so if you guys have never seen The Lord of the Rings Online, maybe you're an avid fan, you're an avid non-fan, you're like, man, I didn't even know that this was a video game I could play that's also made by Standing Stone Games. This is going to be a interesting example of it because I'm playing as one of the more unique classes in the game. You see I've got this little gambit thing down here in the bottom right corner, and this indicates whenever I am using one of my special gambit abilities. I'm playing as the Warden class. It's similar to the Monk from Dungeons & Dragons Online, in which it's a combo class where you build up combos. However, unlike Dungeons & Dragons Online, where you literally don't need to do anything for combos ever, and there's no user interface for it, instead of just one button that changes, it actually has like a full display of what you build. And then also, the Monk literally never uses any of its combos outside of light, and nothing else. This character is the opposite. I can't do anything unless I use my combos. I'm like a Street Fighter character. I only have combos and no other options. And so it is very, very interesting. Also, my character shouts a lot. Of my 3 different combo attacks, I have my Fist, which is the Warden's Taunt, where I shout at somebody, and I taunt them to attack me. I have my Shield Bash, and I have my Spear Thrust, or Quick Thrust. And those 3 things, red, green, and yellow, combine to make all my special attacks that I can use on monsters. Pretty interesting, actually, and it gives you a lot of weird combinations and abilities to use in combat, because you always need to be one step ahead. You need to know what's coming down the pipeline and what you want to be using and kind of line it up ahead of time. Because if you are not lining stuff up ahead of time, you get blindsided by maybe you don't have an interrupt ready for that monster, or you know, maybe you're prepping up a big ability and then the boss goes into a different phase and you can't damage them at a certain time. Warden's Taunt. So, Warden is a tank class. It is one of the 5 tank classes in Dungeons & Dragons Online. No, Lord of the Rings Online. What game am I playing? So it is actually a tank class. However, most people do not use Wardens to tank because they're not the best tanks. I play my Warden as a DPS Warden. Although I do personally like Warden tank. It's very, very fun. And when I get the opportunity to tank, I do. But I don't usually. Sort of sick of depressing dark zones. Don't worry, as you pass by Minas Morgul, everywhere else is beautiful and non-depressing. But yes, all of the 2 previous expansions, Minas Morgul and Mordor, are kind of depressing in scene, because you go to Mordor, which is kind of depressing, and then you go to Minas Morgul, which is owned, or was previously owned by the Nazgul, so it's pretty depressing there. You know, used to house the Legion of the Witch King. So, you know, it's not a nice place to go. It's not your summer vacation home. But you do get away from all of that depressing stuff. Yes, Captain is extremely good. It is astoundingly good. In fact, it is so good, it is incomparable to the other classes. After Minas Morgul, then you head into... Oopsie. Get out of here. Then you head up to the Wells of Langflood, which is this really beautiful mountain area, with like rolling hills and flowing rivers and stuff. I mean, you got to deal with orcs and hobgoblins and some ancient dwarven ruins, but it's pretty neat. And then you head up to the War of 3 Peaks, which is up in the mountains of Gundabad. So, although the mountains of Gundabad aren't as pretty because they're like the mountainscape is pretty, but it's mostly just like shrubs and dirt and stuff. You know, it's a mountain, so only so much you can do. But yeah, Captain is so much better than Guardian that it is incomparable, the 2 classes. You have the tank classes, then you have Captain, which is the de facto best thing. However, it is interesting because this isn't to say that you can't play a Guardian in content. People that tell you that you can't play a Guardian in content are either just they don't have a lot of expertise. You know, they're not very familiar with the game content systems, or they're just overly jaded and they don't have like faith that somebody can do something. You can actually play Guardian in all of the current content. It's just going to be worse than Captain. And for some of the higher tier content, for example, the higher tier Rammer Chant, such as like Shelob or things like that, you will be you'll be very hard pressed to actually bring a Guardian to your content. As I said, you can bring Guardians into all of the content that exists right now. For example, there's the raid Adman Damul. Is it Adman Damul? Wait for it. I know the name. Amdan Damul. And you can bring a Guardian all the way through Tier 3 as a tank. Yes, and then Gundabad is coming up later. So you can bring Guardian into Amdan Damul in all the way up through tier 3. It does work. It's just you have to have like a good guardian who really knows what they're doing. Because guardians can reasonably tank the wargs pretty well in the warg boss. Yeah, the Vales of Anduin are really nice. The Wells of Langflood are just north of the Vales of Anduin. Like I said, LotRO has kind of a weird thing where they kind of flip-flop between incredibly depressing and dark zones, and then really nice and beautiful zones. So it's kind of interesting. Fortunately, though, Lord of the Rings has no shortage of beautiful areas to walk through. Whether it's the Trollshaws, which not only has a lot of beautiful visuals and colors, it's all pretty much like permanent autumn, which makes it really nice. It also has some of the best music in the entire game, with this just like light flute and harp going the entire time. How is this game to free-to-play players, or is it a need to sub? I'm always subbed, so I don't know what it feels like to play free-to-play. You can physically play free-to-play, although I can't really speak to the experience because I've never done it. You can grind out points to buy a whole bunch of stuff, but my understanding is that there are a lot of things that you need to get in this game, and so I am fairly confident that a lot of people will usually sub for a few months to play through a lot of the content and grind out a lot of the points, and then after they've done their sub, they'll like spend the points on the things that they want, and then they like don't have to sub anymore because they already have all the things that they need. That is my understanding is how some people do it. What the heck? How do I click this guy? Wait, what am I in combat with? Bone pile? The bone pile. Yeah. All of the content was... Oh, not all of the content, but pretty much all of the content was given away for free during the summertime, which made it really nice for, like, from March all the way through August, which was nice for a lot of people that hadn't played the game before. But it is definitely... it can be expensive. Yeah. They have a premium player system, which is you have spent some amount of money on the game, and by spending some amount of money on the game, it gives you access to a whole bunch of different things, such as, like, there's a gold cap in this game, but by spending any amount of money whatsoever, you become a premium player, and your gold cap is removed. It is kind of like a harsher penalty. I'm not super in love with that idea, but also, again, you can spend any amount of money, and, like, the game does need people to spend money. So if you play the game free to play, you get yourself up to like level 30, and you spend about 20 hours playing the game, the game company asking you to spend like $5 to help unlock a couple other features is something that I can kind of understand. I personally prefer non-gameplay oriented purchases, like microtransactions that are based around cosmetics and things, like how Path of Exile does it, because in that game they have a full like cosmetic based economy, so you can't purchase things that give you game power. You can only purchase cosmetics and bank space. But the lead game designer of that game, Chris Wilson, had mentioned it before that you know, the improved bank space is really, really good and kind of essential if you really want to get into the game. But if you've spent almost 100 hours on Path of Exile and you've gotten to the point where you need that extra bank space, he's like, it's not a crazy idea for somebody to ask our players to spend $5 in the game they spent 100 hours playing. He's like, we think that's an acceptable thing. So yeah. Yeah. So I feel like, I don't know what the free-to-play experience is like, but the game designers do want you to spend some amount of money on the game at some point. So like, true free-to-play is not as good as being a premium player, which is spending any quantity of money on the game. Yes, Path of Exile is interesting. However, it is not entirely fair to compare Path of Exile system to other games. And the only reason I say that is because it was designed with that in mind. And if your game wasn't designed around a purely cosmetic-based revenue system, it is very hard to transition to that. If they said, "Hey, we're only going to have people, you know, with buying cosmetics into the store," then Sandstorm Games would need to hire way more artists to be able to do pull in the amount of legwork, and also people would need to be willing to commit to buying cosmetics. However, in this game, most of the cosmetics that you get that look the coolest come from the raids and accomplishments and the dungeons, versus Path of Exile, where most of the items, except for a couple of them, look like they don't even have special art in-game. They just look terrible. Right? So, like, if you're just wearing regular equipment in Path of Exile and you're in town, you look like a peasant. But then you stand next to some dude who spent like $400 on his cosmetic outfit. And you're like, wow, that guy looks crazy. Like, if you ever want to make somebody feel bad, just ask them how much their cosmetics cost in Path of Exile. You see somebody cool looking, and they're like, wow, that guy looks cool. Just be like, how much did that cost? And then they'll sheepishly look down and be like, I don't know, $250? You don't think that you're gonna spend that much money in Path of Exile on cosmetics, but it just starts happening. Because you spend like $20 on stash tabs, and you have all the stash tabs you could ever need, and then you're like, I guess I'll buy these cosmetics. Yeah, so that's why, like, it's a very interesting system, and it works really well for that game because of their model that they've gone with the entire time. But it's not something you can just transition into. This game has its current model, and I don't know how they would transition out of it, because I'm not an e-commerce student. Go away. And you spent a lot of cosmetics? Yeah, Black Desert Online, I've heard from many people that it's pay to win. I don't know exactly what that means, but I've heard that before. I don't personally like the term pay to win, because I think a lot of people confuse pay to convenience with pay to win. They conflate the two ideas. Like, I'll give you an example. In my eyes, pay to win is, if you spend money, you will have access to things that people who do not spend money do not have access to, and they are actual statistical bonuses. So as an example, if the best raid gear in the game was not as good as the raid gear you could buy with money, or if there was like a unlock power of raid gear button that increased the stats of your equipment by 10 points or whatever, 10% or whatever it is, by spending a little bit of money from the store that you could only get through the store. So that's why I'm always curious when I hear about pay-to-win systems. I don't think I've ever played a game with true pay-to-win. This game has pay-to-convenience, for sure. Some people will call it pay-to-win because there are loot boxes in this game that you can crack open that will give you equipment and items. However, it is important to note that the equipment and items are not as strong as the items and equipment you get out of the easiest dungeon in the game on the easiest difficulty right now, that you can literally do solo if you have enough patience, or get a group of 6 people of any skill quality and just smash through it, and you will get better equipment than you can get from the paid loot boxes. It takes like 6 minutes of your time, because people are always doing those types of dungeons. Interesting. Yeah, Lord of the Rings Online, as far as I know, doesn't have anything that's like pay to win. It is pay to convenience. You can buy experience point potions and stuff, which just makes you level up faster. Doesn't help you beat the raid. But trust me, there's tons of things you can buy. And there's lots of people who have never beat Remerchant on Tier 1 or Tier 2. You can spend as much money in the store, but some people just can't get it done, you know? Although I think at this point, probably a lot of people who've wanted to do it and are at the level cap have probably completed their run through Remerchant on Tier 1. Although I imagine there still are some people who haven't done it yet. Remerchant, by the way, is one of the 2 raids at endgame right now. Or Remerchant. I say Remerchant every time, and then I hear someone from SSG go, oh, Remerchant? And I'm like, oh yeah, right, Remerchant. Yes. Yeah, we still haven't crushed Shelob. We're going back to Shelob tonight. We've been doing Amdan Dumbul, Tier 2 and 3, and so we're going back to Shelob. We still haven't done Shelob Tier 2. And I really want to get Shelob Tier 2 down, because once I get it down, then I can finally convert all my crappy set pieces, because my captain has been insanely unlucky, and I've literally not gotten any of the pieces that I've needed. I've done tons of boss 1 farms on Tier 3, 4, and 5. I've done tons of side bosses on tier 2, 3, 4, and 5, and I've got almost no Kaplan pieces. It makes me so sad. But yeah, give it a shot. If it is physically impossible for you to ever spend any form of money in an online game, I definitely understand your aversion to playing something like this, which does have, as I said, a premium account status based on spending any amount of money. But if it is not physically impossible, but it is possible for you to maybe at some point be able to get a single sub or something like that at any point in the future, it might be something to consider just giving a shot. Because it is free to play at the end of the day, so there's no penalty for just downloading the game and then logging in and seeing if you like it or not. Because who knows, maybe you will try it and you won't even feel like it's the right game for you. Lots of people, you know, like different games, and so you might play a game that doesn't really align with your interests or what you want to do. I like the Lord of the Rings Online because it's got a really, really solid story that's very interesting. The world is beautiful and fun to explore. And I like all the dungeons, and most specifically, if I'm being honest, the class design. I really like a lot of the class and character design. I think they do a great job with the animations. I think they do a great job with the feel of each classes. I do wish that there was a bit of a tighter balance between every class in the game. But for the most part, the... happening here. For the most part, the like I said, the game just like knocks it out of the park in terms of just game feel, class feel. I don't know where my buddy boys are. There's Radrog. Is it fairly solo-friendly? This game is exclusively solo-friendly. It's all solo, all the time. You pretty much never need to group at all during the entire leveling experience.
Welcome, interlopers, to
all of the old quests that used to be like group required now just have like an option for you to solo it.
collected dark knowledge from every
Yes, every class in the game.
Middle Earth. My work is never finished. The collection will never
Correct.
be
Now you can buy them either with the points that you get in-game, so you can earn the points by doing the deeds, and then spending the deeds to unlock the content, or you can just sub, or you can just buy it a la carte with the monies. It's up to you.
You cannot hope to claim that victory.
Yeah, there are some zones that will have group content within them. So if you're a completionist and you want to get all content done, I recommend learning to play your class very well, or being slightly over-leveled, so you can crush that group content, or asking some people for help if you're the ultra completionist and you have to do everything. Or if you're not an ultra completionist, there's way more than enough quests in the world to level up. Just go, oh, clear out the cave full of cave trolls? That requires a bunch of people? I'm just going to skip that quest and go on to the next one.
What nightmares still haunt your dreams? What have the chronicles to say about you?
Oh, you can just go anywhere? I actually didn't know that. I did not know you could just walk to any part of the world.
Yes, I see. Here it is said you ventured into the depths of Moria.
Ooh, is this Gurvan?
What horrors awaited you? A great demon, displaced by the Balrog, known to you as Joy.
Oh, Kerlug. I remember this boy.
Living among the wheels
In the wheels of Naladoom. This guy's a great voice line, by the way. Yep. The Troll Shots is actually, it used to be one of my least favorite areas in the entire game to do quests, and it became one of my favorite areas. I really like the design of the Troll Shots quest. Ow, I'm stunned.
he was no match.
Also, Astolfo Forever, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a fantastic day. Yeah, the Troll Shots is great. Like I said, I used to hate running through the Troll Shots, and now it's one of the best quest zones.
Deeper and came upon Dar Narbugut, the nameless ones, This one was lost, separated from his mother, and found his way to the 16th hole.
Come on, the last one. I don't remember. I think a Shadow Veil is the one that you're supposed to kick. It does big damage. Or is it Shout of Chaos? I'm not sure which one you're supposed to kick. Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'm trying to think if there's anywhere that you can't get to. Maybe it's Future Abyss, let's see. No, you don't have to kick that. I think it is Shadow Veil. And Shout of Chaos. You want to kick Shadow Chaos as well. So 128 right now. Been doing all the zones on the way. Oh, so over leveled. Yeah, if you do every zone in the game, like I said, there's way more experience than you need to level up. 100%.
Contagion infecting the depths. Further into darkness you fell. Bravely against those that would threaten your friends, Druid's folk, until you found another child.
Your van is so screwy. If it doesn't bother you, your lives will end here. It would bother me. He has a mechanic in here that's like a AoE damage that like instant kills everybody, and I don't know how to stop it. I don't think bringing him to these like orbs does it. Uh oh, no, I don't kick. Oh, my boot goes off way too slow. I need more attack speed. Bye. And then you have to start the deed farm. Yeah, doing all the deeds is one of those things that is it's a long process. It's a long process. You don't have to do every deed in the game, but getting all of your virtue traits maxed out is just, it adds so much, or so many additional stats. It's honestly just not a bad idea. So that's why I'm slowly getting through it. When I complete this dungeon, I'm going to get an extra 3,000 Virtue XP. When I complete my deed, I get an extra 3,000 Virtue XP, or this other quest, extra 3,000 Virtue XP. 6,000 a week.
A futile attempt to hold on to past glory. He was slain by his own greed and hubris, and raised again to do the bidding.
Walmart gift card to buy a sub to this game. That would be an interesting idea. I believe there was a time where you could use Subway gift cards, apparently, which blows my mind. But no, if you want to buy a sub, I believe you can use PayPal, Visa Debit. Wait, is the Chilling Wind slow? It's just, can I remove that? Oh, I can remove that. Oh, never mind. Okay, so I want to do... Get rid of the slow. And throw on my... There we go, Spear Sweep.
Mortal form slain again. The fell spirit within was unharmed.
The old days of game cards. Yeah, you used to be able to buy actual game time cards at the store, which is kind of crazy. Just think about that. I remember seeing like Lord of the Rings Online game cards and stuff on shelves. Was that an allure to it? Yeah, I've always enjoyed Lord of the Rings Online. I pop in and out, or I have popped in and out over its time. Although played pretty consistently for about the past year or so. One of the reasons I've popped in and out is mostly because just life sometimes gets in the way, you know. I had some other stuff to do, and mostly because there was a time during the development history, which is basically from Riders of Rohan through the Helm's Deep expansion, there wasn't a lot of group content that was created for the game, and I am a group content fiend. I pretty much only want to play group content. And so when the larger focus is on the solo content and the experience and the storytelling, it's not that it's a bad thing that they spent more time on focusing on storytelling, it just didn't appeal to my kind of player. So I took a bit of a break from the game. And is this upstairs or downstairs? This is upstairs. I took a bit of a break from the game and went to play some other games. And I played World of Warcraft. Played World of Warcraft for a while. I don't really like World of Warcraft, but they got some good raids, so what are you going to do? I wanted to play raids, went to a game that had good raids. That's the thing. I really don't like World of Warcraft. I think that the character and class design is not very good. I don't really like the visuals that much, and the questing and leveling experience is very, very boring. But, god damn it, they have good raids in that game. Yeah, DDO raids are great. If just it wasn't laggy, it would be great.
Face your demise.
Timing out and zoning. Yeah, I've heard some people are having a bigger issue. I haven't had that much of an issue. I've recommended this to some people. If you do find yourself lagging on a load screen, what I recommend you do is type /logout. And the reason why I say you should do that is because if you type /logout, then what will happen is it will... Oh, wait, hold on. It's onslaught? So it's this, onslaught. But yeah, if you are lagging out, type /logout. It'll take you out of the screen and put you back in game. If you're loading, it'll put you back to your character, and you can check the chat log. And if the chat log says recovering from failed teleport, then that means there was some type of teleporting issue. However, the servers have been having generally some issues loading instances and zones. So if you do that trick and you look at your chat log and it doesn't say that you're having an issue loading the zone, then that means that the zone, or like there's no recovering from failed teleport. Yeah, mid load screen, type /logout. So don't press enter or anything, just hit the / key and LOGOUT, one word. It will pull you out of the load screen back into the game and ask you if you want to log out. Say no, but now you don't have the loading screen anymore. Because the screen is just covering up what the game, well, everything unloads and reloads, right? That's all it is. It's not like your character doesn't exist. It's still all loaded. So you look in your chat log, and if you see recovering from failed teleport, that means your character is stuck. And you were supposed to teleport somewhere, but for some reason there was a disconnect and you didn't teleport to where you're supposed to go. But if you don't see that text, then what it means is, instead of it's recovering from a failed teleport, it means that your character is just with everybody else. You're just waiting for the instance to open up for whatever reason. Or sometimes it just takes a while to load the marketplace, or it takes a while to load whatever it is. So that's the entire zone of the marketplace is just kind of hanging, and it gets stuck, and then it all will go through. So if you see the message, it makes it easier to know whether it's something that happened to your PC or your client or whatever, versus it's just something that's generally happening in the game. And if it's just generally happening in the game, you know it's going to load, so you can just walk up and just get a cup of coffee or do whatever, and when you come back, your character will be bing, bang, boom, loaded in the game. Like it's nothing. Hopefully that piece of information will help you in the future. Or it won't. One of the two. Do I have tank gloves? What am I using for gloves in this build? My tank set. I'm using 430s. Is it worth it to upgrade to 432s? Yeah, probably. What are these pants? These are DPS pants and DPS pants. I don't want either of these. Goodbye, pants. Goodbye, purples. And these are 437s, I think. 437 tank shoulders. I feel so bad for deconning these because they're 437s, but they have fate instead of parry finesse. I don't want fate. I want parry finesse. There's some reason? No, it's literally nothing you could do. It's just server side. Sometimes the server is supposed to put you somewhere and it makes a mistake and it puts you in the wrong place. That's literally all it is. Open my vault. I wish I had this in DDO, dude. Just tabs, so I could be like level 1 to 5 gear, level 1 to whatever gear. I would buy all of the storage space in the shared bank if I had tabs. All of it. Could you imagine if it was just stored like this? This is the storage system. So good. This game does so many things right. Atmosphere, music. And go to the past page, because I passed this stuff. More scrolls of empowerment. Alright. I don't think I need anything else here. What's this? Oh, these are tank pants I'm supposed to upgrade from... Oh, no, I have the Warden tank pants, which is block incoming healing, so I don't actually need the Finesse Evade tank pants, so I can get rid of these. What's this? This is a Slade Rot Essence. I'll put this. Yes. Oh, no, I can't put this in here because my backpack space is too full. Why is my space too full? What's in here that's taking up too much space? Big stuff. Oh, this stuff. This is taking up too much space. Alright, I gotta get my champion to go load and grab all that stuff. But before I do that, all my items away. Trade storage. One of the nice things I like about LotRO as well is all of the gear, all of it is bound to account, which means that if you want to transfer gear from one character to another, it's very, very easy to do. Because you just, like, oh, these are, you know, items I use for DPS. I'm just going to throw them in my shared bank, and then I can put them on another character, which is sweet. Yeah, and legendary items are also a lot of work. The thing about legendary items is that they are nebulous and hard to access for the majority of the game, and then once you get to endgame, they're so easy to max out. But if you're not level 130, and you haven't done all the quests to unlock the weeklies yet, then you don't get as many that's so funny. Then you don't get as many items. It's very interesting. Oh man, I made a YouTube video about Fey Dark Cleric using the Shadow Blades, and then someone asked the question, would this work as a build with two-handed fighting instead of two-weapon fighting? And the answer is no. Yeah, it's very easy. Right now, to max out legendary items, it's very easy. You don't have enough rep for weeklies. Oh, it's not rep. It's based on deeds. You just have to do the deeds. That's it. It's just the quest deeds, not rep. Like, for Minas Morgul, all you have to do is do all of the quests in each zone. Not all of them, but just enough to get the quest deeds unlocked, and then you get the weeklies. Which makes it very convenient and easy to do. Then you can all of a sudden be like, oh, look at me, I'm earning an extra, you know, 1,000. There is a squirrel outside my window. Sorry, it's making a bunch of noise. You can earn an extra 1,000, like, rep a week or whatever. Here. Cracked lance. My task at hand thing done. I don't think I need a rep with the White Company. I'm doing it anyway. Or the Great Alliance. Alright. Put it here. But the weeklies were Old Aenorian. There's a daily in Old Aenorian. But I'll show you. I can literally show you on this character. Well, I will show you where to get your weeklies and stuff. So, it's what I've been doing. So basically, you have the Reclamation, and the Reclamation of Minas Morgul has 2 weeklies associated with it. One is to do 10 of the repeatable daily quests in Minas Morgul, and the other one is to complete 4 instances per week. Each one gives you 500 embers. Embers of enchantment, which is the endgame currency, can then be traded to give you all sorts of good items, such as some of the gear, which is not as good as doing tier 1 dungeon gear, so do tier 1 dungeon gear, as well as for scrolls and crystals. I have 74 scrolls of empowerment right here, because each scroll is worth 100 embers. So if I do 1 weekly on my character, that is 500 embers, which gives me 5 scrolls. If I do 2 weeklies, that's 1,000 embers, which is 10 scrolls. And while you're doing those weeklies, you're also picking up equipment. Every single day, you can do the new dungeon in War of Three Peaks. Like, you can literally do it on tier 1 once a day, and it averages you about 500 embers for about 15 minutes of work. So that is a total of 5 additional scrolls per day from just doing that. And you can even get lucky and get more. And there's tons of different quests. You have the Shadow King is an example, so you can do Askad Mazal every single day to get more embers. It is very easy to get embers, and then with all of your embers, you are then able to get tons and tons and tons of rep. So here we go. Use 100 broken engravings, use 100 broken engravings, use 22 cracked tablets, cracked etchings, relics of Minas Ithil. Alright. Do I need the Sabatons of the Wingate? These are slightly better, but not really. And the Pauldrons of the Wingate. Oh yeah, these are way better. Finesse and Physical Mastery and 2 sockets and more might and vitality and double the armor value? Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Pristine Relics of Minas Ithil. Each one of these gives me 2,000 rep. All of them. There we go. I finished off all the rep in Minas Morgul. I still have 42 left. Alright, goodbye. So, now what I can do... And I got 30 LotRO points for doing that. Nice! Look at me. I'm a deed master. So when I go to Estolad Lan with this character, I can then take him to the vendor. Walk over here. Damn, I got so slow. I should sprint. Walk over to the vendor. Adventurer gear. So this is the Adventurer's Quartermaster. You can find him in Bree. You can find him in the New Zone. You can find him in Estelad Land. You find the Adventurer Quartermaster all over the place. And when you barter items, you trade embers for Scrolls of Empowerment or Starlit Crystals. So you can trade your embers for crystals, and then you're all set. And you can level up your items pretty easily. And you can max out your legendary weapons. Maxing out your legendary weapons is the most impactful thing to affect your DPS. So if you want to impact your DPS the most, level up your legendary weapons. It's a good idea. Yeah, just something to keep in mind. I don't actually plan on playing this character, so I do plan on vault, not my vault. Oops. Open the shared storage. I do plan on. Oh, there's some Ithelharn shards and some of this and that. Or Ironfold Skarn. I don't need this. Universal crafting ingredient. I didn't need this other stuff. Yeah, it's all good. Max level for legendaries? Do I have a max out legendary here? I don't. We're getting there though. I could probably upgrade this to max level right now. Avenger of the Depths. What do I still need on this? Brutal Strikes damage? No. Area of Effect damage? Yes. Battle Frenzy Physical Mastery? Wild Attack damage? Yes, I need to do that. It is 663, I want to say. I don't remember exactly. All your legacies can get up to 83, and your main stat can get up to 71. And then this process just takes forever. Applying each individual scroll. It's the only thing that sucks about this process, is this just takes so long, and there should be a faster way. I don't know why there isn't a faster way. If you're like me and you buy hundreds of scrolls at a time because you get capped on embers twice a week, because there's just so many weeklies and things to do, and then you're like, oh, I don't know what to do with all my embers, so you just buy 100 scrolls and then dump them into your weapon. Yeah, so like for me, it takes me 2 weeks and I have a character maxed out on embers. And that's not including the fact that every time you do a dungeon, you're also picking up marks and medallions and stuff. So if you have multiple characters, you can easily use your marks and medallions to buy skirmish things. Due to skirmish camp, I almost have 1 million marks right here, and I can buy scrolls with these marks. So with this 1,000,000, I can buy about 400 scrolls of empowerment, and then just shove those 400 scrolls of empowerment into my weapons to increase their level. So yeah, that's like a thing. And you just kind of accrue that stuff over time when you do like raids. So if you see people pugging dungeons in endgame, it makes it a lot faster. Again, it's something that's way easier to endgame. If you're not at endgame, it takes quite a while because you don't get scrolls at all while leveling. And there's no... The only thing that you can get scrolls from is, I think Minas Tirith, and that's it. What do you mean by you wish roles were built more simply? What do you mean by that? What part of it do you wish had more simplicity? Another, will I be able to level to max level as a free-to-play player? Nothing stops you from leveling up. You can always continue to gain XP. But the most current content, whatever the most current content is, it is usually available with points, but it's available with points after the 4 months after the content releases. So 4 months after, for example, the War of Three Peaks expansion drops, then you're suddenly able to purchase the War of Three Peaks expansion with the points which you can earn from playing the game, versus, you know, the money dollars and the cash. So you can purchase the Minas Morgul expansion, which damn it, I didn't mean to click that button. That was a mistake. You can purchase the Minas Morgul expansion if you want right now. Sorry, I'm scratching my foot with my other foot. Man, this process takes a long time. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing good today. I hope everyone's a good Tuesday. I'm doing pretty good. I slept fairly well. I woke up, decided I wasn't going to go for a walk because it was raining outside. Took a shower, cleaned up, tidied up a little bit. Got my third monitor installed, so that now I have a third monitor and I'm in the dark. Because I can't have a light and another monitor at the same time. What are you gonna do? Do I have area of effect skill damage done? Yeah, wild attack damage. Get rend armor reduction? Sure, I use armor rend all the time with the two-hander. Yeah, I hate when it's raining so much. I don't mind like a little bit of rain, but when it's pouring rain, I just don't want to go outside. Like, you just don't want to go outside. It gets into your skin. It goes through all your clothes. General error, excuse me? I'm gonna move this over here. I'm gonna click on that again. Get some floaties? No. No. Rain is bad. Rain gets you wet, and if you get wet, then you're wet and you're not dry. And these are problems. It is antithetical in my entire existence as a human thing to stay dry. That's why I live in a house. I don't live out on the street, and I don't live on the street because I don't want to get wet in the rain. Also, I like the internet, and I can currently afford to live in this apartment. Currently. Anyway, put that in there. Alright, great. We've got a lot of that stuff sorted out. Perfect. Oh, great. And now I can actually talk to this guy. And look at this. Sigils of Imlad Ithil for embers. Now I can get even more embers. 500 additional embers a week. All I have to do is trade these symbols that you get for doing all your weeklies. Bam, even more embers. Now I got 5,000 more. I don't know what to do with them. I think I'm just going to buy all the horses, maybe. Just wear a Speedo and go walking. It's a free shower. It is kind of like a free shower. To be fair, I don't pay for the water here. I don't pay for the water bill or the heating bill, so it kind of is like a free shower here. All the fires. Yeah, rain of fire is not what I want to do. That sounds bad. I can handle like regular rain, just not a rain of fire. Channel point reward, wear a Speedo. I don't own a Speedo. I'd have to go buy one. And do I want to do that? I have so many characters, dude. I didn't even realize. Champion, Warden, Captain, Runekeeper, Loremaster, and Bjorning, all level 130. That's too many. It's like too much to be able to like accurately process with your brain. And I still want to get that burglar up there someday. It'll get there. It'll get there. Runekeepers are deceptively tanky. Deceptively tanky. I have the ability to heal myself for 35% of my health every 15 seconds. And then you can crowd control lots of monsters, and I like how tanky they are. Plus the extra physical, or not physical mitigation. Yeah, physical mitigation that you can pick up. Runekeeper. Who needs animations to load? I like my jump animation. Just the way it is.
Bring glad tidings, friend. Now then.
Alright, now let's go to home. We've been playing some Captain for a bit. Actually, probably the rest of the day, but yeah. The Mad Thesis argument was nerfed. Why? What makes you mad about it? The problem that I have with the current Lightning Runekeeper playstyle, there's two problems. One, Epic Conclusion sucks. Like, it's a bad spell. And that is just, like, just perplexing, because it's called Epic Conclusion, and your guy goes and shoots him with lightning from friggin' space, and it does very little damage. It's like, does almost as much damage as Static Surge, which doesn't drain all of your attunement.
What can I do for you?
And no cooldown, and now it does? Well, yeah, but that's fine. You have other spells. The only problem is Scribe Spark does less damage than Ceaseless Argument, which I don't understand. Like, when they added the cooldown, I thought they would buff the damage on Scribe Spark, because Scribe Spark does less damage than Ceaseless, but it doesn't. They didn't do that. So Scribe Spark does less damage than Ceaseless, and also has the same cooldown as Ceaseless, which seems very strange to me. Oh wait, what am I going? Vitality? Wait, which bell do I use? I changed up my gear set. Need the crit bell, yes. I'm focusing more on physical mastery with this build now, so I'm going to be building on my physical mastery. This character is going to end with around 650 physical mastery with buffs. As well as having the capped healing and capped crit. Which is not too bad. Well, you can do more than press one button. Like, you have 100% uptime on all your skills, because you can, like, there's never a time where you don't have anything to press. Because you can just, like, rid of lightning, Ceaseless Argument, Scribe Spark. Rid of lightning, Ceaseless Argument, Scribe Spark. Rid of lightning, Ceaseless Argument, Scribe Spark. Over and over and over and over and over. It is endless.
It is on the stairs of Mmmm, the Gate of Winds, that a decisive battle of the War of Three Peaks is to be fought. There,
apparently we have all captains today, which is hilarious.
The Gabilaka blow to both of these forces in a single stroke.
Doesn't it? Yeah. Wait a minute. Why am I dying? Wait. What happened? Wait, why did I die? This is tier 1, right? I've never died in there on tier 1. What happened? I think I just was pressing all the wrong keys. Also, I like that my guy didn't disconnect either. I love that we have just all captains. This is the best. I'm just gonna go blue captain and call it a day. And buff this guy. We have so many captains. Everybody's a captain. Yes, I'm on Crit Hollow. Landerville, yeah, I don't play on Landerville. Crit Hollow. Greatest server in the world. Not really, but it's fun to play on. And I like a lot of the people that I get to play with, which is important. grab it all. Enjoyable to play. Yes. I do not disagree that a lot of the specs need balance work. That's one of the things that I find that's definitely one of the hardest things to reconcile with. I love the general design of a lot of the different classes. Like, Captain has so many cool aspects to it, but, like, you can't really play as a healing Captain. Lore Master, you can't really play as a DPS. Like, when things are so far behind that you can't really play as one, that's where it becomes an issue to me. The concept is cool. I just don't know why the numbers are so far off all the time. Like, a Lore Master is 1/3 of the damage of a Hunter. It just feels like that's too much of a difference. I'm not talking like a Lore Master like a non-spec Lore Master. I'm talking like a fully spec Lore Master is like 1/3 of the damage, which just feels confusing to me. So in there, I did. Yeah. 299k heals per second. Yeah. Captains. Oh, that's so funny. Feels good. Yes, you can still do monster play in Lord of the Rings Online. Do an impression of a famous person, if I can. No, I can't do any impressions of any famous people. Apologies. It's something I've never been interested in doing, I've never practiced doing or tried to do, so I don't. It depends on what server you play on. If you play on Brandywine for North America, if you play on either Brandywine or on Arkenstone, there's lots of PvP that goes on. It's not always the most balanced, but there is a fairly large amount of people that still enjoy it and play it. But you got to be on the right server. Like, nobody PvPs on Crick Hollow for the most part. Do expansions give them content too? No. Monster players literally never get updates to their playstyle. So if you're a monster player, you kind of just like you don't really get any content updates. I think that each spec has good number of abilities. I think that the main issue that the specs have is not so much their lack of abilities. Wait, what are we fighting? Oh, there's still a Gundabad warrior down there. I think that each class and spec has good abilities. I think it's again that there's like lack of balance. Each class has a clearly defined role for the most part. There are a couple that don't have clearly defined roles. Like, what's the difference between a pet lore master, the blue one, and the red one? I don't know. They both kind of do damage. What's the difference between like the yellow guardian and the blue one? Again, I don't know. They kind of both tank, but one is clearly better. But yeah. What I think they should do is what they did when the game first came out. So when the game first released, every class had abilities all the way up to level 40. And then, in each individual update, one or two classes got new skills from level 40 to 50 that added different things to their character class. Which, on the one hand, I imagine that's probably because they weren't finished making the classes. On the other hand, it also meant that they had time to let people play all the way through the game, see what people liked and what was good about the class, and then say, oh, yeah, of course, people like this? Yeah, that's why we have this setup. That's why, you know, we added this skill to augment this ability. They should do something like that again. They should do a full tank pass. Take all the tank trees and all the tank classes and do a full pass over top of them and say, what do people like about tank classes? What do they want to get out of tank classes when they play them? And go like that. And then they should you know, so go through all the tank classes, figure out what makes all the tank classes good. They should go through all of the, same thing with like all of the, then they should go through the DPS classes, they should go through the supports, the debuffers, the buffers, and just standardize them out. Even if it takes like, you know, you have like a 6-month period, so like maybe like, you know, every update comes with like, okay, this update is the tank update, and it has a whole bunch of changes to all of the tanks in the game to even them out and change so they all feel unique and individual. And then they have the DPS update, then they have the whatever. I feel like that would be a smart idea if they did something like that. Chatarka, no, only 236k heals per second. Makes me sad. Why not? Why can't you see them doing that? Number parsing is not that complex. I wholeheartedly disagree. Because you can have they can have metrics and data and determine what skills are the best and what skills are the worst. And also just make little adjustments over time. If you change a class and up its damage by 10% and it's still not performing very well, then you just up its damage by another 10% on the next patch. Their team is not very big. That is very true. I don't know how many people are on the systems team. A bunch of questions I got when I did my Lord of the Rings developer interview for the War of the Three Peaks. A lot of people were asking questions basically being like, hey, you know, you didn't really ask any system-related questions about the classes and the class design and stuff. You know, and a lot of people got upset with me because I didn't ask those types of questions. It's important to note, one of the reasons why I included the names of all of the staff and their jobs is because I didn't have any systems designers to do the interview with. There was no systems designers there. They were there, like, they work at the company, they just weren't doing the interview. So I can't really ask questions about things that I literally can't get an answer about, you know what I mean? I can ask, you know, the world designer about a class, but the person who does that is literally making the world. You know what I mean? So I don't really have a good, I wasn't able to get a good sense on it. So but I would love to get the chance to sit down with some of the actual systems designers and be like, what are some of the plans? What are you guys doing? How do you feel about this and whatever?
What are you doing, you imbeciles? Kill them!
I know. I did play Captain before Helm's Deep. I mained Captain throughout the Rise of Isengard expansion. I do remember every captain having last stand in harm's way, and it was really fucking busted. Do you remember in the Rift how every single guild in the entire world was skipping so much trash by just having the captain last stand in harm's way, and then they would run through lava pools to skip all the trash? And you could completely skip mechanics by having a captain in each group last stand in harm's way, because in harm's way used to reduce the damage taken by 100%. I agree. It's not a change. It's not a fun change to take things that feel iconic away from all specs, but also something that makes you immune to death and also absorbing damage from other people is really busted. And I'm not upset that it changed. See if I can join a Nazgul. Ooh, garbage. Bad items. Oh, they just started. Rip. Wait, what's this? 437. Bam braces of the threshold. It's like 300 vitality higher and 500 might higher. I should probably put those on.
Now then,
Can I go anywhere
Help bear
convenient?
my burden, friend.
No. I can go to Galtrev? No. I can go to Bree? Where can I teleport to with this character? Nowhere with the skirmish camp. This is inconvenient. Blue captains can heal, they just can't cross heal, and they don't have any single target healing. There's a lot of tank damage now. They just changed the design on how they want incoming damage to be dealt with.
Now then.
There are ways to fix captain to make it a fun healer again. Without just like nerfing monsters or something and changing damage. Healers need to be buffed? Eh, no. Healers need to just be differentiated. Differentiate healers. Make them all slightly different and give them all purposes and reasons to do stuff. That's what you need to do. You need to make sure every healer has a reason to be in a raid, and why, and it's clearly defined why you'd want to bring one to each individual adventure or thing that you go on.
Will you help bear my burden?
When you know that, when that's clearly defined, then I think you're good. Again, to me, it's all about, I agree with you that things need to be clearly defined. I would much rather there be explicit goals for each individual class. I'm currently doing like a tank write-up right now, where I want to basically go through all of the individual tanks and talk about what makes them unique and why they should be unique, and what they need to survive in the world of 5 tanks. Because having 5 tanks in the game means there's a lot of stuff that you need to deal with. You need to manage a lot of different, you know, how do you make each one feel unique and interesting and fun to play? How do you do that? And that's a great question that doesn't have an easy answer. And so the answer that I propose is make each tank feel unique by giving them all unique reasons to exist. So, you know, why does Captain have the most health and the most defense and the ability to heal the party and last stand? Don't know. Probably not have all of those things. Should probably make adjustments to that. Yeah, but Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have healers or tanks. It has DPS only. From the people that I've talked to that are playing the game recently, everybody's a DPS. Your tank is a DPS, your healers are DPS, and your DPSs are DPS. Because every boss is a DPS race. Yeah. Right? So, like, instead of having a clearly defined role, it's you got a DPS. Yeah, exactly. Like, everyone wears the DPS gear, everyone's trying to do as much damage as possible. Versus tanks wearing tank gear, tanks wearing DPS gear, stuff like that. Again, I'm not saying that's bad design. I'm saying that is the design of the game. I didn't hate it. Actually, it's not true. I did hate it because I played Paladin during Heavensward. And you know what's really hard to bring to your raid? Heavensward Paladin, who got no DPS. So, it was the only reason why I got to go to raids was because the other tank was a warrior, and we would have it so he would be, I would try to one tank the boss for the majority of the time, except for like specific mechanics where he would come in or like we would need to swap aggro, but we would try to cheese fights by just one tanking with the Paladin being as tanky as possible, and he would mostly just DPS on his warrior. Because I was playing Paladin and they didn't have DPS at the time. Poor Paladin. Yeah, exactly. So 100%. I think that healers doing DPS is a way you can add an extra thing to do in your raids or your groups or what have you. And I don't think that's a bad way to do it. I think the way that Final Fantasy did it works for their own player base. I just don't want every game to be like that. Like, it's okay. Like, there should be a video game where a healer can do a good job by healing monsters. Or by healing players. Like, that seems kind of cool. If that's, like, how they can succeed at what they're doing. As opposed to, like, trying to kill all of the monsters. Granted, when I play healers, I always try to throw in a little bit of damage, because, you know, you got nothing to do. If you're doing a good job and everyone's at full health, you know, might as well do some damage. I'd rather not just sit there and do nothing. but it is something you're always going to encounter, is especially in certain games, you know, just needing something to do. Also, Andang with the raid. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I am poorly lit, and I'm here to show you how to play Captain in very underleveled content. So you're over level, you can smash through it no problem, and I'm going to teach you how to hit the keyboard. Basically, if you want to play this character and do a good job, you just give him some of these. You just give him... Oh, I accidentally opened the LotRO store. Well, you don't need that, that's for sure. You just slap your keyboard, and the damage, it just starts happening. You just start slapping it, and this guy's going down. Just hit all the keys. Hit them all. If I just tap them all, am I going to beat him? I think I will. Apparently hitting all my number keys. Got him. And that's how you play Captain. Go out there and raid. Get top numbers. You can do it. Just go raid the world. Could you imagine? Do you think DDO should make it harder to self-heal? Because I feel like the only time a healer is actually used to heal is to heal a tank in a raid. No. I don't think that they should make it harder to self-heal, because soloing is a thing that exists. What they should do is make it so that it is either cheaper or more cost-effective, or give healers easier options to do things other than just healing. Yeah, how are you doing? I'm assuming you were just live streaming. I didn't get a chance to tune in beforehand because I was... I got out of bed late today. Usually I like to take a peek and see what other people are doing in the morning before I turn on my live stream, and I didn't do that because instead I made a cup of coffee, and it was really tasty. And then I chatted with my roommate for about 20 minutes, which is longer than I was expecting to do, and I took a shower, and then I realized, hey, I should have not have gotten up at 10 in the morning. I should have done other things. So what are you gonna do? Yeah, face roll is the best way to do it. God, my damage sucks. He's bleeding to death. He dies. Oh, it's a rings? Yep. Oh, nice. Wait, what? You played LotRO this morning? That's crazy. The Mordor Spiders and Barad-dûr. Oh, man. I gotta say, a lot of people hated Barad-dûr on their first playthrough. Barad-dûr and Durthang. I really enjoyed those dungeons. They're maze-like. They're labyrinthine. You know, you're going through and you're quite confused. I wish there was an inner map. I will say, should be a map. Should be a map. But, goddamn, did I enjoy exploring through Barad-dûr. It's got all the twists and turns, and especially when you make it to, like, the area that is supposed to lead directly to the Abyss of Mordath. And you're like, ooh, and it's all kind of spooky, and it gets you, like, excited for what the raid is going to bring. And then you actually do the raid, and it's literally hours long. God damn, that is a long raid. Ye old Abyss of Mordath. People complain about trash in Remerkant? Abyss trash. The trash is basically the raid. Explorers didn't start off with a map. That's true. That's true. They didn't start off with a map. They had to build one. Can you imagine how hard it would have been to build a map based on, like, you're trying to, like, map out your surroundings and then compare it to other people, but you're trying to map out, like, hundreds of kilometers? Or not even hundreds of kilometers. How far can you even go on, like, foot or by cart before road? Oh, yeah, they had to build roads. Oh, man. This seems like madness. Suffers from Moria? The Abyss of Mordath? No. I don't think there was too much trash in Darn Arbogad. Darn Arbogad was mostly fine. And then there was no trash in Watcher, and there's no trash in Turtle. So I don't think so. Lingris with the spiders? Yeah. Yeah, and Kirith Ungol. The tower. I never liked the tower. I did not like Kirith Ungol. There's something about it, and the fact that it's like gated based on like doing certain quests, so that it's like phased based on your quest. I wasn't a huge fan of, because it meant like you couldn't like join somebody if somebody was on a different phasing than you. You couldn't help them with a quest. I didn't like that much. That was no fun. Well, it wasn't no fun. It was just a different kind of fun I didn't like. Oh, okay. My anger, Bill, as he gets cut down. Poor guy. But I also fully skipped Mordor on my Warden. I was like, I'm not doing this. I don't have the patience. But I didn't do any of it. I did the book quest and then I left. From just doing, I did from level 106 to level 100 and I think 14. I did exclusively Minas Tirith dailies. for like 6 months straight. It was great. I had so many scrolls. Oh, the scrolls of empowerment. And doing the featured instance whenever it was the I still did the featured instance whenever it was school, or yeah, school at then Myrdyne. And then once I was like at level 115, I just brought myself over to the Wells of Langflood, did a bunch of the Wells quests to get up to 120, and then ran through Minas Morgul. I liked Mordor a lot when it originally released. I did quite enjoy it. I thought it was a cool adventure. But doing it more than once is challenging because there's that expansion had a lot of filler quests where they were just like, go to this side of the planet, then go to this side of the planet, and then go to this side of the planet, and I hated that. That many scrolls? Get your embers, man. Do what I'm doing. Just go and spend all day grinding out embers of enchantment. And then have not enough, but it feels alright.
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cabin
Yeah.
below.
For this character, I'm planning on building up another rune, I think. So my sword, I'm not maxing out because I don't need to max out this. It literally adds almost no stats. Same with my sword. I don't need to max out, but I'm planning on building another, and then I have my 652 is the cap. I'm planning on getting another badge that's specifically for DPS spec.
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly,
Captains are not a DPS spec for the most part, but you can increase the amount of damage you deal. I think the main issue is that the badge that I currently have, this healing badge, if I'm playing on Red Captain, I don't need Words of Courage healing, and I don't need Valiant Strike healing on the badge, and I probably don't even need light type damage. So I can probably swap out those two things, and I can put more aggressive runes in for crit, among other things. And then by doing so, I can have something that will give me... specifically, the things that I want are critical... bleed skills critical multiplier, which is very useful, because your bleeds is where most of your damage comes from. In fact, most of the captain's damage in red comes from this ability called Grave Wound. It's where most of your damage comes from. And then maybe even picking up Shadow's Lament damage as well, because it's your hardest hitting skill, doing 44k to 62k light damage. Picking up 52.2% Shadow's Lament damage could actually be pretty nice. But I haven't fully decided. But I don't want to give up any of the rest of the healing. It's just the Words of Courage on there. Because like when I've looked through, it's like if I replace Valiant Strike healing, because obviously you don't need Valiant Strike healing if you are not using Valiant Strike. There's Devastating Blow and Pressing Attack damage, which you use all of the time. Bleed Skills Critical damage, which you use all of the time. Noble Mark damage, don't need. Shadow's Lament is 52.2. And Sure Strike damage, again, something you could use. You don't use Sure Strike as often. You do use it pretty frequently, but I'm not sure how much you would need that because it's a low damage skill. So scaling 87% damage on this skill might be nice, but that still doesn't even bring me up to... It brings me under 20k as a base, whereas Shadowless Lament is 44. So it does way more damage. Ah, but are you swapping? That's the real question. Are you item swapping? So, check this one out. This is an item that I have. I call it Dune, because it's got Shield of the Dunedain Duration, which is a legacy you want to use. There's Shield of the Dunedain Healing Amp, which is a legacy you can get. You never want that. You never want that. You only want Shield of the Dunedain Shield Duration. So, on a imbued badge, you can get Shield of the Dunedain Incoming Healing. However, Shield of the Dunedain lasts 10 seconds. With a swapped item, you can get 10 extra seconds. And do I want 34% increased healing for the 10 seconds that I'm basically immune to damage, or 10 extra seconds or double duration of being immune to damage? I want double duration of immunity to damage. That's so good. I don't want to die. I want to be alive for double the duration. So you never want to have this Shield of the Dunedain effect on your rune. You only want to have this one. You have it as a swap. So that's why you also have bleed pulses. Check this out. When I swap this in, my Grave Wound is 2 seconds, damage every 2 seconds for 10 seconds. When I swap this in, now my Grave Wound is 2 seconds damage every 2 seconds for 28 seconds.
Received.
So, but you think to yourself, you say, okay, sure, but it has a cooldown of 10. So it's just going to overwrite the bleed. So why would you care about this? It doesn't overwrite the bleed. It just gives you an extra bleed. So you get 1 bleed, then you get 2 bleed, and then you have 3 grave wounds going on the target at the same time. And with the bleed damage on your weapon, plus the bleed critical damage. Oh, I guess you can't use bleed skills critical on the rune if you're using bleed pulses. Damn. I guess you can't have bleed skill critical damage. Either way, in a single target fight, because of all the bleed pulses you get, and you can stack 3 bleeds at a time with Grave Wound, it is your highest damage skill. It feels even better in an AoE, because when you actually have an AoE, if you didn't know, if a target is already hit by Cutting Attack, which is one of your bleeds, and then you hit them with Grave Wound, it spreads the Grave Wound to every target nearby. You can actually have it be AoE as well, which is very cool. I don't know why I didn't open with this. Oh. 228,000. I think that's my biggest hit I've ever done in this character. Yay. Flaws in the design? What are flaws in the design? Weapon swapping and rune swapping? I will agree with you that I personally do not like legendary item swapping. I don't like it, but it is better. So, and like dramatically so. For example, you do about 35 to 40% more damage on a hunter if you have a secondary bow that you swap between. I do not like item swapping. I don't think it's fun. I don't think it is a good thing. It is currently in the game. They have said that they have plans for a legendary item rework. I'm hoping that we'll see plans of what that is going to look like soonish, so we can kind of dig our teeth into it and think about it and get a chance to mull it over and be like, what is this going to mean for our characters going forward? But I will totally agree with you. I don't like item swapping in combat. I think that doing weapon swaps sucks. On a Warden, I weapon swap all the time. I have 3 weapon swaps that I do. I hate it. It just feels weird to use items from like 10 years ago because the current items aren't designed, or the old items were designed in such a way that they have these like insane problems. It's one of the reasons why now, if you look at some of the item sets, they've made changes. Look at my item set. Armor of Deafening Valor. My Captain's DPS shoulder pads. Hey, what's this? Maximum level 134, which means when the level cap goes up, I can't actually use this item anymore. They're doing some things to get away from old item sets. Choose your own legacies? You can always choose your own legacies to put on there. I don't think they will give you the ability to customize your own legacy. What I would love to see is a system that instead of what I would rather see is, consider this. Imagine for a moment, hypothetically, the legendary item system was as follows, okay? Just imagine. Hypothetically. If instead of having this system where you have this like replace legacy menu or whatever, where you have to replace the legacy, on the left side, you have your 7 slotted legacies, and on the right, you have all these available legacies to replace, right? Not the stats don't matter, but all of these ones, okay? And they're all buffed up, so they're all kind of balanced. And then at any given time, you have to level them up. So I have to put scrolls in to level them up, or do whatever it is to level them up. I can't weapon swap, but then before a boss fight, I can go, okay, you know what? This boss fight, I don't think I need Words of Courage healing. I'm going to swap it out. I'm going to swap in a Devastating Blow. And you can swap your legacies on your weapon just as long as you're out of combat. So then, for depending on the fight, oh, I'm playing tank now? Okay, I'm going to swap out these legacies. I'm going to swap them in for no resource cost. You can just swap in and out the legacies depending on the fight that you're working on. You can't weapon swap once you're in combat, but before combat, you can set up your items to be set up in the right way. So instead of having to get like 3 or 4 legendary swords and 3 or 4, you know, legendary emblems and 3 or 4 legendary whatever. It's just you get a legendary weapon and you get a legendary emblem, and you have to level it up, and then you can swap it out. Yeah. You still have access to all of it, you just don't always have access to all of it, and you have to decide what is the best thing to use in a situation. What combination is the best? And then also, if they make it a free swap, so they have more swaps, you know, they should just, like, I don't know, just give us the opportunity to have, I don't know. I think they should also probably make more legacies and or buff a lot of the legacies in the game. Because a lot of them are, like, one of the reasons why some of the classes don't do very well is because their legacies are just bad. That's literally why Bionic DPS sucks. It has nothing to do with the class being, like, that poorly designed. It's the legacies only scale up to 30% extra damage. Whereas a lot of other classes, like Champions, get 174% critical multiplier. So of course Champion's going to be a good DPS class. It does 174% more critical damage than Bjornings do. Bjornings blow. Joke monsters out, no swapping needed. Oh, you want a legendary weapon? You mean my cobras? That's it. I gotta have a snake though. You could also just disperse the grind, so it's there's like less tiers. What am I in combat with? I'm stuck in combat for this whole dungeon, aren't I? Yeah, an ally system that would be akin to virtues. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, at least I can loot stuff. It probably means I won't be able to loot the end chest, but I don't really care about looting the end chest. What of the idea of the brawlers? During the interview that I did with Standing Stone Games, Court of N shared with me that some intrepid players had seen some of the information about the brawler class on the on the Bull Roar client, and he was not willing to share any other information other than that they are currently working on new features for the game. That's all I got for you. Wish I had more. Yeah, make it like a gold cost. Just make it a gold cost. Like this. You know how, like, when you swap out, like, you want to respec, it costs 2 gold? It costs 2 gold to swap your legendary, like, legacies. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Same thing. Like, that's what they should do. Did I finish my coffee? Yeah, I did. Well, the thing is, I went up to the wall in the room. In the... whatchamacallit room. Shalgoth room. You're the guy who says, I serve Shalgoth. Or, no, he says something else. The other guys say, I serve Shalgoth. Oh, no, they say something. But yeah, so that's kind of... I feel like something like that might be a little bit better for the player base. Something that is still fun and good to enjoy, but it is also... it is modular and easier to interact with. The game should make its systems easy to interact with. The less nebulous something is, and the easier it is to understand, the more players will want to engage with the system. So if the system is easier to engage with and more desirable to engage with, more people will want to engage with it. And then more people will have an easier time getting to the end game. It's really hard to encourage somebody to start doing an endgame dungeon when their legendary weapon, its main legacy is like level 36, and they have like a 500 DPS bow. It's like, okay, cool, you literally do 1/5 of the damage that you're possibly capable of doing, not with no other stats considered, just your main stat on your legacy. And that's a problem. But like, if you don't know, then you don't know. Also, it was an arm that was chasing me. You were right. Got him. By arm, take that. Can't get me. I gotta say, I've got my third monitor set up, and I really like having this set up. Basically, it just means that I can more easily have like Discord and or other things. So on my other monitor, I can have Discord and Twitter. So if people are engaging with me in different capacities, I can very easily see it, which is nice. So I can be like, oh, I'm just gonna go quickly check out, you know, see if somebody responded to a message I sent them or something. Do it live. Yeah, exactly. And the game doesn't penalize you either. It's not like it's not like there's a situation in which like, oh, your stats are too low while during the regular leveling process, because the game will never throw more than like 2 or 3 monsters at you at a time, and with pretty much any amount of stats and just the leveling gear that you get from completing quests, you can beat 2 or 3 monsters, you know? And your spec is unwanted in the in-game content. Yes. Again, I don't like that. There should not be an unwanted spec. There should be fights that favor certain specs, absolutely. That, I actually think I encourage. I like the idea that there are fights that encourage specs. I like the idea that there are fights where you really want to bring a champion because you want to have that AoE DPS that a champion can bring to the party, or you want to have a warden because you want to have just that constant damage going into the boss. You know, I think it's great that there are fights that you really want to have a certain party makeup for. That's a good thing. That is good design. Fights that or classes that you don't want to bring to any combat encounter, regardless of what's going on, because they feel bad to play, is not good design. That is the problem. Yeah, but World of Warcraft manages to. Obviously, they have like an army of people, and they manage to make it so every single spec is at least viable to do all the content. They also have an army of people that make their video game. Which is like very different. Yeah, like I said, I'm writing through my dissertation on tanks. When it's done, I'll probably share it somewhere. The last thing I want to approach from like a writing perspective is DPS, because it's the thing I know the least about. I know why some things do good numbers, but I think there are people that understand how the DPS mechanics work a lot better than I do. And I think that I want to defer to people's expertise. So that's something where I would for sure pass it by a bunch of people after writing it and be like, what do you think about the information presented in this thing? So I don't want to be make the claim that I am like the be all end all most knowledgeable person about DPS. It's super not. I think that it is very incorrect and a gross oversimplification to make the claim that this game had a similar path or level of success as World of Warcraft by something that those two things share. World of Warcraft is and always has been the most popular MMORPG in the world. So, not always has been, I guess. Before 2004, there were more popular things. But they rode this insanely high wave of coming from Blizzard, a company that could do no wrong, into now Blizzard is a company that does lots of wrong, but they have an extremely good team. They basically took the people that make the food addictive at McDonald's and said, make our video game addictive. And they made and they got all the phone game people, and they all came together, and they made this really addictive experience that a lot of people, some people genuinely enjoy, and some people can't really pull themselves away from. And also, they're backed by the fact that, you know, Blizzard is a multi-billion-dollar company versus SSG, which is not. or even when they were back at Turbine. And so the decisions that get made just end up being very different. Also, I would be hard-pressed to say that this game has fallen into obscurity, because you'd be surprised at how often you see it pop up in other different places. A lot of people do know about the Lord of the Rings Online, at least tangentially in the online gaming community. I think somebody came in chat once, and they were like, oh, but no one talks about it on, like, 4chan. I'm like, who cares if anybody talks about anything on 4chan? As if it's, like, the mecca of online video gaming. Yeah, it is a, like I said, the Lord of the Rings Online has pretty much lived beyond its life expectancy and continued to thrive. And also, it should be noted that Lord of the Rings Online is not disappearing. The reason why I say that is, one, reckless conjecture, and two, the fact that Lord of the Rings Online is a game that has been around for a long time and is currently hiring. They're hiring. They're adding staff members. Not disappearing. So, you know, the game is not, like, falling and disappearing. It is more than likely growing in popularity. You don't generally hire people if you're running out of money. Yes, their marketing is also terrible. You see World of Warcraft everywhere. You don't see that. I don't know where people, like, these mobile game companies must have $1 jillion to get their marketing for their marketing budgets. Because I keep seeing these, like, mobile game ads for all these companies, and they get, there's one of them that has Elijah Wood in it. I'm like, what the hell is he doing in some mobile game company ad? Was he just bored? How much do they have to pay him? I don't know how much it costs to hire Elijah Wood to do some commercial. If it's not that much, I should check, see how much it is to hire Elijah Wood. I should get him to do a commercial for the live stream. Just Elijah Wood walks in front of a green screen and be like, watch it. And then he walks away. That's probably all I could afford. Think they need anyone to drive a tractor? It's a good question. I don't know. You should send them an email. That's what I'd recommend you do. If you're unsure about whether they need someone who can drive a tractor, I would send them an email, for sure. Yeah, the LotRO Reddit is active all the time. There's tons of people posting shit on there all the time. Yeah. It blows my mind how much money mobile games make. Like, it's not really a surprise in terms of, like, that people would be so interested in playing these games, because I understand why people would be so interested in playing them. But, oh. That's Jerry, yeah. Send him an email. Hey Jerry, I can drive a tractor real good. I think I can do some good work for SSG. I gotta leave instance. I'm joining a dungeon. I'm tanking a dungeon now, apparently. I'm dungeon. I'm not gonna do a good job, but I'm gonna do a job. These guys are gonna be like, what the hell? This guy's got no HP. It's true. I don't have any HP. But bing, bang, boom, ba. Ba? Am I lagging? Huh. Click. There we go. Yeah.
It is is on the stairs of Bagud
Absolutely.
Meckham, the gate
It is
of
it is an
winds
older
that a
game that has
decisive
older
battle
hardware
of
and
the
everything
War
else.
of Three Peaks is to be fought. There, caught between those loyal
I have a
to
healer,
Gorda
right?
the Ruthless and Hramil Frostheart, the Gabilika, hope to deal a
Load.
devastating
There
blow
we
to
go,
both of
servers.
these
Hold
forces
on, servers are
in a
catching up.
single
What the hell is this? Guy's a little tree! What? How'd he get a little tree? Damn, I've never seen that before. I'm no longer playing red captain. I'm playing a yellow captain right now. I don't know why people don't follow the tank. Yeah, sure. You have 2 healers? Hey, he's good. Oh yeah, I'm shouting all the time. Literally never ending shout. Yeah, me too. The way the Gallant display looks is fantastic. Hey, Mist, howdy doody. What's going on? How you feeling today, buddy? Oh man, if you like bad server performance, you gotta play more Dungeons and Dragons Online. That game is like a, you know, holds the international world record for bad server performance. Hey, good day, good day, good day. Is it morning still? What time is it? No, it's 1:13. Don't trick me with your morning shenanigans. And not attacking the monster? Wait, is this guy a DPS minstrel? Wait, the minstrel is DPSing? The runekeeper is healing. Alright, whatever. Fine, it's no big deal. Exactly. It's a good day. Like, I'm having a good day for sure. You know, there's no bad day here. Is it morning? You're not 2 hours behind. I thought you were 1 hour behind. I thought you were in like mountain time or whatever. It also just occurred to me, I don't know how far away things are in terms of time zone. Yeah, Captain's very easy to tank most of these things, because I just heal myself. Wait, how did that guy get aggro? He pulled aggro on... This guy literally pulled aggro on all of the monsters. Temporarily. Wait, is this guy in tank stance or something? Because if you use true heroics, it pulls aggro on... It does a taunt and it pulls all the monsters. I'm not sure. I just get the sneaky suspicion that that guy's somehow doing something screwy. I'm gonna pull all this together.
Quest.
Yeah, you wait till everything's together, and then you do the old big taunt. Drop down a cooldown. Oh, baby. Pacific Mountain Central Eastern. Oh, the Pacific Mountain Central Eastern time. Right, of course. I don't know how this guy just pulls aggro every time. I don't get it. And then all of the monsters just bounce back to me all of a sudden. It must be the champion ability I don't understand. He has some type of taunt that does something. Also, Adele Balathorn, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a fantastic day. Again, I don't get it. This champion just pulls aggro all the time, and I don't know how. I feel like he has the effect for Horn of Champions that turns his Horn of Champions into a taunt. So when he uses Horn of Champions, it then forces all of the monsters to attack him for a short period of time. I'm gonna watch. Doesn't look like it. I know it's just like drinking water and not actually helping, but I was really intensely watching that champion to see how he's pulling so much aggro. Yeah, I'm not much of a Pacific Mountain Central Eastern Time person. I'm more of an Eastern only time person. There's a squirrel right outside of my window. Been there for a while.
We have never met our match, you pitiful wormling.
We have never met our match. So in here, by the way, I tell people to kill Asbaz first. Pick it, champion. Can't champion, you're gonna die. Save yourself. Because Asbaz is more dangerous. Or Remorseless Strikes. You gotta move for Remorseless Strikes when he says, all those before me shall fall. He does a big hit, so you wanna move for that one. It's an ability called the Remorseless Strikes. Not too hard to dodge though. And maybe you'll be in Central? Oh, nice. My brother lives in Mountain Time. He doesn't live in a mountain, though. Hope somebody kicks that long draw. Or they're gonna die. Ha ha ha. Poor DPS players. Is that the healer? That's so funny, that was the healer. I try to kick everything I can. I didn't kick that long draw because I was kind of not really paying attention. That harsh call, but that was funny. What are the white rectangles and squares? Oh, the flag? Yeah, that's my flag. My banner, it's like the area of the banner. Our DPS is very low, but our damage seems to be fine enough, so that's good. Yeah, you want to kill Ozboz, the archer. As the archer applies a really harsh dot, whereas Mogrush just kind of hits you hard, and you can deal with incoming hits with block, parry, evade, but you can't deal with the bleed because you can't resist it. So you need to have as much, like you can handle the guy hitting you way easier. I do just find it mildly entertaining that the healer died because the of the 4 DPS attack in the monster no one kicked it. Interrupts. Interrupts are one of those difficult things that if you don't learn it at some point, you're so far behind because you don't know what you don't know. You don't know what you need to do, what the key steps that you're missing are. Interrupting monsters in Lord of the Rings Online in pretty much any video game is important because it stops them from casting their most dangerous spells and abilities. So you want to interrupt them as often as you can to make sure that whenever they're casting their really dangerous spells, you're like, no monsters, you cast no dangerous spells. I prevent you from doing this. I believe this is my Grimkeeper right here who is healing me. What if you slap a band-aid or super glue on it? Stop a bleed? Yeah, I wish. They don't have that invented, dude. They didn't invent band-aids. I'm just watching this champion's model to see what he's doing. Because at some point the monster's gonna attack him. Don't know why. Also, another thing I'm trying to do is keep my battle hardened buff up because it reduces the damage I take by 15%. It's very potent. I'm trying to keep that up as often as possible. And now he's not taking aggro off of me. I'm confused. It also increased my healing modifier by 40%. So when I cast my healing abilities, I can heal people for really high amounts. Also, I still have almost all of my crit up on my character. So, not almost all of it, but you know, enough. I have a 26% chance to critically heal my allies. They didn't invent magic spray. That's true. You know when you go to the beach and you get like a big cut and you just go spray that stuff on to seal it up? Yeah, I'm assuming they have some type of bandages or something, but I mean, you're in the middle of battle. You can't really apply a band-aid. You can't be like, ow, 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 you cut me. Okay, time out, time out. I gotta get a band-aid. Because you cut me. That's no fair. I'm bleeding now. So mean. Oh, come to me. Oh no. Perfect. I like to wait a second for like some of the healing aggro and stuff to go out before I use my big taunt. The problem with using the big taunt is if I do decide to use it, so I use this one, Elendil's Roar. When I use Elendil's Roar, it takes a percentage of the aggro that's already on the monster and then increases that by a certain percentage and then applies all of that to you. So if the monster has almost no threat on it yet, because no one has been hitting it, then if I use Elendil's Roar, the monsters do not want to suddenly turn and, like, you know, attack me. They'll attack me for like 1 second, and somebody will tap them because they have no threat on them, and then they'll walk away. So you want to wait like 1 or 2 seconds into the combat before you actually throw out the Elendil's Roar. Let a couple heals go out, let a couple just things that generate AoE aggro, then you can just kind of like aggro rip and pull it all back to you. And you have a higher percentage, which just lets you hold over the initial onslaught of damage coming from some of your DPS players. But sometimes you can't do that. Not too bad. Damage just mitigations. Incoming melee damage reduced by 30%, 30%, and 20% from tactical. Ooh yeah. Capped, physical, and low tactical because I don't have any tactical abilities. I am currently not using any of my tank gear. I'm just wearing my all my DPS gear.
May the frost and cold bring you closer to the mistress.
I do not think that this guy needs a lot of additional work in terms of taunting him, but we'll see. On tier 2, I think I can solo self-heal this. Where's my flag? Here we go. Uh-oh. I hope people notice that that Runekeeper is frozen. Or else this is gonna be oh no, they can't move! No! Oh, the shame. Alright, I got a double. I'm moving the boss. I don't want those people to get murdered. I basically don't need any healing. It just needs to make sure that it happens that people don't get one-shot by the boss when he does his freezing gale. So what happened there is he says, like, I will freeze you or something, and with the winds, feel the frosty winds of frosty cold. And then he turns to somebody, this. Don't stand in front of him. Goodbye. Oh, they lived! Nice! But yeah, you need to protect yourself from that. That guy's ice blocked. No. I could hit it. I'll hit the ice block. No one else is gonna do it. I got it. Do you think this guy's an enrage timer? I actually don't know. I've never had this fight go on for this long. For real. Freezing gale. Oh, buff. Ugh. Every time. We have three Runekeepers. Everybody should have DNF. Oh, and that guy's frozen in ice? Oh, rats. Oh, no. Okay. I think we'll be fine. If somebody else gets frozen, though, I have to go start breaking people out of ice. Run! Run, healer! No! No! Oh, that's why you stand behind the boss, so you can just run through him when this happens. Okay, I'm gonna go break some people out of some ice. Oh, okay, the ice is gone. Great. Okay, so on that fight, you need to watch the gale. Normally you stand in melee, so it's super easy to dodge. And also break ice blocks to free friends. Here we go. Now those guys know. Now they know. They've got their lesson. They learned it today. You know, they sat down, they got the big book of things they need to know. Boom, and now they know. Problem solved. Easy peasy. Like I said, you can do a dungeon with any group of people. You just, as long as you know the mechanic, that's not too bad. The tier 4 is a little screwy because, man, do these bosses hurt. But the tier 1 and 2 are just like, you know, pretty straightforward. Hey, what did you do? Again, I'm not wearing tank gear, so I don't really need a healer in here, though, I don't think. That's the best part about being a captain tank. Don't have a healer, don't have a problem. Is Buddy Boy over here healing me? Yes, he is. Oh. I wish I had stun immunity, though. If we had a Lore Master, Lore Master stun immunity is great. Big fan. See, I don't know what he did, but Dragon Evil just pulled aggro. And then they all bounce back to me. I don't know what is causing that to happen. I couldn't tell you. It's also important to note that a lot of captains won't use Gallant Display as often as I do. I use Gallant Display all of the time. I really like this ability. I think it's very good. But there are a lot of people out there that just don't use it very often. So, to each their own. I use it a lot because it just applies a heal to the entire group. And it also bumps up the extra healing that you get from Inspire, another spell that I use all of the time. Again, some captains don't use Inspire ever, but I like trying out Inspire. There's a couple reasons for that. One is, as I said, it's just the extra healing. It takes pressures off of the Minstrel or Beorning or whoever you happen to have healing in your group. And then two, it's self-preservation. You know, this one button when I press it is going to heal me for like almost 150,000 over 15 seconds. So that's pretty good. Probably even more with my incoming healing rate bonuses. Similarly, every time I decide to throw out Gallant Display, this ability heals me for, what, that was like 16,000 right there? I think that was not the right ability. I think it was more than that. Hard to tell which one. Oh, that was 59,000 was the Gallant Display on the crit. So my character has a bunch of incoming healing. Right now, my incoming healing is 22.8%. I can bump it up even higher. How does this guy get aggro? Why does he have aggro? I don't get it. So there I am, Captain Healing, and I'm doing 60k on the whole party. which is pretty sweet. That's why I like to run it for both both Red Captain and Yellow Captain. I like to have all the extra healing. I'm a more healing focused person. I like to buff up people and prevent people from dying. Depends on how close you are to an enrage, but I feel like more healing is usually better than the alternative. Freaking squirrel! It's on my window. It's making so much noise. Beat them to death. This phase lasts almost 0 amount of time. I'm just gonna still.
What are you doing, you imbeciles? Kill them! How dare you put me down?
And now we just kind of relax.
Listen to me!
I deeply enjoy this boss and its animations. Some people don't like the fact that the guy talks so much, but I actually find it perfectly fine. I really like it. Braz and Ulk has a lot of character. Braz and Ulk, beat them to death. Hey. Also, if one of these smashing things goes through, I have to blow a cooldown or I die. So, I am hopeful. It is Horn of Gondor. This guy is the Horn of Gondor talk. 100%. I just heard the horn go off. And I can't pull it off of him. I knew it. Knew this guy had Horn of Gondor. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about afterwards. Whoa. There's his Crusher. And Last Stand. Oh, it actually did half of my life. Alright. Apparently it doesn't hit as hard in Tier 2. But yeah, in Tier 3 and up, if you don't interrupt all of those things, your tank instantly dies. Unless they blow a huge cooldown. So I used my Last Stand to get through that. But yeah. We're good. Someone got that. Nice. Every class in the game has an interrupt. Sometimes it's hard because people will get excited and interrupt the first ability, and then they won't interrupt another one. They won't be able to interrupt the second one. That's why classes like Champion are really nice, because Clobber is basically always off a cooldown, with a 5-second cooldown total. I don't think I've ever had this boss fight take this long. It's kind of neat. Having like the slightly different experience than you're used to. When you spend all your time playing with like people who kind of know exactly what they're doing all the time. Thanks. Well, it's fun. Smiley face. When you spend a bunch of time playing with people who know exactly what they're doing, and they're like doing hundreds of thousands of DPS, you kind of forget what some of the mechanics are in some of these dungeons. It makes me wonder if there are more situations in like raids where we can get through by having slightly less DPS but slightly more, you know, defense, among other things. Also, welcome to the stream, Fahrenheit Teeps. Hope you've had a good time. Hope you enjoy the content. And you're like, man, this guy slaps.
Be wary, my
Listen to him
friends.
talk about
Evil spoils these grounds.
mediocre experiences doing dungeons or something. Ugh. Sorry, I just suddenly had an allergy attack. Had to start sneezing. Something is wrong. My health is too high. I have hope. That's why. In this LotRO circle of friends? Nice! I made it! That's what I call success. In the circle of friends. Hell yeah, dude. It's all about making friends on the internet. Like, there's, you know, I don't have enough time to, like, make enemies or, like, get frustrated with people, you know what I mean? Just meet cool people and be like, yo, what's up, you're cool, let's do a dungeon or whatever, you know what I mean? Also, Acuity, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm not a singer, and I have a horrible, horrible singing voice. Although before the pandemic hit, my buddy and I, we used to play Rock Band all the time, and I would do the guitar, because, you know, I'm a total loser. I can't play guitar, but I can play the shit out of some Guitar Hero / Rock Band. So I can play the guitar on the expert mode and getting the 5 stars and doing all the songs and doing the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. And then, but then sometimes, because they keep uploading songs to the service, even though you can't actually buy the peripherals. So I'd be like, yo, we'd do a song, and then I was like, hey, I like this song, can I sing this song too? And then I got the mic stand and set it up, and I was like, yeah. And then I realized I have newfound respect for people that can sing and play instruments at the same time, because it is impossible. It is so hard on your brain to do the precision that you need to do to, like, play an instrument properly and do a song, and then also be able to sing along with it, even if you know the words, and like, you're singing the song. It's still just, for me, it was so overwhelmingly challenging. So I have a newfound respect for anybody that can play a song and sing it at the same time. All these piano people and guitar people and people that probably play on their instruments, and most of the wind instruments probably don't work. You can probably do it with a harp. I mean, in LotRO, they have, like, literally the elves do it. When you go into places and you're like the... And there's, like, the... in the background, and you know that's the same person. That's one person doing that harp. That heavenly noise. Exactly. That's why I like to be, like, optimistic about the game, because I don't get anything from being pessimistic about it. Does that make sense? Like, you might be sitting out here, and you might think that the people that make this game have no idea what the fuck they're doing. But that thought doesn't help you. It doesn't make you feel better about your experience. It doesn't help you with anything else. So, I'm not saying that you should always be, like, happy-go-lucky and like, yeah, everything is good all the time. I've never had a bad thought in my life because I am from a dystopian universe where there's thought police involved. But I don't know. I like to be more optimistic about the stuff, or if I am unhappy with something, I like to have levels of criticism that are also able to be understood clearly. I like to be constructive. So I definitely want to be, so let's just say, for example, I find a situation that I don't like. For example, I don't like the current tank meta. You know what I want to do? Write a long dissertation about what I feel each tank strength is, and talk about it and examine it, and try to understand what's going on. Whether that helps anybody or changes something, I don't know. Whether it influences opinion, I don't know. But I would rather do that than just go, but Guardian bad. Me won't like Guardian. It's not good. Captain better Guardian. Me want play Guardian, but me can't. Me upset. You know what I mean? I don't like to do that. I like to think critically and sit down and process my thoughts and my information. How do I feel about something? It's one of the reasons why very often someone will say something in the live stream here, and I won't, not to be like a jerk, I will literally be like, what do you mean? Can you explain to me in a little bit more detail so I can understand? Because, especially if somebody doesn't like something, they'll be like, I don't like this thing. I'll be like, okay, what don't you like about it? Sometimes just that simple question, what don't you like about this thing, can sometimes just make you think, like, you have to put into words, put pen to paper, what it is you're thinking. You know what I mean? Oh my god, is that guy doing Rakothes? I need to do that. Did I do that this week? Raid locks? No, I didn't. I gotta do that. Exactly. But that's what I mean. So, I don't think there's anything wrong with being critical of somebody. I don't think there's anything wrong about being critical of the game, the design decisions that they make and stuff, but being critical is different than being unconstructive.
My work
You can be critical and not agree with the decisions that are being made, while also either providing insightful feedback, even if that insightful feedback is just describing what you don't like. Right? That's a huge deal. Being able to easily describe to somebody what's something that you don't like, it makes it so that that person can easily understand you and be like, I understand. I know where you're coming from. Right? Like, I'll give you an example. Imagine for a second,
or have you misguided fools come to destroy my life's work?
imagine, I'll give you an example, a situation in which you are you're playing a video game and you encounter a bug, okay? You have multiple ways in which you can bug report it. You can bug report it by just, so you're filling out the bug report form. You can say, this quest didn't work. I did a quest, didn't work. That's kind of helpful in that it, you now know that quest has a problem with it. But you don't know what it is, the context in which it is there something, like, what's related to it? You have no idea where this is coming from. Right? So you need information, you don't have context. What were you doing? How did you create this bug? What isn't working? Maybe it's something that is actually intended, but the person is perceiving it as not working. I don't know. So these are all questions. Also, insane young man, Rorin style, wonderful, beautiful. Might not be a man, might be a woman. Really, you can be anything you want. Has gifted out 10 subs to my community. That's crazy. I am flabbergasted. I'm poorly lit. And I'm astounded. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that support. And welcome to the Shrim team. 20... What?
Quest completed.
What? This guy's insane. What happened? Bro,
Quest completed.
I'm just... What? This is crazy. This is literally crazy. I am astounded right now. Thank you so much for the support. And the 20 subs. Welcome to Stream Team Gabloosh, Agitate Dandroid, or Agitated Android. It's Terra, Punisha09, Side Effect, Break Limit, GG, Unknown Lifeform, Eatin' a Sandwich, Googs, Cleavebeard, also continuing your own sub. Thank you. Stalprins, Whitdoors, Witchjack, Predomorph, Vinic29, Budley Allen, 4 numbers, MN Developer, Linuxi, Ilbusco, and Kludjix1. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I am very appreciative and eternally grateful. That is very, very kind of you. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. Holy macaroni.
Vile sorcery looms over the field as the most powerful allies of the Red Terror are summoned forth.
Can I have DNF, please, in case to die?
Quest complete.
But dude, that is so nice of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Did this guy DNF somebody else? I don't know. Give me DNF.
Quest completed.
But, oh my god. I hope you're enjoying the stream and that everything is good. I got off topic. We were talking about something about giving constructive feedback about things that you like. This is going to be helpful for every aspect of your life. But I am very, very much appreciative of this show of support. Thank you so much.
Quest completed.
But yeah, be constructive when it comes to different levels of feedback that you get back. This also applies to every single aspect of your life. If somebody gives you a piece of food, you don't have to give it in the utmost detail. You don't have to be like a superhero and be like, you know, examining everything like an expert at whatever. But if you don't like something, or you do like something, you need to be able to identify these things. That's just pattern recognition. You should be able to understand your own biology and the things that you do or don't like. So if you play a video game and you have a negative experience, you don't have to describe what to fix or anything else. You just have to know what it is you don't like. You know, I had a bad time doing this raid. Why? Oh, because the raid didn't really work for my class. Why not? I felt like I couldn't do enough, and I wasn't helping out as much as I wanted to do. oh, okay, cool. That's great feedback. It's super useful. It's valuable. It's easy to understand. You know, it's something that can be like worked on by somebody who's like reading it. They can understand what you're saying. As I said, feedback comes in many different layers, but it is always going to be something that is sometimes has different levels of usefulness, but is generally pretty much always going to be some like useful if you can describe it properly. Yeah, exactly. You can go on the game and say, man, this fucking sucks. It's like how I've seen this parroted all over the place, and I find it so annoying. People going about the Feywild loot. You see it literally all the time. All the time on the Dungeons & Dragons Online subreddit. The new Feywild expansion just came out. Almost every comment is, the Feywild loot sucks. But there are 0 comments about why. Not a single person can take the time to type out what they don't like about it. Like, people have the opinions. I've had discussions in my Discord with some smart people who will take the time to write out why they don't like it. But on these places and on these forums, and even on the official game forums, people literally just write, this loot is trash. No words extra. Just, the loot is trash. So, like, what do you do? It's like, oh, okay, well, your opinion is trash, basically. You know? I have no use for what you just said. Totally valueless. Please give me constructive feedback. Well, there are straight-up problems with this game. I talk about them all the time. Legendary items are too hard to understand from a regular player's perspective, right? It takes way too long to get into and learn that system. It takes too long to acquire trait points. Acquiring your class trait points is one of the most impactful and fun parts of your character, and you have to do a bunch, like at least 200 hours of potentially unfun or repetitive content that you've already done that doesn't add to your experience or make you enjoy it more. It's a problem, and they should find a solution to that problem. There is major imbalance between the different tank classes, support classes, and DPS classes, and they need to find ways to shuffle these things to be a little bit closer and clearly define why you want to bring each individual thing. There are major problems, and if enemies, like raid bosses, get too many debuffs, the game stops working. These are all huge problems, and I'm not going to step away from. But being able to identify them, find the root causes, and think about it is so much more useful than, but the game is bad. Me no like game, because game bad. So if you ever have the thought that you don't like something, just ask yourself, why don't I like it? Not question it as in you're supposed to, say, like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't dislike things. Disliking things is great. I don't like World of Warcraft, and I love not liking World of Warcraft. That game sucks. But I know why I don't like it. And I can clearly define it. And I think it's just important, Your personality is the things that you like and you don't like. It's some aspect of it. If you don't know why you don't like something, that's a problem. It's like if you don't know, like you don't have to know these things, but it just helps you understand yourself a little bit better. You become more, what's that thing called? Self-aware. That's it. Umac. No, I already have it. Ass. I already have little Mumek. I don't know if I'm ever going to get this dungeon done. I have one more dungeon to do. Defeat a scaling instance. And a Gondorian scroll. Get my last weekly done. 3,000 virtue XP. 2,000 virtue XP. Is that 2,000 virtue XP? I thought that was 3,000. What a bunch of baloney. Why is it only 2,000? I've been bamboozled this entire time. But yeah, it's just good for like self-awareness to know what it is you do and don't like. Helpful in many different aspects of your life. And taking ages now? Yeah, that's the Lord of the Rings launcher. Thanks. I didn't even check to see if I got the right coins. I'm just gonna assume they did it right. I have faith in these people that I just played with one time. Alright, can I get this dungeon done before I find something more fun to do? That's the question. But yeah, so like I said, I have no issue with being critical of things. I have issues with being of unproductive, like unproductive thought, I guess, if that makes sense. Which isn't to say you shouldn't be allowed to have unproductive thoughts. You shouldn't be, like, I'm not saying, oh, you can't call something trash. Just you have to be aware that your actions have repercussions, and that, yes, people will think you are a complete fucking moron. Apologize for the language, but it's a reap what you sow sort of thing. It's sort of like freedom of speech. You can say whatever you want, but you have to be aware that there are repercussions to the things that you say, that you accept when you say things that you want to say. I remember I got into like a bit of a discussion with somebody. It was basically about the topic of like conversation and the ability to say things. And they were like, I want to be able to say whatever I want, wherever I want. And I'm like, you can. And they're like, no, you can't. People get upset at me when I say certain things in certain places. I'm like, but you can say them. I'm really confused. You just said you can say these things. We both just talked about how you said you can. But people will get upset. I'm like, yeah, that's called consequences. It turns out that if you go into an airport and then you make a very, very poorly timed bomb joke, then yes, you do get investigated and or removed from the airport. There's just consequences to your actions.
I have painstakingly
It's the magic of speech.
from every corner of Middle Earth. My work is never
So, and that's one of the reasons why, like I said, when I make YouTube videos or other things, I don't delete people's comments. Unless they're, like, obvious spam bots. Like, I delete spam bots all day. I'm like a spam bot catcher. Catch them all, man. What, you want to have a shady link to a website on my video? Not today. I don't need to watch Frozen 2 in HD. Delete that shady link.
Address yourselves. Why have you come? What knowledge do you seek? Or have you misguided fools come to destroy my life?
But people having, like, either dissenting opinions, conflicting opinions, or saying things that are very incorrect, I just leave up.
As I told the Lady of Blight, nothing for nothing. Come closer.
I don't know.
Allow me to see what you have seen. What nightmares still haunt your dreams?
I'm not a
What have
scholar.
the chronicles to say about you?
I would certainly be lying if I told you I understood either both the letter of the law in about almost any law, or what a lot of bigger concepts mean. I only understand them in the context of which I think they make sense. I'm a big fan of physics, you know, and that every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Here it is said you ventured into the depths of.
Yeah, these guys are running all crazy like.
Show me what.
Like, you know, the
horrors
what was
awaited
that guy's name?
A great demon displaced
Einstein?
by the Balrog, known to
That guy?
use Durin's
He had some good ideas. Was it Einstein? No, it was
living
Newton.
among the wheels of
Tree Man.
water.
Yeah, with the old apple and all that good stuff. Guy's like a very gravelly voice. Nope. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so be constructive and also be compassionate.
No match for yours.
If you've watched my stream, those are like the things I try to preach the most. Be constructive and be compassionate. Be constructive in terms of, you know, being able to understand your personal opinions about things and be able to describe them to people. It's one of the reasons why there's an experiment where you can do, which is basically the guy at the bus stop experiment, where, like, imagine your idea that you are imagine the idea that you are trying to explain a complicated idea to somebody, imagine if the person's like a guy at a bus stop who has no idea what you're talking about. Can you still explain your idea to that person and have them understand you? And that's the kind of level you want to understand at least yourself and your own personal opinions. And then, in terms of like comprehension. And then, like I said, just compassion. Be compassionate towards other people. People are going to be different than you. They're going to have different ideas. And they might be coming from a different background. You might say, this game is insanely easy. You may also raid with the best players in the game. Somebody else might not raid with the best players in the game. They might never play with other players. They might almost exclusively play solo. How do you reconcile these ideas? So be compassionate towards others and their experiences. Yeah, I don't believe in saying whatever you want with no consequences. I believe in saying whatever you want with consequences. I'm a huge fan of consequences to actions. Although slander and libel are like really weird concepts. Not conceptually. I think that you can understand why these things are ideas, but mostly I call them weird concepts because the definition is probably very broad, and I'm sure you could find a lot of things that would either fall under slander or libel, or find ways to have stuff that falls under these different umbrellas. It's one of the reasons why I'm not a lawyer, and I don't provide legal counsel towards people, because it is a very complicated profession with a lot of rules and ideas that you need to be paying attention to. And yeah, assault is effectively communication in speech. The speech isn't just saying things, it is also actions. Because a silent protest is speech. Madness. It's the conveyance of ideas towards others.
Now, let us turn to the tale
exactly.
of one of your most hated foes. Long ago, the lord of a failing dwarf clan sought immortality. A futile attempt to hold...
It's like, I don't advocate the use of violence to handle a situation that can obviously be handled with a form of speech. Communication and talking to each other is what we've spent millennia to evolve. So why don't we do that? Why don't we have a system where we can solve our problems amongst one another with just communication and good, good wholesome dialogue? But that being said, when I watch a video of like some drunk dude harassing somebody on the street, or like harassing like a shop owner, and then like the shop owner gives him the old haymaker and knocks him out, I'm like, hell yeah. I don't encourage that type of action, but it already happened, and it is very satisfying to watch. It is still a crime and shouldn't be done, but it is very satisfying to watch. There's only power and fear. But yeah. Oh, why did I walk into that? Man, I'm bad at this game. Yeah, my point is, just be nice. Be nice to other people. And if you don't understand somebody's point of view, find out. Ask questions. Again, it's one of the reasons why I actually like doing the developer interviews sometimes, is because, not sometimes, I usually like doing them, but one of the reasons why I enjoy doing it is because there are a lot of people that make the incorrect assumption that the people that make this game literally don't care about it or like it or have no passion towards the project, which just sounds crazy. The video games industry is one of the many industries of passion, where people get underpaid because it's the work of passion. You're just so passionate about it, you want to come in on the weekend unpaid, and you want to work late and an extra 2 hours every day unpaid, because it's an industry of passion. Which I'm not saying that's specifically what's happening there, but that is literally what happens a lot in the video game industry. You can look at like a lot of different companies and you'll find the same stories, regardless of the size of your company, because that's the whole point. It's supposed to be like, well, you love video games, right? And you want to make this good video game, so so we're gonna make it and tough it out. these people do this because they're passionate about it. They love the video games. They want to have a good time.
Proven I know your entire history.
And they get really excited about the work that they do. It feels to me like it's kind of sad that they don't get the opportunity to talk about that more. There aren't either more like interviews or different types of things where they like have like a show where they go on and they talk about their stuff. You know, Jerry gets his opportunity to go up and talk about some stuff. But it's a very different experience than seeing somebody that made something. It's one of the reasons why when I did my DDO interview, 2 of the staff members, Steelstar and Linabelle, are systems designers. So they literally just talked about systems. They were like, yeah, we had this system where we had these math and the numbers, and this didn't work, and we had to change this, and we felt bad contributing to a problem, and this is why we did this. And it's so insightful and interesting, because you're like, oh wow, they put a lot of thought into this problem, and they, you know, it's kind of neat to have that little peek behind the curtain about how something works. And they talked about like data tables and something, and you can be like, oh, I know what that means. I'm like an expert now. I'm like a video game guy, because I understand what they said about those data tables that I'm familiar with. And I don't know, it's just it feels, or it's a cool experience to be able to share that sort of thing. But you know what else is a cool experience? Emptying your bladder. I gotta hit the washroom. However, it's been 3 hours and we haven't played a single ad, so I'm gonna take a quick break and also play an advertisement. If you don't like seeing advertisements because you hate them, then consider subscribing to the stream, and then you never see an ad ever again, and it helps support what I do so I can keep doing this every day. I'll be right back.
Now then.
It is so dark in this room. I come back and I'm like, man, my room is like a pit of abyss. Cold, dark, and cold. Alright, where am I going? I am going to here. Anak Kurfu. I have more missions to get done. Okay. I couldn't find this. I don't know if it's here. Is there? I don't think there is. Are there quests to do the roving threats? I didn't see any quests to do the roving threats in the new expansion, and I don't know where I'm supposed to get them. So I haven't done that yet. I haven't done any of the roving threats in the War of Three Peaks. Because I saw the monsters and I soloed one and I didn't get anything from it, so I wasn't sure if I did it wrong. If I was supposed to pick up something somewhere. Is unlocked quests will pop up when approached like Nazgul's? Oh, how do I unlock the daily? I did the quest deed. Because for the Elder Slade, as far as I know, I have almost all the deeds done. I just don't have the Slayer done, but I have everything else. And I'm still working on the missions. I haven't done as many missions as I would like to. But that's still something that I'm working on. is trying to figure that out. Oh, I didn't do the battlegrounds of the Elder Peaks deed, I guess. Peel off. Yes, thank you. The mission thing. Ice. Let's... Next to missions, there's 8 daily quests for the war effort. Oh, is there? Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to go check that out after this. Destroy the cold worm nest. I don't think I've done all the missions. I'm in combat apparently though. Uh-oh. No, the monsters didn't load. Ah! This is one of the reasons why I didn't actually work on the Slayers. Because I was like, I'm gonna get the Slayers eventually once all of the actual monsters show up. The monsters are loud. Might of free mill. Oh no! He has like a buff on himself? Does almost 0 damage? Alright. Good, yes. Oh, it's like a blizzard in place. Interesting. I don't think I've ever let that go off. Very cool, actually. If you just let it go, it creates this blizzard that stays for an hour. Oh my gosh. Look at the duration on that thing. Also, Black Pearl. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. You know, hanging out. We're doing some LotRO, going through some of the new missions and stuff. And I'll hopefully check out some of those cool dailies and see if I can't figure out why I don't have them. Because I haven't finished out maxing out my virtues on this character, and that is the next step. And we're working on it slowly. Slowly but surely. Working on Zeal next. And, God, there's so many virtues that you need to max out in this game. But it turns out if you just go through every single zone and do every single deed, then you'll have all of your virtues maxed out, I think. I don't know if that's actually true, if you can just get it by doing everything except weekly, like without doing weeklies. I still have one more weekly to do today, which is the Nazgul weekly. So we're going to be doing that for sure as well, for an extra 3,000 virtue XP. Oh, we'll organize that in a bit. Hey, howdy do, Tyler. What's up? You got something good going on today? Hopefully. Or not. I mean, it's Tuesday. Still early in the week. You guys remember, like... You probably don't remember this, because you probably are, like, adults and grown-ups who live these experiences. But I remember there was a time when I used to be like, oh, God, I can't wait for Friday. But now I don't really feel that, because I stream 7 days a week. And also make the videos and stuff. So I don't really have a weekend anymore. So I don't think to myself, oh man, I can't wait for Friday. I kind of just like keep going. It's kind of strange actually. So I kind of lose track of what day it is. I am not joking. There's an uncomfortable number of times during the week where I turn to my roommate and I go, what day is it? So like, I don't know. It's like when I had to get my hair cut. I went on the wrong day because I didn't know what day it was because I was just like, I don't know. If my Google Calendar doesn't go up, I just kind of don't really pay attention to what day it is. I have it all set up ahead of time. Which sounds really bad. I should go outside more. Well, probably not because of the pandemic, but... I should find a way to make it easier and safer to go outside more. I don't think the nests are down here. Oh, I see it. There. 2 months straight, tomorrow's your first day off? Dude, 2 months straight, that's crazy. I don't know how you've been doing that. But it's definitely a well-deserved break. It'll be nice. One of the things that people usually ask is be like, oh, do you have anything planned? But then I'm also like, no, wait. If I was working for 2 months straight, I don't want anything planned. I want to just space. I just want to relax and just... Taking a walk down your street. Yeah, but it's so busy. I live in this crazy downtown core. And it's like, ugh. Alright. So, this. Now, where do I get the weekly from? It's a guy near here. I have the quartermaster who I have to bring him Elder Slade supply packs. Maybe I have to do that first. Hey, Lost Me, how you doing? Although I don't think it's that guy. And I have this guy, the quartermaster for the Gabilica. I don't know. I still have my rep boost going. Today I'll do a little DDO with my TR buddy. This day I'll do a little Baldur's Gate 3 with them. Nice, there you go. Doesn't look like I have it unlocked. Huh. I don't know what to do to get it unlocked. I did all the quests. And I guess maybe I need to have the full Slayer deed to get the Elder Slade saddle? Not sure. Wait, which quests didn't I do? There are some I did not do. Oh, I probably have to do the book quest. That's probably what it is. Or maybe it's this one, the Battle of Azagburzu? Because these are all the small group quests. I didn't do these because the War Trolls have like 10 million health, and they just take forever to kill. And collect the medallions and Gorgar trophies. That's probably it. Elder Slade the war effort. Marching to bed missions for the cause. Oh, you have to do this tomorrow. Oh, this gives scrolls empowerment and crystals. That's kind of neat. I'll do all the missions, and then maybe I'll just go slam my way through 10 million health trolls. Yeah, absolutely. It's the little things. I really like that. Taking small steps is great. I think that's something a lot of people potentially lose sight on, is how good it is to take small steps, how beneficial it is overall for like your mental health, and how much easier it is to tackle tasks. It is very difficult to tell yourself, like if you think about, you know, how much, it's one of the reasons why things are broken down, right? Think about like your rent. If you pay $1,000 a month for wherever you live, then you have to pay $12,000 a year. Do you want to pay $12,000 a year? No, and that also potentially might be a seemingly insurmountable task. Oh, I'm gonna get stunned, I forgot. That being said, the task of, you know, spending all of this money, I'm about to get stunned and I just accidentally used my stun break already. An idiot. Oh well, I did the dungeon, so it doesn't matter. Screw you, wargs. Oh, what, do I have 1,000,000 bleeds? I don't care. Ah! But if you break it down in little bits, it's much easier to overcome. You know, it's like you decide you want to get a six-pack in 3 months. That might be a hard task to accomplish. But if you tell yourself, I'm going to go to the gym and do a routine twice a week. Oh, I forgot to grab the reward. I do that so often. At least half of the time, I forget to actually pick up the reward. It's okay, I don't need the Gabalak marks. They are useless. They serve no purpose. Sorry, I was responding to a message I received on Discord. And oh, I got my new mission.
For your continued effort, I grant you the rank of Iskaz of the Gabilaka. It is well earned, my friend.
Alright, well, I'll do that in a bit. I got more missions to do. What is this? There's like something that stings in my leg. What is this? There's like a stick. There's like some stick. I just found the stick in my clothing. How is that possible? I don't even go outside. What? I don't even go outside of my house. I'm like really weirded out. Sorry, I'm like distracted by how weird that is. It might not seem that weird, but you know, lots of people have, you know, get articles of plant debris on them. It's not the most uncommon thing. Oh, great, bats. Oh, they all call reinforcements. I forgot about this aspect of this dungeon. I'm about to be descended upon by a deluge of enemies. That's probably fine. It's fine. Everything is cool. Keep hitting the monsters. Eventually they'll all die. Or maybe they won't. I'm not sure. I don't think they can summon more than one set of reinforcements. That's probably good enough. Also, Tyler the Drow, incredibly kind young man. Oh my god. You're like overwhelming me. I feel so loved today. I feel loved every day. That's not true. I feel like I'm getting a warm... I always have a warm hug appearing around me of care and support. But still, thank you so much. That is so kind of you, man. I really appreciate that. Gifting out 5 subs to the Strim Tom community. This guy, he's going to work every day. He's working in the coal mines, doing literally everything he can do, and yet he still takes the time to give to me. And I really appreciate that. So welcome to the Strim team, Mobster Cassidy, Raz fucking Cascadist, Crazy6913, and Drenemy. Drenemy? Drenemy. I dream of Genie. That's where my thought brain goes with that. Coal mines? I'm assuming some kind of mine. I'm assuming you work in a mine somewhere. If somebody tells me that they work for like 2 months straight, I'm like, oh yeah, in the mines. That just makes sense. Alright, I gotta find Doofenst. Oh, I don't know where this guy is though. Is it the goblins up here? I think it's the goblins up here. So one of the things I like to do while doing this is just quickly get my bleeds to start propagating. So you throw out a cutting attack and then a grave wound. This is the wrong way. Because you can do it pretty much while walking, and it'll kill 1 or 2 monsters as you're going through some of these things. Ugh, the knockback. It's like the combustion all over again. Okay, hold on. This is a bad idea. Computer repair business you started. You like working, keeping yourself busy, but you hate customer service. Yo, customer service is a field I don't ever want to work in again, and I may end up having to work in customer service at some point in my life again, but I don't want to. I did customer service for 11 years, a little longer, maybe, like 11 or 12 years, and I'm done. No more customer service. No, I'm not going to process your refund. I don't have patience to deal with you. Please leave. Oh, man. It was definitely not something I ever want to do again. It's a great place to learn compassion, though. Be compassionate towards the experiences of others. How do you learn about being compassionate towards the experiences of others? Well, you can learn about how uncompassionate some other people are and say, you know what, I really don't want to be like that. I don't want to be somebody who's completely devoid of compassion or understanding. These completely psychotic, brainless zombies that is the consumer comes in and assumes all these crazy problems. Please process my refund of 400 gift subs. No problem. You got it. I will have your refund done. However, this is a one-man operation, so obviously it's going to take a little bit of time. So your refund will be completed by January 1st of 2275. And you can count on by that date, your refund will be fully processed here from the stream. Yep. It'll be done by 2275. Somebody will get on it. There's a bit of a backlog. We currently have one refund that is being processed, and so you'll have to wait until 2275. January. But it's going to happen. Is there actually a refund? Yes, your refund. You just submitted it. $22.75. In fact, you just actually asked a question that's going to make our team take a little bit longer to process the questioning of the refund itself, and so it might take a little bit longer. I would consider ensuring that you wait probably at this point now. 23:51 is probably the earliest that we can now get to it with this additional request of a question. Our questioning department has a lot on their plate with the additional question that they received, so it might be a little bit overwhelming for them at this point. Yes, I love it when my hireling, my herald, is not here. Herald, come to me. Yes, I know he casts Fury of Gorgar. Gotcha. Use retail until you lost any compassion for evil. No, for me it was the opposite. I am as compassionate as I can towards people that I don't know, because you never know the experience that someone else is having. It oftentimes happens if you take, especially when you become a manager, you just take some time. You have to talk to the stupid, horrible, awful customers that you're dealing with. And when you talk to them, oftentimes they'll have understandable problems. They'll have levels of frustration that are not always going to be generated from the product or thing that they're experiencing. Yes, some people are complete lunatics and jerks and want nothing more than to ruin your day intentionally because they're bitter and angry about a product or service. 100%. But there are a lot of people out there that they're having a bad day because it was 10 different things that happened to them all at the same time. They missed a bus. They dropped their milk on the way home that they just purchased. They're having all these other problems, and they just don't handle their anger, their frustration very well. And we've all been there, you know? Your Herald is great. He's my Herald of War. He's a good guy. I always get questions as to why I use this one. Why would you use any of the other shapes? Why would I use anybody other than Herald? Oh, yeah, you can get the Oathbreaker. It's a cool ghost. Yeah, but this dude is trucking it out here to Gundabad wearing friggin'... Look at this robe. He's just got this robe going on. You know, he's got this leather pouch deal with a strap for that red cloth. I don't know what the heck's going on there. He's trying to hold in his gut. My drinking buddy. Comes with me to every war. It's really hard to overcome that. Oh, it's your birthday on the 24th? Nice, congratulations. Do I feed him? No, he feeds himself. Like I said, we go drinking sometimes. And I assume that there's, like, my gold goes down, and Harold is still with me, so I'm assuming he just buys stuff and puts it on the tab, you know what I'm saying? Does he not earn a living wage? He serves the cause, my good man. He is a member of the Army of the Free Peoples of Eriador, and he serves the cause. So do I pay him? I pay him in honor, in valor, in victory, and decisive victory in battle. Okay? He gets the opportunity to be on a crack team, and realistically, that experience can't be got anywhere else. If you're my Herald, you get the opportunity to see the many parts of Middle-earth, the depths of Moria, the heights of Gundabad, and sometimes stare down a Balrog or two. Can you do that when you work for someone else? Don't think so. I really don't think there are other people that are hiring right now that are going to give you the opportunity to have these groundbreaking experiences. Literally groundbreaking, because some of the things you will see will shatter the earth, and maybe Harold falls down some of those pits every once in a while. But he always comes back. Exposure? No. Experience. It's an internship. He's an unpaid intern, that's all. Can I buy ale using honor? No, unfortunately. Yeah, when I go and I stay at an inn, I have Harold. He just waits outside. He just sleeps on the ground up front. That's why his clothes are like that was actually like a brown robe, but now it's like almost like black with soot and dust. Because he sleeps on the ground a lot. But he likes it. He likes sleeping on the ground. Poor Harold. It's true. I'm not the best boss in the world. But thanks to me, he does get to see some unique things, so it's not the worst. It's far from the best, but it's not the worst. And that's where I like to sit, you know? That's where I think of like my career, my ability to do things. The best? No, but I'm not the worst. It's good enough. Unionize Harold. The Heralds of Hope, War, and Victory have banded together to no longer take the orders of their captains in the army of the free peoples of Eriador. Okay, I'm just making sure there's a ramp here. If there's no ramps, monsters get stuck all over the place. That's a stupid problem. Yeah, poor Harold. Like I said, he's not too bad. He does die a lot, and I have to replace him pretty often. The problem with Harold is he doesn't really get frontal AoE. He doesn't understand it. He's like he's the player that I complain about all the time who stands in front of the boss. He has a bad habit of doing that. Harold would have a better time on some of these adventures if he could figure that one out. If he could just stand behind the boss, that'd be great. But yeah, he can't figure that one out. He stands right in front of that boss all the time. All the time. I need to kill one more Overseer. Excavator? Overseer. Who called him Harold? Absolutely. That's a good name for those that stand in front of the boss. I mentioned this 100 times. You might not know video games that well. You might not be sure exactly what some of the mechanics are, but I can almost guarantee you that if you are not playing as a character who is designed to be a tank of some kind, standing in front of the boss is always a bad idea. Don't stand in front of the boss. Just don't do it. Don't do it. If you can, there's so many other places to stand. Just don't go in front of the boss. And I encourage all of you to take the time to examine your own gameplay and don't stand in front of the boss. If there's a big monster, don't stand in front of it. If it's got a lot of health, don't stand in front of it. If somebody else is standing in front of it, and then the boss is facing them, stand behind them. You want to stab people in the back. It might be like, I want to fight with honor. Don't fight with honor. Don't stand in front of the boss, because the boss is going to beat you to death. That's what happens. That's what you get. In exchange for your honor, you get beaten to death. So be very careful about that. The magic of the Frostbound. I think I've already done these ones. Beat Frostcaller 2 Ghost. Is that it? Beat some guy. Beat a Hobgoblin. Whoop! Hey, I found Frostcaller 2 Ghost. I wonder what the consequences of this action is going to be. That guy jumped down the pit. It's very convenient. And Harold is out of range. Oh, Harold is running the whole way, dude. Uh-oh. Harold, get stuck and despawn. Oh, Harold is not getting stuck, and he is not despawning. Oh, God. Oh, what have I done? Harold, my boy. Oh, God. The consequences are dire. It's actually fine. I can tank this, no problem. But it's mostly funny. Terrible exchange rate. Honor equals beat to death. Yeah, it just happens. You know, I try to fight with honor. I fight guys with swords. You know, I'm not out here using like explosives on these hobgoblins. I'm fighting them sword off sword. But man, if there's a really big mean one, yeah, I'll let them hit the guardian. I'm gonna go stand behind the guardian. Where's my chest? There it is. Chest. Viva la Herald? No. Although he did try to kill me. Oops. Reminds me, I gotta double check something. I don't think I signed up for raid. And I need to double check. Discord. Hello? Discord, please. Oh, we don't have raid. No raid sign up. So I didn't sign up because there's no raid sign up. Alright, perfect. Like, why didn't I sign up for the raid? I couldn't. Weekly done. Gives reputation and some embers of enchantment. Hey. And the 3 wardens. I think I've done all of these ones. Firing presence. Wait, what? Encounter entry limits exceeded. Cannot enter private encounter. What? What do you mean encounter entry limits exceeded? What? Did I do something wrong? I'm trying to solve this problem.
Quest completed. Quest completed.
Okay, interesting. Also, Tyler the Drow, this madman, super kind,
Quest
is gifting out
completed.
5 more subs! 5 more subs! Oh, the subs! There's 5 more! That's 5 more!
Quest completed.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Welcome to the stream team. Arctic Mouse, Tyler G, 2018,
Quest completed.
Acuity, Ivashu, and Philip. Welcome, everybody. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're doing well. I'm poorly lit, and I apparently hit the encounter cap, and I can't go into any more instances. Well, that puts a wrench in my plan. So I've learned my lesson. I guess I have to go do... Oh, Universal Solvent! Nice. I'll go do something else. Don't have a choice. Oh, here we go. Organize this real quick. Organize. And we'll open this up. Open the shared storage. Go to the pass folder. Ithelharn shards. Ore and ore. Where's my carry-alls? Crafting carry-all. Ithel. Okay, so the Ithelhard shards, I believe, are here. There we go. Polished Ithelharns, eh? Ironfold Scarn. Ironfold Scarn. No, I don't want this. This is garbage. Get this out of my inventory. Edible indigo leaves. Oh yeah, that's probably important. And why do I have a single sturdy hide in here? I don't know what craftables I even have in my inventory. Huh. It was kind of funny hearing Strim say, "It was it." Oh yeah, that's funny. I thought that's what that guy's name was. Is that not what that guy's name was? I really thought that's what it was. Brand Lifkin. A good name. Good dwarf name, anyway. Can't do any instances? Man, that's... I mean, it makes sense that there's a limit. somewhere for some reason, probably to prevent people from... There's probably an exploit or like a server crashing problem where if every player is making more than 10 instances per hour, you run into a problem. Also, it's unlikely for you to run more than 10 instances per hour. But now that we have these mission instances, that's actually not that, you know, unlikely. Weird quirk. I'm sure it happens at church. I'm certain. You know, people can get petty, you know what I mean? But all sorts of different things. As I said, I try to limit my cursing a little bit during the day and only leave it for like later in the evening because I don't want to have a situation where all of a sudden, you know, I'm like the cursing guy who can't control his language or his mouth. Which is kind of true, but I don't want that to be like how I'm known. There we go. Nice. How much scarn do I have now? Now I got 233 ingots. All right. Because I need to make more Elder Slade supply packs. God, these take so much ore. I'm family friendly. Yeah, I wish. I'm not that family friendly. That's like kind of okay. I don't need to be family friendly. But you know, it's nice to just not be the rudest person on the internet sometimes. I try to straddle the line. Alright, well I guess I can't do instances, so I'm gonna go beat up trolls in the middle of nowhere. Beat them up. Is there a reward for doing this quest, the Elder Slade supply packs? I don't know. I'm gonna go make 5. I'm gonna give him the Elder Slade supply packs and see what's up. Can I crit on these? No, you can't. I'm supposed to give him 5. I have the shards, and I have the ingots. I might as well. I like the 2 most wholesome DDO YouTubers and streamers you managed to find. Nice. Thank you. I'd like to think I'm not too bad. Like I said, I do sometimes curse, especially like in the evening. And also, if you've ever watched me live stream Dark Souls, the Drink Souls, alcohol is a vice, you know? Just the way it is. How many Elder Slade supply packs do I have? Elder Slade. I have 7. How do I have 7? Oh well. Totally fine. But yeah, I try not to be like that. I try not to be cursing too much. I try not to provide too many opportunities to turn people away from the content. I can sometimes be like mildly controversial, because I like to take the time and think about some stuff. 20 copper coins are good to bad. Wait. Wait. That was for 20 copper coins of good to bad? That wasn't a good trade at all. Bad trade. It was a bad trade. Oh, I'm so sad now. Ugh. This shield better than my shield. 71 and 17, and the Mender Light Shield. Oh, it has crit on it instead of tactical mitigation. It has block. Still got less block. Now I'm gonna keep my Ithil Captain defensive shield. Shield Captain, the Elder Slade, the tank shield. Oh, they have a tank Captain shield? That's kind of neat. Crit defense and tactical mitigation. Yeah, there's one. It's less healing, and then I get crit. It's less block, less healing, but I get way more crit, and I get, I think, more might. I'm gonna put this on. I can compare it. So less vitality, less block, more might, less healing, more crit, less tactical mitigation. I think mine's better. Alright, well let's go out into the wilderness and go kill some trolls, I guess. Yeah, like I said, I try not to be the most foul-mouthed person on the internet. Because also it's just, I don't know, you don't really add much to your point of view or your conversation if you just kind of curse all the time. Oh, golly. Oh, where's the task item thing? Wait, does this mean I'm almost at my task reward, so I can extra +1 task? Cincinnati, check on them cornfields. All right, we can check on the weather on the cornfields. But right before I do that, blackened scale, blackened claw. Do I have blackened claws? Do. One. Claw. 2. Blackened claw. 3. Blackened claw. Completion and deed done. So now I'm an up-and-comer. So I've completed 100 tasks, so I get +1 to my task limit, and then I get another +1 task limit for another 100 tasks. I don't want to do another 100 tasks. But I did get some LotRO points, and... Oh, there it is. Oh, wait, what? What is this? What? Why is it bound? Huh? Wait, this doesn't automatically apply? This is so perplexing and bamboozling. With the weather. We interrupt this poorly lit broadcast to bring you the weather from Cincinnati. Hello everybody, I'm in the dark, and today I'm bringing you the Cincinnati weather forecast straight from Ohio. If you've never seen this weather forecast before, it's where I tell you all about what you're going to be experiencing that you can easily tell outside your window or just by like waving your arm outside your front door for at most 5 seconds. Today, in the wonderful city of Cincinnati, is going to be 83 degrees freedom. It's quite a warm one out there, but don't forget, it's also got a chance of rain. When you got warm temperatures at this time of year, can also bring some rain going along with it. Because as we move later into the evening, overnight, you're going to see a temperature drop down to 55 degrees freedom with a 90% chance of rain. So stay inside and try to stay warm, maybe with somebody else. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. As we move in through the rest of the week, starting out on Wednesday, it's going to continue raining all through the night and into the following day with a cooler 61 degrees freedom. Still pretty warm. Don't really need to dress up any special way to go outside. But definitely nice if you want to wear a cardigan or a long sleeve shirt as you walk around, but bring an umbrella because it's probably going to rain. As we move into the rest of the week and the weekend, it looks like it's going to be nice and sunny for the most part this weekend. Temperatures hovering between 56 and 60 degrees-ish for the most part. And as it warms up, again, the rain is probably going to come back on Sunday. And knowing that that rain forecast is coming on Sunday, it's probably going to move up and move on to Saturday, which is looking pretty cloudy at this point. So if you really want to make sure you're protected in the best way from the weather, make sure you are wearing some rain jackets, getting out some galoshes, and, checking to keep yourself as warm and cozy as possible, but not too warm because then you're going to be sweating all over yourself, and that's like an internal rainstorm right there. Now, this weather is, I'm assuming, beautiful corn growing weather. I don't know anything about Cincinnati or agriculture, but hey, sun, rain, and a mix of both, it's probably pretty good. This has been the Ohio Cincinnati weather broadcast brought to you by a guy in a dark room. How much is 83 degrees freedom? That's like 25 Canadian? No, it's more than that. Like 27 Canadian. Degrees Canadian. What am I gonna say?
I have slain
Is rain bad for corn?
You say the same.
Like, is too much rain a bad thing? Too much rain is bad. Too little rain is bad. I am so poorly lit. Oh my gosh. I guess I could just be in the dark today. I don't know. Now I'm even more poorly lit. Hold on. Oh, I can just digitally edit my lighting? Wow, look at that. Hey, there we go. Now I just digitally edited my lighting. Now I'm doing pretty good. Oh, nope. And now I'm not that poorly lit. I'm still pretty poorly lit, but not as bad. Also, I really hate my haircut. What are you gonna do? Shadow friendly. Oh, the blazon of the Gabilica tells me to go. Alright, so now we're gonna finish off the rest of the quest out here and see what's up. Move. Move. Add. 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 Alright. So I have to do these quests. Means I have to get all the way over here for sure. And also kill any old orcs or hobgoblins along the way. Cat aggressively wants attention. And now she runs away. She was making hella noise. Yeah, she's not gonna listen. Yep. He got snuffed. That's right. Cats, they're fickle, man. Those cats are fickle. But I think the Frost Sword, I can probably get them anywhere. Oh great, an Iron Crown Commander. Load! Battlefield, load! I don't know how you're supposed to actually get across this trench. I always just try to jump it with enough speed, and that seems to work for me. Let's try this here. How I get across it usually. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No, 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 no. There we go. Load everything, please load. Oh jeez. Oh, this two-headed troll. Oh, there's a Mumak over there. There's a dragon. Is that a member of the Frost Sword? I think it is. Oh god. The loading of this area does so many bad things to my computer, my frame rate. I will say it's one of the nice things I do enjoy about playing in earlier segments of the game. I don't really have any frame rate or loading issues. Unlike when you play on some of the newer sections, where they abide, or they not abide, they are abundant. Ooh, but there's ore here. And also some people that want to murder me, but there's ore. I do love the fact that there is actually ore in these zones, so you can just kind of like muck about and also just loot stuff. That was way more than I wanted. Later, buddy. You have yourself a fantastic rest of your entire day. I hope everything goes good for you, and I appreciate it. I appreciate you tuning in today. You know, I'm grateful for every single person that watches the stream. You know, it's cool. It just it makes me feel warm and fuzzy that I get to provide something that's mildly entertaining. I'm not gonna say like very entertaining. You know, I'm no sitcom over here. I don't got no you know, Jerry Seinfeld, Homer Simpson style antics going on, you know. But I try. Vicious cold worm? Or like dead cold worm. And we will be going on for a few hours for sure. We'll be streaming. I'm gonna be streaming it for more than just right now. So we've got quite a while before the end of the live stream today. Do I aggro this stuff if I just walk through? Is it already fighting? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, apparently I aggroed something. There's hobgoblins of the Frost Horde. I think I've aggroed a goblin assassin as well. Dice from dumb. Live. I have to start killing these guys to prevent myself from dying. Normally I would try to interrupt their heals, but I don't actually want to do that. Oh, this is the guy. I don't want to kill this guy. This is the actual boss that I don't want to kill. Because it'll take... He has 5 million health. And by I don't want to kill, I mean I gotta go. Rich Scarn! Oh, it was rich. I wanted it so bad. I can make it through this. Oh, no, I can't. I am dying. I died. Oh, rats. It makes me sad. I will revive for free. Oh, God. Oh, God. There we go. Yeah, my FPS tanks it in here. I'm rolling around with 20 FPS. It doesn't matter what I change my settings to. I've tried literally turning off every single graphic in the entire game, and I still get the same performance in these areas. I'm not exactly sure how to fix the performance issues that I've experienced so far in like this area. It's one of the things I do enjoy about playing like more modern games is that my computer usually has no issues with them whatsoever. So like, you know, whether it's playing a more modern MMO like Elder Scrolls or something, or Path of Exile, no problems. I don't think of other modern games that I play, and I really just realized I don't play any other modern games. Baldur's Gate 3 and all that other stuff. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 isn't too graphically high fidelity, though. I mean, it's kind of nice looking, but... It's also, like, kind of small, you know? I have no idea how long it's going to take, by the way, to do this defeat Gundabad War Trolls. Oh, but hopefully it won't take too long. But each one, I believe, has a few million health. My character does not do a lot of damage, so it's going to take a little while. I do like I said, the besieged portion of this, the fact that it actually does feel like there's an active war zone going on. Not just like kind of standing around, meandering about in the middle of nowhere. It is kind of weird that there's dwarves all over the place, though, like at different stages. Like, you have dwarves back there, and then also when I walk up here, there's going to be dwarves up this mountain that are fighting monsters. That doesn't really feel out of place, it just feels kind of weird, because you would expect that, like, the trenches would move, or they would gain ground, but instead they're just animated, being in different areas. All over the battlefield. I'm no tactician, or combat expert. I'm not even very argumentative. So... I definitely don't have any experience with any form of combat whatsoever. Also, I still want a random mount button. I would love that. A random mount button where it's just like pick a goat or pick a horse and your character automatically mounts onto something. That would be fantastic. I'd love to get a feature like that showing up. This is just it's a cool feature that a lot of games have, especially games that pick up more mounts. Skarn. I need you, Skarn. I wish I didn't have to pick this up. I should have, like, farmed more for this before the expansion. Like, just farmed out hundreds of thousands of Skarn, so I didn't have to worry about farming it later. I mean, we had a year of Minas Morgul to farm out Skarn. Mammoths everywhere, but I don't see any dragons or hobgoblins. Oh. No, that's didn't work. I was gonna be like, oh, I see a dragon. There's a dragon. The last one I need. Here we go, now I have to fight all this other garbage. Ah. Quest complete. Alright, so now I have Dreary, Malek, and Orug. There's a guy just down here. Find him. And like I said, this is the area where we're supposed to be doing group content. So I guess these are the quests that I just didn't get done. So it wasn't. I thought it was the deed that would be what matters, but it looks like it's not the deed. It looks like what matters more is the actual quest completions zone. I have a lot of characters. I don't know how much I'm going to do of this on my other characters, because it depends on exactly what you need. The older weeklies seem like they're good enough for getting a lot of the bigger bonuses, so I'm not sure what these new weeklies are going to give. Oh, okay.
Perhaps old wounds might be healed in battle.
Destroy Noxus cauldrons at Azegberzu. Okay, destroy the cauldrons. Death's Breath. That's what they call one of the crafting materials in Diablo 3. Hmm. Yeah, 4 million HP. God damn. Well, I got 6 to go, so might as well get started. Alright, come here, troll. So anyway, how you guys doing? You guys like smashing trolls? It kind of reminds me, I will say, this experience of taking a long time smashing this troll, it reminds me of the actual movie, The Lord of the Rings. Because if you guys remember, there's a scene where the, oh god. Alright, get over here. Yeah. All you guys, let's go. Sounds good. Where did these guys come from? Anyway, there's a scene where you have all of the Fellowship. They're in the mines in Moria, right? And then they head into the Chamber of Mazarbel to be able to protect themselves from the incoming Orcish horde. And then also they deal with the problem of there being a troll as well. And you know, it's obviously it's a big deal for the characters. They're like, oh, they don't know what to do, and they're freaking out, man. And you know, so it adds a lot of tension. That fight lasts forever. I didn't realize how long that fight was until I like rewatched the movie. And they fight that troll for so long. They stab it. They shoot it with arrows. You know, they get them with a chain. They do all sorts of stuff to that troll. And also, the troll manages to stab Frodo as well. Like, a lot happens in that single fight. And it kind of makes me think about this. Like, troll fights, if I'm fighting a troll, it should be kind of drawn out, you know? I should be fighting the troll for a while. It's a troll. Look at the size of this thing. Beefy. Genuine question that I'm actually kind of curious about now. For those of you that either play MMO-style video games, do you prefer that fights against monsters be, especially like landscape and stuff, be longer sometimes to give you the sense that you're having like a more epic battle? Or do you kind of prefer all your fights to be about the same length? For people that play like MMOs and stuff. Because when I think about it, I kind of prefer all of my fights to be about the same length. But then I'm also like, when you have those epic battles where you just kind of scrape through, it feels pretty good. Although in situations like this, because I'm a healing class, I'm never losing to this troll. I fought 2 and also those goblins, and everybody else is dead. It's just me and this troll left. So I don't know. I go back and forth, I guess, sometimes. I think about how I do enjoy when there's some slight difference, but most of the time I prefer, you know, the same style of combat. Yeah, when you get a good group on something like when people are doing like a tier 1 of the new stair quest, or the new stair dungeon, oh buddy, that's a fast dungeon. The bosses just instantaneously disappear.
Quest received.
Also, Phoenix Fire, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. And there's Orug. Hey, buddy. This guy is like in the middle of all of these monsters. And he's just chilling, you know? No fear. I like that. That's a good soldier. Yes, I believe it was Tyler the Drow. Or Rorenstall. I'm not certain. One of those two young men.
Yes?
Those who feared Gorgor's forces erected siege engines across Azak Berzu. Destroyed the siege engines. Oh yeah, got it. Well, I see glowing things, so I'm just gonna follow the glowing things and call it a day. Go to Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah. Well, that's why you play the Sword and Board Guardian. If you have, that's just what you have. You play it in Redline anyway. Still faster. And even if you don't have like a good two-hander, you still play it in Redline and smash some people. If you can use a two-hander, it will do more damage. But if you don't have one and you only have like a maxed out one-hander, it's better to just use the maxed out one-hander than to try to use like a worse weapon. It's like a secondary. Gundabad Shield Crusher? Got like some type of buff. See here. I don't think I need to go that way. I think it's a bad direction. Kill this guy. The thing that I don't know where I'm going to find is the cauldrons. Although it looks like they are clearly lit. So I should be able to find them reasonably easily. Yeah, because I like my boss fights and stuff to last kind of long, and obviously this is a group zone. It kind of reminds me of that zone in, oh look, there's Defiling. It reminds me of the zone inside of the North Downs. Gold Dinin, if you guys remember that one, where it's just like this big camp with tons of orcs and siege engines and trolls, and you know, you're supposed to explore it as like a full party. And I remember back in the day when the level cap was 50, going in there and just you get a whole party of people somewhere between levels of like 32 and like 40, and you go and you try to smash all the monsters in there. Oh man, that was a good time. You got orcs, you got trolls, the masters of the Black Tide. Quests. The only downside to that place is it was very easy to just get stuck in there because somebody would forget to pick up a thing when you were supposed to go somewhere, or somebody didn't have a quest, or you know, you're on the wrong quest sequence. I think now all of the quests are received for the most part while you're in there, so you don't need to like do quest chains outside of town, which is way better game design. You may disagree, but having a situation where now all you have to do is kind of show up and you can do all the quests in the dungeon. It's less preparation, for sure, but now it just means you spend more time having fun in the dungeon with your friends. Less time stressing about, like, oh no, I didn't do the thing, so I can't have fun in the dungeon with my friends. I actually really like the concept, for the most part. SKT5, need a healer and DPS. Well, that sounds like no fun. So glad I have all my Shadow Kings done. I get asked to help people with Shadow King, and I will. If you're like, man, I need help with Shadow King, and you know, I've seen you tank it or DPS it and you do a good job, can you do it again? I will if I'm asked, but I'm so glad I don't have to do it anymore. How long did it take to get my earrings? Probably like 30 some runs, at least, to get my 4 earrings. And I've since then given 2 away as well. I don't really need more than what I have. I just made crit earrings, and then I just balance everything around giving away crit. You know what I mean? So, like, I know every character in the game is going to use crit, except for tanks, which want tactical mitigation, so I have a set of tactical mitigation earrings. But if you're a healer or DPS, you want crit. So I just have crit earrings. And then I balance my characters knowing that I have that much crit incoming from those items. Oh, whoops. I think I saw that, but my game even gave me the you have attempted, or you've spotted a creature attempting to move stealthily nearby you. I'm so happy that my character has way better stealth detection than like these monsters do against my burglars or any other stealth class that you happen to play. It is kind of interesting that you also not only have the burglar, but there's also some weird stealth implications on the warden. And they have like their stealth move that lets them move quickly and quietly. Anything down here? I don't think there's anything down here other than Skarn, which I do want. Death's Breath. Okay, I have to go up to get Death's Breath. Lots of trolls over here. Do this Death Cloud. Yes. That's this. So I think I have to go in this camp up here. I think this is going to be a good hit. Yeah, this is definitely somewhere that, you know, if you don't have all of the stats, like, I'm not too worried about my character. I've been fortunate enough to have joined an awesome guild with great people, been able to do lots of different quests and content, made a lot of friends in game, and been able to do a bunch of the raids and acquire the raid gear and the raid items, which makes my character able to kind of have a much easier experience on the landscape, especially with some of this new content. If you don't have all those items, however, I 100% do recommend making some friends, typing in chat and being like, hey guys, anyone want to do this big open zone? And don't be afraid to potentially group up with some people that you don't know. You never know who you're going to find, and on average, I've had good experiences talking to LotRO players. A lot of the LotRO community is very kind and patient. Just good people. 2 million life or captain though? Ugh. This guy's gonna die. Why is this thing not dying? Oh, he's just almost dead. I was like, is there like an aura that's preventing this thing from dying? And no, there's not. I do wish I had more physical mastery at this point, but, you know. You gotta get the gear. Oh, it's the Shield Crusher. Shield Crusher has the aura, it wasn't the captain. I think that one ran away. Oh, no! Fine, I'll single target each one of you dead dad. Video game, I don't give a shit. First one down. So this guy healed himself back up to full. Guess what? That's not going to last very long. Is it, buddy? See you later, Orc Defiler. I was like, why can't I see any of the names and stuff? Apparently I turned it off by accident. How close can I get to this without aggroing? Good, the orcs don't notice that I'm destroying their ballista. That's very positive. All these orcs over here, they're like just in the dark. No idea. I got an archer and a bunch of defilers. Fun. And that one came into melee. I love the sound of that. Also, I didn't realize this. There actually is a target limit to the flag. It doesn't have a target limit on it, but I think the target limit's 25. I was doing some dungeons where I was pulling the entire dungeon, like some of the Moria 6-mans, and I would pull the entire dungeon, basically, and then just drop the flag because it's an instant kill because it does enough damage. And I found that pretty often I was not able to kill every single thing in a room because there's like a 20 target cap, I think. Which is not a bad thing. It's fine that there's a 20 target cap. That's like probably like a limitation that they put on the game to prevent it from like crashing. You got too many targets. It's kind of taking damage. What the heck is that? He had like 40k health and just kept taking hits to the face and not dying. Do I want to kill the siege troll? Yeah, I'll kill the siege troll. Trying to do as much damage as I can to this bad boy. There we go. Look at me. Smash this troll. Do millions of damage, Strimtom. You are a captain. And you have 3 bleeds ticking on this one guy. Look at these bleeds. 15k? Oh yeah. 16k? That's what I'm saying. That's one of the reasons I was talking about how multiple bleeds on Captain is like one of the best ways to deal damage. Because that is one of the better ways to do it. Yo, look at that. DPS. 57k. Oh, yeah. That's a new world record right there. I have to be extremely careful for this roving threat. I don't know exactly where he paths. And I don't want to fight it. Not that I can't. I can fight it. It just would take forever. So I would like to avoid it if possible. However, over here is a siege troll and orc defilers. I am going to somehow not aggro the troll. Interesting. This is going to be a very long fight, by the way. At some point, that orc defiler who walked away from me, I'm going to need to go get. Oh. Okay. Okay. What? Hit the totem? The totem? Totem? Nope, it's not damage. Good boy. I don't know what the shield breakers do. DNT corruption hot? Okay. What does DNT stand for? Do not touch? Does not translate? DN sends like do not. No, not the goblin zappler. Stop pathing. I will beat it just with passive AoE without even actually trying to fight the monster. So I shouldn't complain too much. And then hopefully by completing all of these quests, I should, in theory, I'm pretty close to being done. And again, I don't really plan on probably doing these on any other characters. Throne tier 2 challenge. Boss or tier 2 boss challenge. Need 3 heroes. I could probably be a hero. Do I need Throne boss 4? I do like the epic music that plays in the background while I fight this guy, though. What if the friggin' guys respawn on me before I can even get to the cauldron because of how long this troll fight takes? That'd be so funny. Yeah. Okay, don't aggro the shield crusher, Shrimp-Tom. Also, these trolls they chase you forever. So I'm not exactly sure what the best method is to get out of here. Also, don't know where to go. I guess I have to go up. I have to cross this street somehow. Okay, hold on. You stay. I'm gonna thread the needle right now. Not aggro anybody. Thread the needle, baby. There we go. There we go. Oh, and my height or my herald disappeared. Oh well, good enough. Woo! I got this soldier too. Put them all into a big pile. But yeah, smashing through all these monsters and breaking the siege. To me, I think that the design of this zone is very, very interesting. That it has kind of like these two different sides to it. You have the calm area of the Elder Slate where you're kind of exploring and putting in a lot of like the legwork for the dwarves, figuring out exactly what's going on, what the biggest dangers are, stuff like that. But then there's also the other aspect to it where you are effectively, you know, also being the main foot soldier once the war actually begins, which is kind of interesting. I'm assuming I will find more trebuchets and poison pots around here. There's a trench to dwarves. There's also apparently a bunch of people doing Dragotch's lair. I don't really remember how to do Dragotch. I remember that you need the special fellowship conjunction, I think. And his feet instant kill you if you're standing in the wrong spot, or it's distributed damage. I can't remember. One of those two things is correct. Either an instant kill or there's just distributed damage you need to pay attention to. Harold, where are you going, buddy? No, he just wanted to climb the wall. Okay, that's fine. You can climb the wall, but all good. He just wants to have fun. You know, he wants to climb up the wall. It's all good. It just makes me nervous when he starts running off. Please don't aggro all of the trolls. Some of the trolls, sure. All of them? No. I only have 2 more trolls as well. Actually, I'm actually almost done all of these quests. 3 ballistas, 2 trebuchets, 2 trolls, and 1 more cauldron. It is. It's a lot of AFKing. Dude, I remember it was literally, we started the Dragotch raid 30 minutes early to give people half an hour to run down to the friggin' boss because of how long it took people to get through. Because I would literally just run through, get it on the first try, and then go AFK and like get snacks or like make a coffee or something like that. Every time. Controls. Stay away. No. Alright. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna force this defiler to follow me. I don't want to go over there. I do have to kill some trolls, but I don't have to fight too many trolls. And I want to do the trolls last because I feel like I can avoid trolls. Oh yeah. Well, you had to have the head. You have to people going after the individual feet and the hands. And I remember as captain, you'd have to make sure you're saving your buffs for like specific time. So, like you're timing it with other people's cooldowns for getting the. Because I played captain during that raid. You're like timing the cooldowns to line them up with when other like you know the hunters had their burn hot or whatever. You'd like wait till everybody has their cooldowns. Okay, so all the trebuchets are done. So where are the ballistas now? Over there. I see one in the distance. I think if I kill this dude, I can get through. So we're gonna go onto this shield crusher. No crush. No. Come back. And that didn't work. Yeah, I guess I would just make another Captain rune that has extra damage for Shadow's Lament and increase pressing attack and devastating blow damage. The sad thing is, when you don't critically strike on pressing attack or devastating blow, that feels real bad. Well, it's a small group adventure, so I'm supposed to have a group here. I'm a lone captain. I'm a captain, you know, on the edge, exploring this area by myself currently. Ugh, got him. Yeah, even the solo instance bosses don't have that much health. The solo instance bosses have like 500,000. Like these guys. Smash. I was about to ask if the raid Amdan Damul had a solo instance, but I don't think it does, but that'd be interesting. I know that you probably experience it as part of the main story. Oh yeah, I have to finish the book quest. I can probably do that too. Experience the story of the Lord of the Rings. Huh? That's where you're supposed to go to get all of those. Okay, that makes sense. I have one more troll and 2 more ballistae. Oh, and I need to get the explorers on the warfront here. Although I don't know what I need to explore. No. Rovanian? Here? Battlegrounds. I didn't find the Howler's Notch, Shakal Atrad, and Bagud Mecham. Okay, so there's Bagud Mecham, discovered. Got me. Because this is the 6-man area. Is it just fully open? Can you just go in there? Huh. Yeah, there's guys in there. Frostbound Squall Shaper. I wonder what's in there. I don't really feel like exploring that solo, and I'm not a stealth class. Cool, so that's one area. The Warg area is somewhere in here. I just don't remember where. And I don't know where the last area is. Probably have to look it up on a map. We don't have dailies unlocked for sure. Maybe. It might be the book quest. But I'm doing this group thing first to see if this unlocks it. If this doesn't unlock it, then I went about it the wrong way. To be fair, though, I didn't find the book quest until I saw it on Cordovan's stream that the book quest was in the Wells of Langblood, which I have yet to leave as part of the book quest. Okay. Toxic gas. FPS drops. Perfect. Over here. Thread the needle. Thread the needle. Oh, is this a lone troll? Here we go. Get him. Oathbreaker's shame. Feel shame, creature. That's 100k heat, 170k damage. Oh, devastating hits all around. Not a crit. Rats. Oh no, an extra monster. But I hit him for an extra 114k or something. Take that. Oh, he parried my hit? Oh, I wonder what a crush is going to do to me. What do you think? Oh, a stun. Alright, that was not so bad. I thought that would have been way worse. Another minute has gone by, so let's drop down our banner and other abilities. Apparently I've been fighting this thing for an entire minute. But another 116k hit. This troll's on the ropes, man. Alrighty. Now we're just going to disable this ballista, and we are home free. Elec, Dreri, and Orug. I got all the quests done. I gotta mount up on my mount. Go find the people I need to hand in quests to. Who are weirdly chilling all over the place. Oh, they're all at Drangthal. Okay, so they're actually all at Drangthal, so I don't need to go look for them. They all apparently go into the zone, the town. No, no. Rats. I wanted that ore. Freaking orcs. Sneaking up behind you. Giving the old slap on the back of the head. Ah. In we go. Hello, Dreary.
Hail, friend.
With all my ears, in Mordor, witnessing many tales of things, I'd hope such terrible creations could not be found so far from Black Land. We cannot hope to undermine the craft of this new weapon, but we can work to slow its deployment on the battlefield, and that is enough. That's right. Left Mordor, still got poison gas. What are you gonna do? Elec.
Hail.
Gonna help the Jalruka, the Stout Axes. Orug,
Gundabad will be ours once more.
anytime. Ain the Slakeless, Eyes of Gorgar.
Well, traveler.
Well, traveler?
Ugh! More quests! Oh no! Master of Two Mines. The Lieutenants of Gorgar, no quarter for the captured. More group quests. Ugh, okay.
High
Defeat
time the
Narg
dust
and
settled
Maus.
Dwarves got back to work.
Narg and Mouse. The assumption that their considerable stature allowed them to broker the uneasy alliance we've observed between Gorgar's arcs and the Frost Horde at Bagud Meckham. However, I believe that if Narg and Mouse were not keeping their smaller subjects in line, that delicate peace would shatter like orc skulls beneath our axes. Okay. And Orug
What news do you
wants me to
bring?
go kill a bunch of people. Destroy 3 lieutenants of Gorgar for the Gabilika. You got it. And Malek.
What
There's no love lost between the orcs of Gundabad and those wild orcs of the Frost Horde. Why should we not turn their mutual distrust to an advantage? Collect remains of cold whelplings. I've heard that several cold whelplings have begun to roost with their orcish allies in Bagud Meckham. So they basically just want me to go up to Bagud Meckham and start butchering everybody. And free captured dwarves. Alright. Well, I will do that in just a minute. But first, I'm going to hit the washroom because it's important and healthy to take breaks to stretch your legs every once in a while. If you are watching the stream, I'm going to play an advertisement because I do that whenever I do that. I'll be right back. Advertisement. Go! Now we return to the dark. More group quests. All good. At least I'll know what you get for doing all these quests. Unless it's literally just... Oh, it's a universal solvent. I mean, hey, it's a solvent. A solvent's a solvent. That's not too bad. It can't take that long to do. It's a small fellowship. Interesting. I'm mostly just curious where else this goes, you know what I mean? Obviously, Captain is not the fastest clearing thing. Especially considering, you know, I could probably stand to have some more damage somewhere in this tree. I just like stuff like 20% tactical critical multiplier, which is great for the supportive healing. And this. Courageous Conviction. Dude, this heal is massive. 27k to 38k? I just healed myself for 86,000. That's basically as good as the RK heal, and I'm still healing. It's so strong. When you don't crit, it's not as strong. It looks like the heal over time doesn't crit, which is interesting. Why doesn't... Oh, no, it does. It does. I was just getting unlucky. Unlucky streak. My crit's basically capped. With my own captain buff, it becomes capped. Is there a place where somebody has posted the new items? Like the new jewelry? Absolute one. Protector's Healing Bracer of the Bloody Threshold. It's the same bracer, but it gives a socket instead of 1500 fate. With the socket, you can socket more vitality, you can socket more physical mastery, because I don't need the fate since I can't run out of mana. Fate is confusing because it gives you spell power or spell point regen, power regen. You think you need it, but as a captain, you have this ability here, Inspire Blade Brother, which literally restores all of your power constantly, and you never run out. This doesn't have the might healing stuff. But yeah, getting the bracelets is hard because you have to get them to drop from Amdan Damul, which has not happened for me so far. All the bracer drops that I've had and like the item drops have been like crappy shoulders and things that already overlap with my step bonuses. Which is just not as fun. Again, at some point it would be nice if the game had the ability to deterministically do drops by assigning each individual item a value that corresponds to a specialization, and then allowing you to determine your specialization, so you can deterministically choose the items that drop. I would much rather have like 4 different layers of might healing gear that can drop, and you're just hoping for the right might healing gear, as opposed to hoping you get any gear. The right gear versus any gear is a weird distinction. Because the item, like the new raid in question, only has 1 might healing bracelet. Go here. If you don't get it, then you got one of the other bracelets that is completely useless. As opposed to something that might have similar stats that is okay. Okay. I think I'm good. Going here. From the corner. Alright, so this should be okay. And there's another quest I can pick up as well. Okay. Enemies of a good mechanism. Defeat 30 enemies. Well, this is going to be a long area, I guess. Well, at least I don't even need to figure out what it is I'm supposed to do. Just come in here and kill everything, as far as I can tell. Okay. Oh, man. This is a dense camp. And there's a new thing, Ruthless Heraldry. I'm gonna go do the book quest. This is a very, very dense camp. Each of these packs has a total of 10 million hit points. I could fight my way through this, but it's going to take a very long time. I'm gonna go do the book quest. Let's go do the book quest. Nope. The Legacy of Doran and the Trials of the Dwarves. Yeah, let's go do that. Tracker, Legacy of Doran and the Trial of the Dwarves. Yeah, let's do this. Yes, I do. But we'll do it later. I'm sure I'll get it done. We'll go to Sundergrot. We'll have a good time. We'll finish out the story. I'm curious as to what the overarching story is. I don't know how this is impacting the story, though. Right. Take this to Lithseld. I really don't like the fact that this is a far-ranging stable, and it can't even reach the main area in the Wells of Langflood. I find that just so strange that it doesn't go all the way down there. Alright, now we go to Limlock. I just don't know why you can't just go to Limlock. One horse. It's not that big of a deal, but I feel like it should. I gotta say, I do find it incredibly funny that I'm looking at some of the gear some people are using in some of their builds, and like some of the tier 3 dungeons. I'm looking at some of the tier 3 raid, and I'm looking at some of these items, and I'm like, man, look at all these people that are using like all the tanks don't wear the might gear, they wear the agility tank gear because it has better stats on it. So even though there's 1 agility tank and 4 might tanks, people are wearing the agility tank gear because it's got better stat distribution, which I find very funny. Rats. No, don't melt, goat. Alright. No, I want to use the goat. I'm going to be picking up ore as I go around. Again, one of the reasons why I'm picking up all the ore is just because the new crafting components, you have to make for the new pocket items, which I don't think I'm going to even need to make, but at the very least the crafted relics, which I need to still make for most of my characters. My Runekeeper needs crafted relics, my Beorning needs crafted relics, so I have a lot of crafted relics to make. I have the shards, but the thing that gets me is the actual material component. Plus, I need to make more hope tokens. As I can see, I'm clearly out of hope tokens. Apparently, I need to make more warding scrolls as well. I don't know how I ran out of warding scrolls and not battle ores. That doesn't even make sense to me, but apparently I did that. Oh yeah, dwarf marker. That's a deed right there. So the music here is just so nice. We listened to some of the Vales and Wells music when we were doing the waiting room for Dungeons and Dragons Online expansion, and like I said, this place is just nice. If you like the Lord of the Rings locales and the music, it's so good. Yes, I need it down here. The woods. No road over to this bridge. I also gotta love some of the basic details, like the fact that this statue is like here, and then there's just a broken one that's just like smashed. I don't know how the world is just so ancient. I will say, it would be nice to go to an area where there wasn't always broken statues everywhere. If it was like, hey, here's an up-to-date and fully undestroyed dwarven keep of just dwarves who've been here for a while, and it just looks pretty nice. I guess that kind of is Erebor, though. I just don't really spend a lot of time in Erebor. Although Erebor does look nice, admittedly. Okay. To meet these guys where? South of the Gorge of Sundergrot. Okay, so I have to go up to Sundergrot and then circle back around. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of lazy dwarves. And also, they're losing their craftsmanship. Which is unfortunate. Poor dwarves and their lack of craftsmanship. Exactly. Like, what's happening? It's almost unthinkable. I need you to help me with this problem. I don't have my tools. I left them down in the workshop, and now there's goblins in the workshop. Can you go get them for me? I forgot them. I knew the goblins were coming. I just didn't pick them up. You smell it? Oh, the goblins have attempted to reinforce the gorge. Poisonous lantern stream. They cannot evade my nose, no matter how they try to cover their foul cement. Perception smell, 91. I feel more accomplished already. This sojourn to the Sundergrot has proved fruitful. Look at him. He's increasing his perception skill. Alright, so I need to go butcher goblins. Sounds fine, I guess. Weapons. Bye, goblins. It does feel kind of weird that, like I said, I feel like this entire part could have been in, like, a patch before. I don't know why a new zone comes out and then the story quest doesn't take place in the new zone. I don't think I'm the only person that's having that same thought, by the way. Not unique in that. It is for sure perplexing. Right. I get weapons. I don't have any weapons I need. Don't aggro these monsters. It's not that I can't aggro them. I could just fight them back, but I don't really want to. Then, scout? Oh, there's a stealth goblin here. Don't see the last weapon. That's unfortunate. I guess that means I have to go to explore that other area to the east. Which is, oh no, it's right there. There it is. Alright, now we have to talk to Venko on the grassy slope and see what Venko has learned and improved about his skills and my ability to appraise my friends, although it looks like I'm about to get into a fight alongside Venko.
Together, we
Fight
will
alongside
answer all our
Venko.
foes.
I like how they just go practice on the dwarves or the orcs. Like, I need combat practice. Let's go take some life. Let's just do that. I need combat practice. You want to spar? Nah, let's go kill some orcs. Get them. I mean, to be fair, I don't think too much about whenever I kill an orc. But I'm a video game character, so I just kind of go with the flow and do whatever. I imagine, like, I don't really have a choice. These guys have choices. They make their decisions. They're story characters. Go shouts in triumph. Talk to Imac near the bridge beyond Sundergrot. Talk to Imac at the bridge.
My sword arm has grown.
Oh, he's increased his sword wielding. Nice. Gorgar the Ruthless is less than nothing to me, and soon he will be just a memory. If Prince Ingor commanded me to face him in duel of swords, I would do so, and gladly, except he would definitely lose. And now it's glowing.
Ah, it feels good to fight again.
I may be old, but I can still go axe to skull with the common goblin of the mountains. Axe to skull. I guess, yeah, that's how you'd want to do it. You don't want to go the other way around. You don't want to go stomach to goblin spear. Do goblins have friends? Better to say allies, perhaps, for I have seen little proof of their friendship among Azog's kind or his descendants. Then again, my axe does the talking for me, and he is sharp conversationalist, swift and pointed with every argument. Apparently his axe wielding went out. Oh, that was a good one. I will have to tell Gimli. I'll have to remember that and tell Gimli when I next see him. But listen to me. Now that we've gotten some exercise, I think there's something we should do while we're here. Okay, go do what it is we need to do.
Sundergrot is a place of great interest for the Longbeards, and I would like to see it. Long ago, during the First Age, the Grey Mole Rebellion came to an end among the rocky cliffs of High Sundergrot.
Just a moment, my friend. The climb to this high place has quite exhausted me, and we're not yet at the top. I must rest for a moment. I can climb 100 more steps. Yeah, but Imac, he's a young dwarf. Stream will go on ahead? Oh my gosh. I like how they're like, okay, we'll just chill. You go ahead. Close up on the crags, but nothing else moves. Glint of metal catches my eye. Hey, a fallen drift of snow. Or a drift of fallen snow. Okay, I must face target, so I'm assuming that means I can't be on the thing. What of a dwarfing helmet shattered long ago. Okay, they did catch up to me. I thought I was gonna be like killing a bunch of guys and they walk up and like, wow, you killed so many orcs while you were up here. Amazing. Guys are so dry. My sunglasses. There we go. It's easier. Dark. So now I'm even darker. Perfect. Now I'm not just poorly lit. I'm also just very much in the dark. Motsog, the traitor, claimed the leadership of the dwarves. And it is here that he built his city during the first age of the world. Dwarves fought dwarves in this place, spilling kindred blood. And someone comes. Who would climb to this high place? Durin. Just shows up on this mountain. Before a great campaign begins, of course. I'd never heard of Sundergrot before this. You and your traveling companions have done well. I received Glowin's message at Scarhall not long after it was sent, for his messenger ravens are renowned for their speed, and the bird he selected was no exception. His tidings of a new Lord of Gundabad fill me not with fear but with anticipation, for no orc shall stand between me and my chosen path, no matter his lineage. I gotta talk like a dwarf. I had the message copied and sent to the Lonely Mountains and the Iron Hills, and other dwarf holdings and lands both near and far. My armies gather to march on Gundabad, and all will be forewarned with the tidings uncovered on your scouting expedition. I am eager to turn my gaze to the mountain home, and sought no delay, but I want to first make the journey here to Sundergrot. It was here that the very first Durin to bear that name put an end to the usurper Motsog, solidifying his power and his claim to lead the dwarves with that victory. By making this journey, I hope to become closer to my ancient forebearer, that I may draw strength for the battles to come from the memory of he whose name I bear. I confess that I did not expect so much climbing. Guys, is he gonna talk? Seems the path continues to the northeast. It does. I ask you to keep climbing upwards, Shrimp to clear the way. Clear the way? Although I will say, I didn't even realize. Look at the city. You guys notice the city that was back here? Look at this. It's like collapsing in on itself and full of water. Damn, this is a cool place. Are there monsters up here? Is there just gonna be orcs chilling? What about the Frost Horde? This is quite the climb. Hear growling sound and fluttering wings in the upper reaches of the ruins. They're the beasts and bats.
Quest received.
What is this? Also, Slothnik, welcome to the stream. Hope you had a fantastic day. Eventually you get a volcano? Probably not. The volcano's gotta, like, be there, you know, seismic activity and whatnot. Also, it might be weird that I'm wearing these sunglasses, but I was squinting a lot. I don't know, I felt like just my eyes were getting irritated. And now I can open my eyes very fully while I'm looking at this. So it actually is definitely harder to see, but it's also easier for me to look at. Maybe I need to get, like, some of them light-blocking glasses or whatever. I spent all my day looking at these screens. It's probably not a bad idea. Well, I don't actually wear glasses, so it would be kind of strange. I don't know what it is, but I just have very dry eyes. That's the thing that usually gets me when it comes to like streaming for long hours, is I feel like I just start squinting a lot and my eyes are so dry. And I just don't want to put eye drops in my eye every single day. I'm just surprised by how well these sunglasses are working. I feel like I can fully open my... And as I said before, it probably looks stupid to have these sunglasses on while I'm in a very dark room. I should just like turn the brightness down back on my camera and just make it really low so it's like nice and dark in here. Oh, hill beasts. Anybody have any suggestions of like if you've run into my problem where you have like I don't guess it could probably be eye strain, but issues like that, and if you've had any way to fix it that you would recommend? Broken blade of ancient make. Oh, Durin came here. The Overlook. Wow. I was not sure I should come here. My thoughts said to me, go to Gundabad. Do not delay. Bridges down there and all sorts of stuff. But my heart said, there is a place you should see. This destroyed Dwarven kingdom. Two voices there were. They were in conflict. They are the voices of all Longbeards, my friends. I like how they're the Longbeards. You have driven every Durin before you, or they have driven every Durin before you, and now they speak to you in concert. Perhaps that may be. I mean, Glowin, he knows. He's been alive for like 1,000 years. I am glad it came to High Sundergrot after all. This place, I feel my kinship with Durin the First more keenly than ever. Isn't he like Durin the Fifth? I'm Venko. May I now speak privately with Strimstream? Oh, okay. Oh, fine. Very well. I will be here if you need me. Yes? What's up? This is a matter of delicacy, my friend, and I urge you to exercise discretion. I will not belabor the point, for I trust you will use such prudence this measure requires. I tasked you with finding and defeating the raiding party from Gundabad that endangered the living folk among the wells of Langflood, and from Glowin's message, Raven, I know that you did so successfully, but there is one matter of concern that was not made clear to me in this message. I ask you this, then. Were Imac and Venko effective on this errand? Did you have any reason to question their loyalties? Did they strike you as good-hearted allies of the Longbeards? Or did you detect veins of disloyalty or deception running beneath the surface appearances? I do not know if you're familiar with the Grey Maul Rebellion, but all my people know the lesson of High Sundergrot. Even our closest friends can be tempted into treachery, as was Motsog the traitor. He was once the dearest friend of Durin, father of the dwarves, and still he raised the Grey Maul army in rebellion, claiming a lordship that was not his. Durin the First repaid that treachery with death, though Motsog, was once his closest friend. I would not say this Gelruka or this Stout Axe are as dear to us as that, Strimstream. You assure Durin that you have few complaints about the trustworthiness or effectiveness of your companions. Then I do not either. Still, I advise you to keep an eye upon the Gelruka especially, for his people believe they have a claim upon Gundabad, and I do not want to win it back from the orcs only to lose it to these dwarves from the east. Nice. Before me, whose name I now bear, I fill my heart with noble purpose. I've given a speech again. I have commanded my armies to descend upon Elderslade. They wait now for me. That's right, we're going to the Elderslade, baby! I will. I have known my road leads to Gundabad for some time now. Why is Imac? I will fight alongside you, Durin. There, look at him! The dwarves, they're working together. You may have need of my nose. That's true. He has good perception and smell. I appraise that about him. And Durin has no idea what he's talking about, and he laughs. Friends and allies, our road leads to the north, to Elderslade, as he holds up his axe. I am prepared. For the Elderslade. Is this going to take us to the Elderslade? Or is it going to leave me in Sundergrot? Please don't leave me in Sundergrot. I don't want to be in Sundergrot anymore. Sundergrot. City of Dwarves. Oh, no, we're not there. We are at the Elder Slade. Very convenient. Thank you.
It seems fortune is with us. The journey was uneventful.
And yet, we cannot rest, for war and danger lies ahead. But do not worry, victory and triumph lies that way too. Yay!
I commanded the establishment of a war camp from which we will launch our assault.
Alright, enter Anek Kerfu. You got it. Very close. Very easy to get to. The Elder Slate doesn't look too bad. It's a pretty nice looking zone. Like it's got a lot of shrubs and stuff, but big and it's grand. I'm kind of curious how the story ends up wrapping up with the main campaign. Because obviously, like I've had the opportunity to do the raid, and the raid is the end of it. The raid is the full assault and essentially the end of the War of Three Peaks for now, because there's a temporary stop that goes in because it gets interrupted by two things: the dwarves assault the keep, and also, spoiler alert, although I have streamed the raid, so it's not like if you've seen the show before, it's not a big spoiler. It turns out that there's the orcs had a fragile alliance with the Frost Horde. The Frost Horde are hobgoblins who work directly with drakes and frost dragons and what have you. And Hrimil Frostheart, the leader of them, doesn't like the dwarves and doesn't like the orcs. And instead of following through with the treaty, decides to kill everybody. So, curious as to how that's going to come together. The war camp bustles with activity. Meet the dwarves on the lower level. Southkill. Nice. I would actually introduce you to everybody that's here.
You still live?
I take it your adventures had you clear of Khazad-dûm before the great resurgence of creatures that pushed us out. If you had been there, perhaps things would have been different. No, that is probably folly. The orcs were there in greater numbers than I'd ever seen them, and they were the vanguard only. Behind them were worse things, glimpsed fleetingly by survivors. If any saw their full horror, those dwarves are dead. I can tell you that. The dead saw them, and I do not envy them in sight. It chills me to think of it even now, here by the heat of the forge. There is no end to the work, my friend. I will continue to forge weapons for the Longbeards until my own furnace is extinguished, and I dare say that day is not upon us yet. And yet the forge does not compare to the one I left behind in Khazad-dûm. Ah, the Heart of Fire. No forge ever burned as brightly or as hot as those in the Heart of Fire. I miss them dearly, but I was not about to let the orcs or their vile allies have access to the forge. I sealed the door before we had fled to the surface. The Heart of Fire, at least, will remain unspoiled until the very end of the world. It makes me smile to think of it there, hidden beneath the mountains, locked behind the name no orc will ever know. Oh, cool. That's neat. Locked away the Heart of Fire. That's good. I really enjoyed doing that, the skirmish. Notes on my approach.
So, you made it.
He hefts his weapon, testing its balance, and stares at you silently for a moment. Then he speaks again. There's an edge on his words. Your deeds are well known to all, even to Gelruka, and I do not doubt your mettle. But you are a friend of Durin and his Longbeards. Will you fight with such favor on behalf of Gelruka too? My brother, Otek, is king now in the lands to the east, but he did not send me here to fight for Longbeards or their friends. He sent me here to reclaim the delvings that were promised to our ancestors of old. It will help me and my people in this time if we have no difficulty fighting by your side. If not, the Gelruka prince weighs his axe handle thoughtfully and turns away. Interesting. Don't axe me, buddy. I hope it doesn't axe me in the back of the head. And then, of course, you have the classic Thorgest and Afwald from very far away. This is not nearly so lonely as an outpost in Hrimbarg, is it? So many doughty warriors have come to fight alongside Durin in his quest. Doughty? Audi? I don't know. Many of them great heroes. You will be pleased that I and Afwald have made the journey. Thorgest bows his head back and laughs, drawing attention to several nearby dwarves. When he has again collected himself, he wears a more solemn expression. Ah, but I wish Thorkel was here. When we were just lads, we never suspected that Gundabad might one day be back in our grasp. And yet here I am, near the doorstep, with one campaign left to fight before that happy day. But my brother is slain, and I will not see it. A pox on the worms of the Misty Mountains. I'm glad you're here, Stormstream. You will not believe me, but Afwald is always going on about you. What do you think she is up to right now? Afwald is always asking me. Well, now he can ask you himself and not pester me with a question day after day. Hey, thanks for the shades. Oh, rip. You got bamboozled. There we go. So, you're a guy that stares at computer screens, and you're a total nerd. I'm having currently this problem where I'm realizing that I squint a lot when I live stream, and I'm wearing these sunglasses makes it way easier to not squint a lot during my live stream. Is there a way I can fix this without wearing sunglasses? Or a recommendation? It's usually not too bad after like 1 hour or 2 hours of gameplay, but after like 5 hours, my eyes just start to get like, I don't know. I start to squint a lot and they get really itchy and irritated.
I feared our paths would not cross again.
Specific lenses to help glare. Oh, isn't that like those blue light glasses? I don't wear glasses, that's the thing, but yeah. I feel like it's a product. One of the things I have that's an issue is I'm always looking for like a recommendation because I am certain that I can find a product online. I usually like recommendations because I don't know how well some of these work. Yeah, for sure. Thorgest had recovered from his poisoned wound, and if you had believed the experience would end his desire for adventure, well, you would be wrong. We received word that the son of King Thorin planned an assault on Gundabad, and before you could say hammers in the deep, Thorgest was on his way, and I behind him. I have done what I can to provision the armies, but such a number of fighters threatens to overmatch my supplies. I will need to amass more goods and food if we are to keep this force in fighting prime shape. Or prime fighting shape. And not only that, but if I do not keep watch over Thorgest, who will? Every day brings it with challenges that needs meeting, Stream, as you well know. Right. Good job, Baffwald. Good job. Optometrist to mail you some from my village? Oh, I should probably go visit an optometrist about that, eh? That's probably not a bad idea. I need to go to an optometrist, actually. Oh, to meet with the dwarves on the lower level. Who did I not meet? Oh, Thetmar and Lickmund are playing runic dice and gambling. Also, Thetmar and Lickmund are from Moria. They lived. Ah, perfect. That's a good idea. I should find a optometrist then. I haven't been to an optometrist in quite a long time. Probably a good idea. I just need to double check with my company insurance plan.
Are you here to join Durin's great assault upon Gundabad? Perfect, perfect.
Oh, with Iwind. Oh, nice. From High Pass. Yeah. You remember when we set fire to that goblin camp near High Pass? Good times, my friend. Great memories. I do not suppose you still have any of Gandalf's flammable draft with you, do you? Ah, pity. I'll just have to make do with what we can and find new interesting ways to burn up the schemes of Gundabad. I have no doubt we will think of something, my combustible friend. Rousty?
Once again, we are on the doorstep of danger.
We last met in the cave of Filgogan outside the walls of Moria, and you helped me learn the fate of my friend Lofric, dead. Alas, but he is here too, in a way, for I embedded his golden tooth in the haft of my axe, and I promised to do so. Together, Throusty and Lofric will slay many orcs on behalf of Prince Durin. Gundabad will be ours. I like that they bring a bunch of dwarves back, and then also reintroduce you, so if you forget where they came from like 6 years ago, you're like, where's Slagby from?
I'm glad to see you are safe.
I was not in Khazad-dûm when the Iron Garrison fell, and it's hard to come by the news of what happened. I have heard enough to know it sounds bad. He shakes his head. I've gone back to the Iron Hills to collect some drawings I left in Yarnfast. It is such a foolish reason. I wanted to compare the design of the cooling chamber with some plans I remember drawing in my youth, and that is why I was not there when the garrison failed. It may be why I am still alive today, and so many of the workers and miners with whom I toiled are not. When I learned that Prince Durin was assembling a great force to reclaim Gundabad, I could not refuse his call. Is that why I was spared? Perhaps, friend, perhaps. But I am glad to know you are here too. We accomplished much in the great delving stream for a time. Look at this guy. All these stories. I do feel an attachment to a lot of these dwarves because I did all their quests.
So many have come to fight for us. Longbeards, Jelruka, and even a number of stout axes.
Orcs who squat within Gundabad will tremble before the force. This Gabilaka The mountain home will nearly be ours.
4 dwarves have arrived to swell my army's ranks.
Go greet the dwarves. And I get a cloak. Crit, evade, finesse. Is that a tri-stat cloak? Crit, evade, finesse. Crit, mitigation. Wow. That's actually not bad. Alright, go downstairs and meet more dwarves. You got it. I do like that the story is all about... Just go meet the dwarves. Go figure it out. Also, this front roll is the best. It's why I play a high elf, by the way. It's only this. Some people don't like this roll. I don't know how you can not like it. Oh my god, it's Bosi, Bori, and Broin!
I am not surprised to see you here, but it warms my heart all the same.
I was in the lowly mountain when Durin sent word to his father that he intended to reclaim Gundabad from the orcs, but I wanted no part of it. I feared to join him. No, not out of cowardice. Bosi frowns unhappily. I was tasked to secure Khazad-dûm, Shrimshrim, but the Iron Garrison failed and my cousin Broger was slain, along with many other good dwarves. How could I hold my head high after that? I feared my presence at Gundabad would bring nothing but ill fortune. And yet, King Thorin deemed otherwise and commanded me to join his son, so I am here. Many things go otherwise in Gundabad. May things go otherwise in Gundabad than they did in Moria. Hope so.
My father has had a difficult time since the Iron Garrison was defeated in Moria.
I've told him repeatedly not to despair, but he pays me little heed. Did I despair in my imprisonment in Mirkwood when the sorcerer Gorathul held me captive within the dungeons of Dol Guldur? Or he gives you a wry smile. You're right. I did, but it turned out all right in the end, did it not? You saved my skin, and now both Gorathul and his ally Mazog are slain. My point is this. Do not close the book when things seem most drear. Or it may be you are not at the end of it at all, but only in the middle. The failure of the Iron Garrison is a tough defeat, but it may be the reclamation of Moria still lies ahead of us, and perhaps Gundabad will be the first step on that road. Good to see you again. Then Broin!
Hello, I am here.
My father Broger would have come to fight alongside Durin if he could. I am here in his stead, for he will never again leave Khazad-dûm. I wish things were different. Yeah, poor Broger. He never made it out. Now I gotta go back and talk to Durin. Yeah, so the idea is that off camera, it's kind of, you have to do the Dwarven allegiance to see it. So it's kind of unfortunate, because it's really relevant to the story that all players haven't seen it. But yeah, the dwarves, the Khazad-dûm fell. So after the Moria expansion, you leave, and then eventually, basically when Sauron dies, a large force of orcs swells from the bottom of Moria and kicks out all the orcs.
Can I ask you a question?
The Leader's Island Garrison will be a strong addition to the Gabilica, and as we begin our assault on Gundabad. Can I ask you a question? Do they seem in good spirits despite the failure of the Iron Garrison to hold Moria? Do they still possess the courage I saw on their faces when they departed the Iron Hills on their expedition? Perhaps you can appraise them and learn. Oh, I have to appraise them? Wait, are they here? No, these are other quests that I need to do. Oh, they're there. Now I gotta talk to Bosi. Appraise. Durin has gathered a mighty force with Ushkram Gundabad. Will it be enough? Bosi. Diplomacy, sagecraft, hardiness, resolve. Oh man, Bosi does not have a lot of resolve. It must be enough, Shrimshrim. It simply must. Axe wielding, memory, hardiness, and resolve. Oh man. Have you seen Cousin Broin? Bori is ready to go, but Bosi is not. We're outside, just north. Go outside and look for him. Why? Tracking down all of the dwarves amongst the mountains in Gundabad. Not exactly what I want to do, but it's good enough. Show history. Yeah, and if you go show history, you can see all of the different details about it. Nope. We're outside. Where's Broin? Royan alone, gazing in the distance. I don't. Is it my goggles? Oh, there he is. He didn't load. I'm like, I don't see this dwarf. I don't know what's going on. Loading.
I do not know what to do, my friend.
I am consumed by a great sense of, I do not know how best to describe it. Resolve. 15. Oh no, he's not ready. I do not think I am ready for another war. Yes, I say another. Make no mistake, the Iron Garrison was at war in the depths of Moria, and it was a war we lost. Not only is that a foothold gone, but too are many of the brave warriors with which it was claimed in the first place. I mourn my father most of all, but Broger was not the first good dwarf to perish within Moria, nor the last. He may have been the bravest, although he may have been the bravest. He was bolder by far than his son, that much was certain. While I regained my courage before we passed through the gates of Gundabad, I survived my encounter with the Watcher in the water in the drowned treasury, after all, and then I was alone, with only the dead for company. No, I was not entirely alone, for it was there I found Ziegelberg, with which I kept the beast at bay. With the mithril axes sealed away, never again to be wielded by anyone. It seemed the right choice then, but what if my courage was sealed away within the darkness with Ziegelberg? Will I never find it again? Please, my friend, I beg you to tell no one of these worries. I bind you to secrecy on this matter. Will you do this? Will you agree not to tell Prince Durin of my mood or my fears? Please. Rowan smiles nervously and raises his axe in a pleased salute. Please. That doesn't seem good. Not a good idea to lie to the king of the dwarves. I feel like that's going to get me into a lot of trouble. You know? Or the prince. I feel like the prince doesn't want somebody to lie to him. I feel like the prince wants somebody to tell him the truth. Well, up we go. He doesn't need to know. Yeah, the resolve of the dwarves. It's a challenging thing.
So, the leaders of the Iron
You tell
Garrison are
Durin
prepared
that
to fight again.
Bosie's son Bori is particularly eager to see a victory in Gundabad. I am pleased to hear that. For I too am ready to reclaim the mountain home. Indeed, all Longwords will rejoice to see it done. These new arrivals know a thing or two about war, and this is what I know. It will spell trouble for the orcs. Well, I'll grab this cloak, because it's probably better than mine.
I dispatched Thalfi the scout to be my eyes.
Well, it doesn't
and
have sockets,
ears
so it's
in
worse, but yeah.
Elderslade.
Scout to be my eyes. Look for him beside the river, just west of Enarkurfu, and help him survey the location of the hills. My army will need to cross the Elderslade before we wage war upon the gates of Gundabad, and I want to know what we are up against. Biraj, what the heck? Birasbij Tharak, my friend. Birasbij Tharak. I don't know how to pronounce that. I hope I did a good enough job. Yeah, now that the further I get into this quest line, I'm realizing that I should have done this first instead of just doing everything else in the zone. But I didn't know where to go. So I never found this quest until I did everything else. Which is kind of funny. I said my favorite method that they use for the vectoring is usually the mail. It would also be nice, you know how if you press Shift B you get a campaign map here? You'd imagine if there was a story map, like the epic battles, and it would tell you which story quests you've done out of the main story. They can see which epic battles I've done, if it just told you specifically what quests you've completed out of each book, and you could see them all. That would be very convenient, and I would love to see a feature like that get added in. Alright. Hey, look at this. Update 28.2. Preview is now open. Monster play balance changes. We're going to take a look at this real quick, because I think this could be interesting. Give me a moment here. Oh yeah, I'm still wearing the shades. Nice. Nice. Hello everybody. Hopefully this is going to make it a little bigger so it's easier to read. So this is the Lord of Squids is posting this.
And we have Bull Roar update 28.2 open right now. This is so we're looking at a patch that's coming up. So this is future stuff. It's not in the game yet. So this is the Monster Play patch. This is the big one that a lot of people have been expecting, that we've been talking about for a while. It's currently on the test server. So if you've been in my chat and you've talked about Monster Play and you're like, they'll never make changes to Monster Play. Eat your words, people. Eat your words. All right. Monster Play. Major changes to how monster player stats are wired up behind the scenes to make them advance more consistently with player stats when we level bump or generally restat the game, and allows us to easily give creeps incremental rating bumps to keep pace with player itemization over the course of a full level cap cycle. Creeps now also receive a generic multiplier to base HP and damage to help keep pace with player itemization. This multiplier can also be quickly updated to let us bump creeps whenever new content is released with higher eye level itemization for creeps. Lots of tweaking to specific creep base rating values, as well as trait and skill rating values. Creeps will now generally start with significantly better ratings, even before they add corruptions. Okay. So just a quick idea here. Basically what they said is, imagine for a moment that their original system that they used was essentially a bunch of cables tangled together. And they could probably make an adjustment and change something, but this big bundle of cables is really hard to do something with. So they could maybe make an adjustment and, pull a cable through and try to get somewhere else, but it was just too much work. So what they did is, instead of making incremental changes, which might have helped in the interim, they decided to spend all of that time to fully untangle all of the cables. Now you know exactly where all the cables go, and it's much easier to manage and change. So now the itemization and stat distribution of all of the characters that are here. So looking at specifically, the creeps' HP and damage, as well as they just have a straight up multiplier, and they changed how the stats are actually calculated. So now they can actually on a granular level, adjust a lot of the numbers to make it more interesting. On top of that, they pretty much buffed creeps across the board on top of that, especially how they start, even without any of the other statistics on top of there. And creeps now start with better ratings. That's better. Physical mitigation corruptions also give BPE boosts. Death mitigation corruptions also give resistance. Resistance corruptions still exist, but they will probably be replaced / altered when we have a chance to expand the corruption tray and do a more deliberate pass on corruptions. Upgraded a lot of morale / power regen sources, including monster player skills and traits, and many consumables for both freeps and creeps. Oh, freep consumables, interesting. Finished major damage heal normalization pass, bumped a lot of their weaker damage skills, made a number of AoEs non-fellowship dependent. Oh, this means that defilers and war leaders are going to be able to do a lot of raid-wide healing. Not group-wide healing. Interesting. Shakaloosh. Bug fix. Amdan Damul. Fixed an issue that prevented frenzied wargs from spawning after 4 sets during the Gorgar and Ranalor encounter. Oh, that's not a bug. That is intentional. Interesting. Corrected an issue that was causing Gorgar's Light Strike skill to not always distribute to nearby players when it looked like it should have. Will now distribute to 10 players within 10 meters of the site. And Shield of Longbeards will no longer block line of sight. Thank you. Oh my god, the fact that because you couldn't do damage during that phase. It was very, very annoying. This is a good fix. This is good. It's just a good change. Tradable, unbound reputation granting tokens now have appropriate region quests gated to their usage. I don't know what this means. Midsummer. Firefly, Mithril Travel, and Quest Guide locations fixed. Crumpled note. Address some Quest Guide issues. Mithril Travel and Quest Guides. Trying to find anything that's kind of important. These are just weird bug fixes of quests all over the place. Which, by the way, if you're wondering why fixed a flow issue with instance The Road to Dunharrow where players could get stuck if they followed something, this is because somebody did the quest and then they submitted a bug report. Because they got stuck and they said, hey, I did this quest, I did this thing, I got stuck, I don't know what to do, and after submitting the bug report, somebody fixed it. So just keep that in mind. They do fix bugs if you report them, especially on quests. This is definitely stuff that people just, no one's doing Wildemort right now. Based a typo on the quest Routing the Spies. Ooh. Characters of different levels in Fellowship duos no longer need to acquire every quest in the available quest category on an NPC in order to be able to see the available private encounters category. Canceling mission quests will no longer incorrectly apply the daily reset timer. Canceled mission quests can be picked up again after waiting a few seconds. And Harvest Math has been extended to the end of November. I love that. Boar mounted jump animation is smoother for all races. Boar mounting animation has been fixed. All mount types can now be used in Thorin's Hall. Adventurer's gear opened at 130 will now create a 428 item with a chance to create up to 430. Interesting. Alright, so now it's better than Shakalush Tier 1. And also, by the way, 430, this is very good for minstrels, because there's the cloaks. The best tank cloak in the game is the light cloak from the boxes, which is really weird. That's kind of interesting. There you have it. Big changes coming to Monster Play. Might be something to check out. But yeah, it's on the beta right now. It's on Bullroar. Curious to see. I'm not going to do it today, but I'll probably update my Bullroar client and maybe look at it later in the week, like Thursday or something. Because it could be fun to just take a quick peek at. Also, I love how the dragons fly in. The new release expected? They didn't say, but it's on Bullroar right now for expected for 28.2. So I don't know why it's a 28.2, but it's 28.2. So Bullroar is usually 1 to 2 weeks off.
I heard you would fight alongside us to reclaim Gundabad.
Unless they decide they need a pass 2. But they're putting out all the data to the players, so if you're a PvPer, if you can in the next 3 days, go download the client and take a look at it and see how it feels. Look at the stats, see how your numbers feel, try killing some monsters, do something like that. I think you can transfer Monster Play characters, although I don't know. But just take a look at them, because if people don't log in and give feedback about some of the numbers and the stats that they're seeing, then things might not line up perfect. They apparently have made sweeping changes all over the place, but just something to think about. Anyway, so he heard that we're going to go there. You see, I wanted to thank you. I believe you saved my life. When the great mass of goblins and orcs erupted from the deep places beneath Moria in the last great flood of evil that spelled defeat for the Iron Garrison, I was separated from my comrades. I was alone and lost and alone in the darkness, cut off from my friends. And then it seemed my end was truly at hand. But wait, I still had a map you helped me prepare of the Winding Way, and by making use of it, I was able to find my way back to my retreating allies. So thank you once again. Dude, he used the map of the Winding Way. Are you serious? I remember doing that quest. I did that quest for sure. That's awesome. Prince Durin has need of our mapping skill in the war effort, Stream. Take this parchment and scout the ruins and camps nearby. 2 old dwarf ruins, one to the northwest and one to the southwest. When you arrive at these, ask that you draw them on the map. And then there must be a warg den further northwest. Alright. So it's basically telling you to go to all of the quest areas to do quests, which is fine. Yeah, I'm not a PvPer, so if I log in to muck about, I will literally be mucking about. I have no experience, I don't understand it, I don't know what the numbers are supposed to be like. I'm only a Freep player who can body creeps 1v1, because it's not hard. Okay, Shakal Atrad, so I have the map. Yeah. Here we go. It all seems cool. It's like, oh no, I can go in my Runekeeper and annihilate somebody because I have 300k finesse and there's nothing they can do. Or one of my favorites is playing Warden, because you just go in as Warden, and one, they probably won't be able to kill you that quick. And even if they try, even if you do die, you also kill everybody else. You just land a spear sweep on them, and one spear sweep is over 1 million damage in dots. Very hard to manage. That's how I killed people in the I'm in the Howler's Notch now. That's how I killed people on the temporary server, the Battle of the Brothers or whatever, Tournament of the Twins. Oh, I have to go to Zarkul Saloon. But yeah, I did the Tournament of the Twins, and I did that with the Warden, because even if I died, everybody died with me. It would kill me, and then they'd have like 3 dots still running on them, or 4 dots, and they're like, oh, and they just get chunked. They can't do anything about it. Especially because players do not have access to light resistance. So they just took full damage from everything. It was the best. Block, parry, or evade? Sorry, friend. You have cry resistance? Oh, you don't. That's not a stat you get access to in the game? Well, let me introduce you to my desolation. I could have done better, though. I didn't have as good of a rotation as I do now, back in the day. Get out of here, whelpling. Let me sketch the map. Select Thelphi and Zudrumdan, northwest of the lake. Alright. I will go to Zudrumdan. But I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go back to Anak Kurfu and take the horse. Much faster. Sorry, I was just checking something about the post. With the... I was checking something with the LotRO PvP post. I'm curious as to what people are talking about it. Sounds promising. While not being a PvP player, I occasionally jump on the wrong side. Curious what you guys think the effect will be. Something like this is necessary to make all the different creep classes meaningful. Their abilities have been kept current or not, widely differing degree over the years. So very many creep abilities have become irrelevant in the current game. Particular defensive abilities have been kept up with the level class increases, which means all creep classes now have effectively the same amount of squishiness. So creep classes that originally bounced by being tanky have become pretty useless. Looking forward to seeing what's been done, too. Let's see if there's any comments on the actual thread itself. It's 2 hours old. How vitriolic is the community? Let's find out. It'd be useful if we got a Gabble Anka rap. That's not about the thing. So you mean that Embers? No. 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 I'm gonna try and find one PvP post on here. Okay, so I checked through all of it, and it looks like of all of the changes, not a single one is about the PvP. I don't know if anybody is doing the PvP. Again, the problem with PvP is it's a very, very vocal, or not a very vocal, it's a spottily vocal minority, where not everybody is vocal about it. Only some people are, so
This map
I'll probably play it. It should be fun.
In both artistry and knowledge.
It seems there may have been some Angmar cultists raiding for one of the loathsome rituals north of here at Kaivatsar. Can you go there and investigate, defeat any of the cultists you find, and adding their camp to your map? Kill 6 men. And sketch the bodies. You got it, man. I can do that. Look at my sunglasses. Don't I look like somebody who would kill 6 people and then sketch the bodies? Okay, is it just me, or is this hairline getting deeper? Oh no. I'm gonna have to check old pictures, but I'm worried that my hairline is slowly receding. I'm not in love with that though. Alright, Kaivatsar. Let's sketch it out, and then let's add some bodies to the pile. I will say, it would be cool if after the completion of this quest, you literally got an updated map. I think that would be amazing. Absolutely. Just like an elf. This is what elves do on the regular. Elves and dwarves alike. Again, I can understand why the orcs don't like the dwarves. It's like, you get why the dwarves don't like the orcs. You know, the orcs take their shit. But, like, also, the orcs will just be like, I need to practice my weapon. Let's just practice on this orc over here. Like, whoa, 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 that's a guy. That's a person. They're like, what? No, this is an orc. I'm practicing my swordplay on the orc. Stab. Like, but it's screaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't you hear it? Stab. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Lord loves you long enough to make room for a second face. That's very funny. Can I take my glasses off yet? Dang. Maybe it's because the screen just feels bright? Or maybe it's because it's not very bright in here, so it's like a high contrast. So it's harder on my eyes, because my eyes are not used to the darkness that's behind. Sure. What the answer is. Drink some more water and call it a day. Act the darkness. That'd be nice. It is very dark in this room. This is my stupid lamp.
I'm worried that the orc and Angmarine presence may be larger than I thought.
Where did all these cultists come from? I thought their kingdom was ended. True, I did too.
I need you to scout the camps nearer to Gundabad now.
Trouble not to draw on these maps, for I suspect the enemy presence of these locations will afford you no time to draw. No, this time I asked you to simply observe the situation nearer to Gundabad, then report back to me what you saw. Scout all the things and kill 20 people. Sadly, I do not. Where am I supposed to scout? No time to draw is the name of this quest. Scout these 3 places. 1, 2, and 3, and then also murder a bunch of guys. Alright. I love the drakes flying in. That's so sick. It's one of my favorite parts about the landscape, is as you're riding down, you just see, like, the drakes. Look, there it is, Gundabad. The music. Oh. So good. Does they just swoop in? Instead of just the drakes being on the landscape now, when they come in and they animate, they swoop in from the distance, which is very cool. Right. Cross this bridge. I would love to get tier 3 of the raid done. That'd be sweet. Get me some... Although the problem I have with getting tier 3 of the raid done is that if I do go and get into a... we get it completed, I'm still not going to get a single item that I need. Not that it won't be given to me or something like that, like but just it won't spawn. I've been having difficulty getting items to spawn. Hey, it's orcs. By getting items to spawn, I mean like just drop rates. Again, something I would love to see is potentially, I don't know if it's just me because I'm very unlucky, but it just feels weird to do like the raid like every week and I haven't gotten a single healing item. It feels bad. We're not that far into the raid cycle, so it's not like it's the worst thing. Man. I think it's also because they're just so polarly opposite. Like if you play as like a minstrel or something, and you get an item, like you pick up a raid weapon or whatever. Not that big of a deal because you're like, oh well, you know, this raid bracelet, it still has a socket, it still has like tactical mastery, so it's like okay as a healer. It doesn't have outgoing healing, but it's like it's all right. Not the best, but it's all right. Now we go kill the Iron Crown. Everybody loves killing the Iron Crown. You know, it actually might not be a bad idea to just alternate with something like that. Get like go to an optometrist, get a pair of glasses, That way I'd have less stress on my eyes staring at this bright screen. And then just alternate between the two. 'Cause I'm feeling pretty good right now, because I didn't have the glasses on for over an hour. Get out of here, Iron Crown son of a gun. I do like the fact that the Iron Crown are showing up again. Hello, Wolfen. How are you? What's going on? How are you doing today? What's hanging? You know what I mean? Stabbing some people. Is this guy a guardian? Is this guy a DPS guardian? He's killing people. Oh, and he's a warden. Okay, I was like, holy moly. And he looked like a guardian. Of course he was killing people. He's a warden. Did my guy just aggro? Okay. That's the problem with the Herald. Sometimes he'll just like take the wrong path and then all of a sudden aggro like 1 extra monster and then 2 extra monsters and then 3 extra monsters. Now I'm getting overloaded. Herald, what are you doing? I don't pay you enough for this. Cause all this extra work. Or, you know, I pay you too much if this is how you're gonna act. Can I break any of the stuff down that I got? No, I can't. Yep. Armlet of the Artist. Finesse and crit. Vitality and might. Yeah, it's a lot of finesse, actually. How much do I have on my character? 200k. It's not bad. Oh, great. Now Herald is stuffed. Yeah, how are you doing, buddy? What's going on? Are you having yourself a wonderful Tuesday? Or at least a palatable Tuesday? No. No, like a fine Tuesday? Like it's good enough. Yeah, I'm going to be testing out. I think I want to try out some of these monster play changes. So I'll try to test them out later in the week. I'm probably not going to do it today. Might do it like tomorrow morning or something like that. Ah, troll spawn. Wait, this warg. What? Well, go away. Yeah, I'm fighting the warg. My stun break is gone. Woo! I need to kill 1 orc, I think. Yeah, I still need 1 orc. Ah, come to me, orc. I guess it's a goblin, whatever, it's good enough. I'm not picky. I will kill whatever. Woo! There we go. And now I have to go back to Thalfi at Zudrum down. Got it. Game is pretty focused. Some of the stuff today. Recent back from work. I'm glad tomorrow you're off and enjoy a day off. Yeah, man, you gotta get those days off. You can't work every day. I mean, you physically probably can, but it's gonna take a toll on you, both physically and mentally. And you gotta recharge those batteries. You gotta take some time to yourself and say, you know what? I do need to just kind of space for a bit. I find days off are really interesting. I sometimes find that days off give me levels of stress. I worry that when I take a day off and I'm not doing something, that there's something that I could be doing and I'm not using this time properly. But when I try to book things and schedule my day off highly, so I've got lots of things going on, I'm visiting friends or I'm doing tasks that I need to get done, then I'm not actually relaxing and enjoying that relaxed time. And then that whole idea, so the idea that I don't know exactly what I want to do with my time, I find very stressful sometimes, and so days off can sometimes feel like they're not really days off, but they just, you know, I get worried and stressed about something that's going on. It's kind of weird. It's definitely a weird scenario. I don't know how to think about that. So then instead of enjoying my day off by just relaxing and doing things I want to do, or scheduling the time, I usually do nothing. I hate that. That's why I haven't really been giving myself any days off with this whole live streaming thing. Because I'm like, I don't know. I get easily stressed by that stuff. Action and inaction. Here we go. Now we go back to Thelphi. You're off tomorrow as well? Nice! It is November 11th. It is Remembrance Day, which is a holiday in Canada, and it's also a day where we're supposed to remember our veterans. It's one of the reasons why, if you check my stream schedule, I'm not streaming until after 11 p.m. because I am observing Remembrance Day. Did you learn from the enemy presence near the gate of Gundabad? You give Thalfi a report. Did you make some notations on the map? Yes, I see. We were both right. There is no shortage of foes. Perhaps by studying this information, Prince Durin will find some weakness in the line. No such vulnerability makes itself known to me, but I'm only a scout, not a master strategist. I have faith in the prince and his advisors. One of them will surely see something. IMAC has probably something to say.
Your long beard, so trusting.
Stadax does not sit idly by. He takes action.
Orange longbeards must be willing to do whatever is necessary if they are to see victory.
The combat prowess not be enough by itself. Do you think the orcs will face the dwarves in a fair fight? No, they will do whatever they can to gain an advantage, and so should we. It is a lesson I learned in Mordor, and I learned it well. Durin must think like his foes if he has the greatest chance to have the greatest chance of victory. If he wants to have victory, he will need to think like a goblin. I have a plan, Stream. I want you to gather heavy rocks on the base of the cliffs and some explosives carried by the goblins throughout Elderslade. Alright, sapper bombs and loose rocks. I guess I gotta find goblins? Aren't the goblins all stealth goblins? I have no idea what I'm supposed to be looking for right now. Oh, there it is. Goblin sappers. Oh, there are just sappers chilling right here. Unfortunately, I don't do enough damage at range to get the goblins to drop their sappers or their sap bombs on themselves. That would be sweet. I guess the goblin sappers are just spawning in this area, so I just gotta run out and find them. Maybe that's another one? I don't see any rocks to loosen, though. I do see another goblin across the way. I feel like once I've killed all the goblins, it'll make this easier, because I'll be able to easily find my path to the rocks. I very much like the fact that they just tell you where to go. I'm a huge fan of this. Some people don't like the fact that the game very much directs you, but for me, the fun part isn't exploring the land and trying to figure out where exactly to go all the time. The fun part is like the gameplay, fighting the monsters, equipping the items, getting the stats. Those are the fun things. I do like some aspects of exploration. I like the fact that they have the hidden chest mechanic, where there's hidden chests and little secrets all over the place, and sometimes you'll just find like a hidden chest behind a wall, or you'll climb up on top of a roof and there's a hidden chest, and you're like, oh cool, I got a thing, and you feel good about that level of exploration, but it's not really required. I like that. I like exploration as an optional component. Alright, now where do I go for these rocks? I think right here. Or left here. This is to the west of me. However, before I can go ahead and explore this area and get these rocks thrown off, one thing I do need to do is hit the washroom, because it's important to go to the washroom on a regular schedule. I'm going to play an ad while I do that, and I will be back in just a moment. Be right back. Ah, the hydrate. Thank you. I appreciate the hydration. Reese. I will do that as I loosen this rock. Or gather this rock? Gather the rock. Well, that's another thing I like about this, is you can click on something and your character will run towards it. Man, that's so nice. So many video games don't have that feature. It's very minor, but it just makes some of the stuff easier because you can like just one click and your character will find their own path to where you're trying to go. It's just an extra level of convenience I like. There's just so many little things I enjoy about the Lord of the Rings Online. Where they thought to themselves, hey, let's add an extra layer of convenience to this, because we can. Right. Almost got all my loose rocks, too. Got them all! Curious as to what a lot of people's feedback from the bull roar thing is going to be. Mostly because, you know, it's something that a lot of people are very passionate about, is the PvP. So, I'm wondering if they're going to embrace it, if they're going to like it or dislike it, or they're going to hate it. They're not going to love it. It's the LotRO PvP community. They don't love anything. But, I'm just curious if it's going to be like, hey, they sort of like it, or they're gonna hate it. All right, let's talk to IMAC.
These will do nicely.
I have in mind a number of traps that will prove most harmful enemies and surely turn the tide. 3 victories a step closer. Perfect. I don't know about this stream. Setting traps, trying to win a battle through deceit. IMAC is not wrong about this, at least. These strategies belong to the orcs. If it is up to me, I say they can keep them. I finished the scouting map here. I give it to you so you can deliver it to Durin and at Corfu. Will you also bring him word of my discomfort with IMAC's plan? I do not think dwarves should rely upon traps in any way, or in this way, and I'm sure the prince will agree. I'm sure the prince will disagree. I'm very confident that Durin will be all in with IMAC's plan because he's probably trying to gather wisdom from the other groups of dwarves. That is my prediction, because that is both what would be most beneficial towards his cause, and also they really want to win. It's like how in like Mass Effect, you like question Javik about the stuff that he does. He's like the Prothean, the space alien from like the previous like group of space aliens, and he's like the last of his entire race because he was frozen in, you know, cryogenic stasis or whatever to be unleashed in the future. And you like argue about like the war tactics, and they talks about how they did like guerrilla warfare and whatever they could do to survive. And then you know, your character's like, it's like, oh, guerrilla warfare. It's like, well, that's not really like, you know, honorable combat. And then he's like, stand among the ashes of a trillion ghosts and ask the dead if honor matters. I'm like, oh, sick comeback. Get them. If they want to win the war, they gotta win the war. They don't have a choice. You can't just like go at them with steel and hope you're gonna win every single time. I kind of think of it like almost anything. Like, if you want to sell a product, you can't just like make a good product. You also need to market the product. You also need to advertise and do all sorts of stuff. Like, there's multiple layers that go into anything. And it's the same with the dwarves. So I'm assuming that's what I'm feeling. That's my gut feeling. Durin can prove me wrong right now, but that's what I feel like you're gonna do.
You have returned with tidings from Thalfi?
Well, he studies the defensive layouts. You tell him IMAX plan to use traps against enemy forces. The Dodax is not wrong. Given the opportunity, the orcs would prefer not to fight us in a fair fight. That is not the Longbeard way. It is not my way. He draws some lines on the map and a bit of charcoal and hands it back to you. But we must reclaim Gundabad at any cost. If the trap IMAC has devised will help us in this, I will not command him otherwise. I do not think that the battle will be won with deception alone. The greatest share of the burden will fall upon the swords and axes of my Kabilika. Show the map to Prince Ingor downstairs and have him agree that his Jalruka will move in these marked formations when the fighting begins. It is nearly time to begin the assault. I love how it's nearly time to begin the assault. I spent like almost no time in this zone according to the main quest, and time to go, man. It's time to go. Alright, Prince Ingor. Now he's gonna spit in my face again like he usually does. Hey buddy, what's up?
Durin sends you to me with a plan for the first attack.
Why should he not wait for my plan? I have my own scouts, and I trust their word more than any of his. Ingor takes the map from you and studies it with distaste. Then he produces his own piece of charcoal and obscures Durin's notes of the zone. I have some reservations with this plan. Take this back to the Longbeard and tell him I have improved it. I love how the dwarves don't talk to each other. They're like, no, I don't like this. You go tell him. You're just like the gopher in between. All right.
We are out of time. An army of orcs has emerged from Gundabad.
And he hands it to one of his lieutenants. The time for planning is over. The time for war is upon us. All right, time for war.
Orcs dwelt within the sacred mountain of my people.
Gundabad was home to the first of us. It was the home to the best of us. Let us take it back. Durin bares his teeth and shows gives the assembled crowd a ferocious smile. Then he breathes deeply and in a quieter tone he addresses you. Are you prepared, Stream? Shall I give the order to march? Sept.
Then it begins. The War of Three Peaks is upon us.
Yes, they said the title. He said the title. He did the thing. He said War of Three Peaks. All right, let's do it. Come on, Durin.
Forward! Gundabad will be ours!
We need to seize Zarkul Saloon if we are to push through the Elder Slade towards Gundabad. The Jalruka will lead the way behind their prince, and my Longbeards will follow them. We have orcs to slay Stream. Come close to me. Oh, I'm like, whoa, everyone's sliding around. Where's my animation, yo? Are we just taking Zarkul Saloon? I think I have to fight these ones? No, these ones. I don't know who I'm supposed to be fighting. Man, there are some very unhappy people out there. There's a thread on the Dungeons and Dragons online subreddit for people to ask questions about the developers, because somebody, or not somebody, Draculetta, doing a Ask the Devs podcast, and they ask people for questions, and there is somebody who is going through here who is commenting on every post with the meanest, most pessimistic shit I've ever seen on everybody's question. He just goes to their question and just lays down how unhappy they are with every aspect of both the video game and possibly their whole life. And I find it very interesting. They must be one of the least interesting people to talk to. Oh, hey, look, the milestone's already here. That's a good setup. I like that. Where's Ingor? He was to lead his Jalruka up the slope. Something wrong, dwarf. seem to be... Uh-oh. Short. An army. He called him short. I can literally fight all these orcs by myself. It's only like 10 orcs. All at the same time as well. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I get you know, being mildly upset about certain things that happen, or being frustrated with certain things, but man, take a level of crust and salt to try to like bring other people down to your level. Why is that a thing? Why does it make people happy to share misery instead of happiness? I don't know. I find it weird. I mean, I've definitely done it before. I don't usually encourage people to get riled up and to try to, you know, discourage people from doing things. Unless it's like bad things. Like I would discourage people from, you know, committing crimes. Don't commit crimes. Crimes are bad. You know, stuff like that. Don't commit crimes. Lots of things like that. I don't know. It's like basic stuff, but I don't know, it just seems weird to me. Send out the muscle, boys. The muscle. It's called the muscle. I love that this troll is called the muscle of Zarkul Saloon. That's so awesome. Has been occupied. A new foothold for the Gabilika. Only Longbeards. Where is Jalruka? Where is Ingor? He didn't look at the plan, did he?
What is the meaning of this?
Ingor was supposed to lead a Jalruka at the head of the charge. Why, then, did the dwarves under his command dwindle in the rear, allowing my Longbeards to bear the brunt of the first impact? What can it be but cowardice? Stream. Find the Jalruka coward. I demand answers. Does he still dawdle outside? I will. I will go find out what's going on. Because he is mad. Hello, Prince Ingor. What are you doing here?
Speak not so to me.
Throwing away our lives and to hold his own people in reserve. He thought to expend Jalruka blood to gain Gundabad and reward to his Longbeards. But he is not as canny as he believes, and I did not fall for his scheme. Uh-oh. Trouble's a brewing. You guys are not being friendly.
I bristle at these accusations and refute them.
My Jalruka fought and died as bravely as any two Longbeards, and if Durin calls me a coward, he will answer to my axe. He seeks proof that my Jalruka have paid the price. Then look upon the corpses of my slain and gather their fallen weapons. Then you will see that my own folk have done their share, nay, more than their share. The Jalruka release their weapons only when slain. Collect the weapons by their corpses and store them in the barrel at the trench in the northwest. They can be wielded by Longbeards who cast aside their own weapons when the fighting turned fierce. Durin speaks to me of cowardice, then he should look to his own. Alright, so where am I collecting weapons? No. Here. I guess it was just targeting specific monsters somehow. Because the Jalruka are sword-wielding dwarves. They use scimitars and cutlasses as opposed to a direct axe. Curved blade is the favored weapon of the Jalruka, which is kind of interesting. a sword-wielding dwarf. Unfortunately, we don't currently have a Jalruka dwarf race, although it would be interesting if we did get one. We've got a dagger-wielding dwarf and the stout axes. You have the axe-wielding dwarf and the regular longbeards, and then you have the Jalruka, who are the sword-wielding dwarves, and they have like special sword bonuses. Boni. It's possible. Yeah, when you have multiple bonuses, it's Boni. They just walk around murdering people. And I always find this, I find it interesting because I don't know how the game can explain away the fact that your character has literally killed millions, probably, of orcs. Like, I'm sure there's people that have killed millions of these orcs. I'm assuming they just kind of video game it away and be like, well, you know, you didn't really kill that many. But I bet if you compare your battle record against pretty much any NPC in the game, you just completely trounce them. Consider how much additional damage you end up doing. And just all the monsters you're able to fight at the same time. I mean, I just like fight a bunch of these ass horns. I can fight these gold worms. I can fight everything without really needing to do anything in particular. Which I find quite interesting. Also, I didn't really come up here and explore this area. I need 3 more enemy forces. Iron Crown. Fight this thing. Is that a big ass warg? Oh, yo, it's Moslet. Nemesis. Cool. It must be one of those guys. The uh-oh. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. The second I saw that elephant walk a little closer to me, I was like, uh-oh. Get out of the way. Also, I'm just fighting a mammoth. Who does this? Oh, what are you doing this weekend? Oh, you know, fighting mammoths. Having a good time. Fighting some mammoths. I guess Legless did it, and I am an elf. Oh, those were like the Mumax. What were they called? Oliphants or something? Oh. Don't get murdered by this Moslet. What's the difference? Mumakil. Just looking it up right now. Mumakil are the largest creatures resembling, known by Westerons as Oliphants. Often used in battle by Haradrim. Oliphant was the name given to them by hobbits. Oh, so the hobbits called them the Oliphant. But they are called Mumax or Mumakil by the Haradrim. I much prefer Mumakil to Oliphant. Oliphant is just very lazy. It's an elephant. What do we call it? An Oliphant? I much prefer the Mumakil. Oh, I have to put them in the bucket. Bring the weapons, the weapon crate, in the trench, to the west. Oh wait, did I go the wrong way? Oh yes, I did go the wrong way. How about calling them big boys? You can call them big boys. Absolutely. But I just find that interesting. frame rate, please help. Okay, so now I'm in the pit. And everything's loading, it looks like. Yes, there it is. Oh, and I'm right next to Bori. Okay, that makes sense. Bori.
Have you seen my father or my cousin?
If the first cell, they're not able to find them in the mid the cast. Can you look for them? I want to make sure they're all right. Find Broin or Bosi. Broin. Able to reach the trench from the north. Perhaps they have pushed during the fighting. All right, find them. Got it. Lord of the Rings Online, Mumakil appear in Eastern Gondor as an enemy and are part of several quests. There you go. Look at that. The reference on the official Lord of the Rings wiki about Lord of the Rings Online and Mumakil. Hey, it's Bosi, what's up?
Ready yourself. They prepare for another assault.
Everything loads. Let me get rid of this. Ads in this web page. Yeah, every time you see an elephant, just call him a big boy. Man, Bosi does not have a lot of health. I think I heal him though. Yeah, I heal him with my AoEs. Fine. Oops, I'm accidentally healing this guy to full. Oh well. Let's wait till I stop seeing absorb. The bleeding starts happening again. We just smash him. The other side of many doors shut down in the north. I saw the dwarves retreating in a trench to the north. Go help them. Okay, I have to go to the dwarves to the north. Okay, got it. I just want to get rid of this guy. Having Harold around, he just aggroes everything. He really wants to fight. You know, he hears about the dwarven speeches. He hears Durin just shouting about some stuff, and he gets really excited and heated, and he really just wants to fight. Just wants to fight some orcs and take back the mountain. Oh, it's Throsty. Good about at least all of his defenders on it, but I was not so. Another wave of enemies emerged from the mountain, forcing us to give ground. Thank you. Tide of battle turned against us, and we were forced back. This is not defeat, nay, but a time to regroup. We must steel ourselves and return to the fray. You're looking for Broin? Broin? I did not see him during the retreat, though last I saw him, he fought alongside Slagby north of here. Did he not escape the rest of us? Alright. Time to go north of here. I saw him fighting. He was to the north. Alright. So these guys are fighting this goblin, and while they do that, and lose... Wait, that guy's a defender and he lost this goblin assassin? Bro, this guy has so much health, and he's losing. I'm gonna go around this trench so I can aggro all this garbage. Help Slagman from the rocks out of trap. Slagman and I fought against wave after wave of orcs. We were forced back by sheer ferocity of their attacks. During a break in the onslaught, as we prepared to rejoin the others, Slagman tripped over some hidden cord, partially buried beneath this fall of stones. It must have been some goblin trick set to ensnare him. Help me lift the stones. Okay. You got it. I'm a war guy. I war all this stuff. Oh, it's Hawkbuzz. Hey, I fought this guy before. What's up, buddy? I took your land. You lost to me. Not only are the recurring dwarves, and also I'm literally fighting with him standing over top of him. Which means the orc body is going to follow right on top of Slagby. Sorry, Slagby. Meet up with Slagby several trenches to the south during the War of Three Peaks. Alright, now we go back several trenches. Right our way back. Hopefully not aggro every single thing on the entire warfront. The goal, anyway. These guys were really deep. I just like that Bosie's just chilling out here. side? There we go, Slagby.
Did I hear you rightly? That trap was not set by the orcs?
But by Imac the Stout Axe? Was this true? Is he a fool or was he stricken by some madness? We have difficulty fighting enough orcs without having to worry about running afoul of traps set by our supposed allies. I cannot believe this. A pox on the Stout Axes. You must make this right. Find Imac, and that's why I've chosen to fight the dwarves and not orcs. Man, God. It's true that I did also help him set up the traps. Did they maybe they didn't make a map that would display where the traps were so they would know? But if that's true that Slagby got stuck in that trap, and the dwarves, the thing that makes me nervous about this is that it seems like all the dwarves are ready to tear at each other, and they're not interested in actually winning this fight. Or they're not as interested. They're still bickering and squabbling about, you know, Prince Ingor is a coward and this dwarf is doing whatever. And I think Durin is going to have some speech where he's going to be like, "You get out of here." But they all show up at the end, so I don't know how it ends. Imac outside. Oh, look at them. They're all angry. They're surrounding him. Such deeds serve only the orcs. They will not cease hurling insults and threats at me, and have weathered worse winds than these. What is the Grey Maul Rebellion to me? They think I care about the stories of ancient dwarves? Bah, they're nothing to me. They think I was wrong to set traps for orcs. If these Longbeards paid more attention to their surroundings, they would not blunder into one of my devices. You would not think they wanted to reclaim Gundabad at all. They are so willing, are they, to dirty their hands. Well, they will be happy to do this. I did not have time to put the rest of my plan into motion before the defenders emerged from Gundabad and marched on our position. I lacked the time to set the goblin bombs you collected, so I stored them in a crate inside Zarkul's saloon. It is a shame, for those explosives could have claimed the lives of many orcs if I had placed them as I had wanted. Collect and defuse the goblin bombs from a crate where Amak stored them inside Zarkul's saloon. It might be good to check on those goblin bombs, just in case. Uh-oh. I really hope they're not literally actually inside this building about to explode. Could be bad. Crate of goblin bombs. Crate is empty. Uh-oh. F-Wald. Are you looking for something? I heard the battle might be turning against us, but as long as you're still fighting the victory with the still fighting, I think the victory is within reach. You tell Aval you're looking for this. Oh, the goblin bombs? I did wonder why they were being saved. Iwan came by and gathered them up. He seemed very excited about them. Now that I think about it. Is that a problem? Oh no, that's the friggin' super combustion explosive orc or dwarf. Oh my gosh. We're playing on Crick Hollow.
Like setting things aflame, doesn't he?
As long as he is careful and vigilant, perhaps he will make good use of those bombs against our foes. It may be a good idea for you to find him, and sure he's using caution. He mentioned something about the Angmarim towards Kaivad Sar. Okie doke. Yeah, I'm currently playing on Crick Hollow. It is my home server. North American, not the biggest one, but it is the server that I play on. Alright, let's roll. Apparently I'm in combat too. At Friday night bread and jam sessions by the Prancing Pony. Nice. I am somebody who doesn't... I play on Crick Hollow, which has almost constant festivals and events that have been set up by the players of the game. There are people that do an incredible amount of work to set up so many cool festivals and events. And I think it's awesome that a lot of the community comes together to do that, because they do a great job. they've got like the art and the advertisement and the posters and what have you. That being said, I don't usually partake in any of it. I play this game because I like video games and not so much like that level of social exposure. I don't really, other than getting knocked on my horse, I don't really look for that in my video games that I play. So I think that a lot of the festivals and events that people run themselves are very, like, they're really cool conceptually. I don't usually partake in any of them. Ever. At all. Even a little bit. I don't know. I don't find it very interesting. Obviously, it's difficult for a lot of people right now because of the whole not going outside and the whole pandemic thing and whatever. You know, it's tough when you are unable to man your horse. When you're unable to, you know, do a whole lot of different things. Oh, I'm dragging a bunch of guys into the Shelruka. They're gonna have a fight of their lives. When you're essentially unable to see your friends and do all sorts of social things. But I used to have so many different social gatherings and stuff. It's actually kind of nice to have a bit of a break. It's almost like an entire year just away from most of my social obligations. So I am not spending nearly as much time. Like I used to do trivia every week, Dungeons and Dragons group, and other things. And now it's not like that. I'm excited to go back, but I don't search for that in the video games that I play. But that is just me.
Yes, my friend, yes. This war will soon be ended.
I have set a number of goblin bombs in the path northeast, and in mere moments the orcs and Angram allies will be consumed by the conflagration of their own devising. Reinforcements will no longer be able to use that path to come to the defense of Kaivedsar, and all is thanks to my forethought and ingenuity. This conflagration may not be as impressive as the fire we set at Gashru, but it will serve. If only I had some of Gandalf's draft left. That made for a spectacular inferno. What's that? How close will the fires be to our fighting dwarves? Good question. Perhaps you should tell them to back up. Convince dwarves to evacuate the northeastern road. Check. Go tell the dwarves to evacuate because the bomb is going to blow. Endangered longbeards. It's a longbeard that set the trap. What has he done? The bomb, man. Place is not safe. Oh. Place is gonna blow. His beard. Alright. I'm gonna hope that I don't aggro this thing. I can kill it, I just don't wanna. I get no benefit from doing so. Ah, dwarf evacuated. Turn to Iwind. Tremendous. Do you see that? What a beautiful sight. It serves those goblins right. How do you think they like the power of the devices they fashioned? But there's not as many explosions as there should have been, friend. Oh, I didn't see it. Do you think it's possible some goblin sneaks managed to retrieve some of the bombs? There are 3 goblin bombs for which I cannot account. Steal back the bombs they stole from us. Yes, the ones we stole from them first. Oh, I have to find goblin sneaks and then kill them to get the bombs back? And there's 1. 2. There's 3. No, those goblin sneaks, they stole the bombs. Okay, we stole the bombs, but still. They stole the bombs that we stole from them. Goblin's boots were wet like lake water, but he placed the bomb already. Find and quench the hidden goblin bomb somewhere in the lakeside trench. This is madness. There's so much going on in this war. There's like, you know, there's the goblin bombs that are just gonna be exploding or whatever. Oh man. Perfect. Oh, hey, somebody's already having all this stuff chase him. Oh, except that. Must make it through. Frame rate be damned. Maybe. We're near the lakeside trench. We're near the lakeside trench. There it is. Calvin bomb. You go away. Ah! You find Iwind. You quenched last bomb? Good. It is a pity we're not able to turn it against its creators, but at least we made effective use of the others. Return to Durin. Learn what is to be our next plan of attack. Alrighty. Not too bad. I'm just also looking at some of the questions some of these guys are asking. Because I'm currently on my 4th... There's a thread that I saw that was kind of interesting. So it's a Dungeons & Dragons question, so I apologize. But it's part of the Ask the Devs interview. I don't know if there's an Ask the Devs going on or something like that for LotRO. Because I already did my thing. And a bunch of people were upsetty spaghetti that I did something, so I don't know. Can't please the LotRO community, I guess. In some cases. A lot of people were really excited to hear about stuff, but there's just some people that are... It's like I said, the vocal people that are very... They don't want to have fun. What is this goat for? Oh, it's for riding around. You ride the goat. You ride goats and horses and all sorts of stuff. I usually like riding goats because I think they look good, and I love the animations, how they have the little prance. I like the goats have like a prancing animation versus the horses, which have a more clear trot. Like this thing, which is just like racing. It's like go horse. I much prefer the prancing of the goats, personally. Are the devs even considering working on the technical side of the game instead of releasing another money-milking expansion? Wow, what a loaded question.
Victory is at hand!
I love when people ask questions like that. Hey, are you guys actually considering fixing the game instead of trying to just deceive the players and take money out of them for giving them nothing? What a great question to ask somebody. People love answering questions like that. Did not give up hope. And now we are rewarded. The tide of the battle has turned again in our favor. Victory is at hand. I hope so. Because everybody seems to be dying.
One obstacle remains.
We must do something about Gorgar the Ruthless. The orc who rules going to bed. His orcs will defend the mountain home from us as long as he lives. But if I can put an end to him, they will scatter. They will learn the first hand that only a dwarf can lay claim to the title. Blow the signal outside to rally the dwarves to my banner. Outside Zarkul Saloon, the field of battle, and at our forward encamp nearest the mountain home. I will lead my warriors up the steps of this last offensive, and at the very threshold of the fortress, I will challenge Gorgar for the rule of good to bad. Interesting. Alright. I don't know what's happening here. Blow the signal horn in one of the trenches northwest of Zarkul Saloon. So yeah, I like this goat. This is the goat of the threshold. You get it for doing the raid quest. It's got like an armored faceplate, and it's got armor all over the side of it. And it's got these big scary horns. I like this goat. I don't know, I just like the way the goats like... They kind of like glide over the ground. Something about it, I just like. Alright. Oh, I have to blow the horn, I guess. Oh, no, it's here. Okay, it was just loading. I was like, I saw this thing, and I was like, it's gonna be here? It's a hidden cave of Drengthal near the encampment closest. Oh, I gotta go up to Drengthal, alright. We're going through some of these areas. One of the reasons why I like to use the Warhorse is because the Warsteed has the ability to not get knocked off when you take damage, which is very useful because I have more than enough health to get just hit by every monster as I go through this landscape. So If you haven't done this yet, I highly recommend it, especially for traveling through almost every given area once you have access to your Warsteed. Go into the Warsteed medium trait tree, be a medium traded warhorse, and use Sacrifice, which makes it so that all of the damage that you take does not go to your Warsteed health, which is 3,000. It goes into my health, which is 317,000. So as monsters, give me the whack and try to deal damage to me, I actually don't take any additional damage, or the horse doesn't take damage, so I never get knocked off. And since you don't get knocked off, you can just blaze past all the monsters. You might think to yourself, oh, but if you're taking damage, what if you die? But I don't die. Monsters can only hit me like one time, and then I'm gone. And then I drop combat and I heal. So for me, it's like it's a no-brainer. All the health that I'm regenerating. Oh, man. I do not know if I actually made it through there, so if I'm lagging. I am aggroed, so I did actually get through that area. Although when you take a devastating crit for 33,000, that doesn't inspire, That doesn't feel good. Plus, you also get to drift on your horse. Oh, okay. We're here. Here's just how this is gonna end. Sorry, I was like reading stuff. I should actually be paying attention to what I'm doing. Because I'm assuming that they have like a solo version of the raid that essentially you'll have to go through. I don't know how long that's going to take. But hopefully it's cool. I would like to be able to see the raid thing here. Signal horn. Oh, and now Broyan is here.
We are right on the threshold of victory.
Probably just as well.
My heart is heavy.
On the threshold, but my heart is heavy. You ask Broyan what to do to lighten his burden, and he frowns. There is nothing, my friend. These worries are my own end. He trails away, engaged in some internal debate. You have always stood by me and my kin, Stream. No matter the mistakes we have made, we will never forget neither that loyalty nor the kindness. Neither will I keep the troubles from you, though I am shamed by them. This is my confession. I fear my decision will seal away the mithril axe. May have cost my father his life. Would Broger still live today if we had wielded Ziegelberg in defense of the Iron Garrison? When the horde emerged from the depths of Moria, I could have repelled them if I still possessed the truest reflection of Durin's own axe. In this age of the world, I chose to seal Ziegelberg away because I thought it was cursed. But can you truly say that the Iron Garrison's fate in Moria could have been worse if it was? I find that hard to believe. How many lives might I have saved if I kept Ziegelberg, Stream? How many lives in Moria, and how many lives here on the steps of Gunabag? You speak what reassuring words you can, and Broyan thanks for them, but you can tell his heart remains heavy. Tell my cousin Bori that I am well, or well enough. He does worry. The Bori outside. Alright, I will talk to Bori outside. Where's Bori? Wait, I have to go back to Zarkul Saloon? Again? Dude. You guys need to figure it out. I hate having to go like this ping pong of go up, then go down, then go up, then go down, then go up, then go down. Alright, and now we take the horse and we do this. Hello. I would like to go back. I mean, that is classic Lord of the Rings. To send you somewhere, then ask you to just leave. Come back. Go here, and then go to this other, not random place, but if there was like a horse guy that could travel you there, that would be nice, but there just isn't a horse guy for traveling. Talk to Bori outside Zarkul Saloon. So where's Bori? Bori is outside. He's probably over here. Yes, he was loading. There he is. Aha!
Did you hear the signal horns?
If you wish to participate in this raid, this is when Adman Damul, the Bloody Threshold, takes place in the story. So we become the Lord of Gundabad. Okay.
Let us follow after Durin.
My friend, we will aid when we can and be among the first to ensure within the mountain home of victory. I have an idea. Let us take another path to the steps of Gundabad. That way we obtain the element of surprise and may be a greater help to the prince and his warriors. Talk to Bori outside Zarkul's saloon.
Quickly, we must follow Durin and his warriors.
Okay. This is a new Mordor expansion for DDO. That would be sick. I would love a Mordor expansion for DDO.
Let us press on.
We'll have to fight our way up to the slope into the threshold of Gundabad if we do not wish to miss the prince's victory. Let's go. Where am I? Oh, I'm just here. I am very curious as to where we're actually going. Like I said, I've done the raid already, so I already know what happens. I was just kind of curious how they wrapped it up if you didn't do the raid, because it tells you that you can do the raid in the story. By the way, the raid, if you're nervous about it and you don't raid that often, the tier 1 version of the raid, the first layer of it, it is very fully doable with almost any group. It was designed to be very straightforward, so that way, if you've never raided before and you don't have experience, you can kind of just jump in a party with some other people and be able to go smash it out. The only thing you need is one person to tank, and ideally 2 people to heal, but at least 1 person to heal. And then you should be fine. And then you can go ahead and do that raid. They wanted the first tier of the raid to be like introductory, so that way you can see the raid for sure and participate in the story as it pertains to raids, but then also have the ability for, as an introductory thing, to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe you never tried the raid before, and now you did it once, and you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe I want to do more of the raid. Yeah, there's a lot of people that have those lifetime subs where they don't really play, but they bought it like 100 years ago. Lifetime sub pay for itself at least, yeah. Where are the defenders? They have gone to face the prince. They have gone to face the prince and his fighters. Durin and his fighting force are just beyond this gate. Is there a Durin fighting force? Push open the gate. The prince needs our help. Gorgor's arena and join Durin and his allies.
Retreat! Get inside the mountain!
This isn't over, Gorgor!
This is very much not how this goes.
The old right about that little princely.
This is not how the raid goes. Because, uh-oh, you hear scatter vermin? Yeah, Remil Frostheart. Also, there's ice in front of fire. Oh, she freezes it all away. Oh, okay, cool. And we got rebutted. That's how the raid ends, by the way.
No, we were so close. Our prize slips from our grasp once more.
Many
All
whelps,
is
left
not
side.
lost, my prince. You are
More
right,
dots.
Commander. All is
It's a good
not
video.
lost.
Classic.
It will take time to regroup, tend to the wounded, and break through this cursed ice. But the day
I wonder how they're
is
gonna
won.
break through the cursed ice.
Gundabad will be ours!
50 DKP minus. Dude, every time somebody fucks up in a raid or something, I always type like minus 50 DKP, and so many people don't get it, which is it's just disheartening.
What cruel chance has brought Freemill Frostheart here to rob us of our triumph?
This is not defeat. We will not stray from our course. We will regroup and mount one last offensive, and no orc or dragon will stand before the might of my armies. I am descended of the line of Durin, and I will prove the glory of my name and the righteousness of my cause. Rally my forces. When all is ready, we will storm the gates, and Gundabad will be once again ours. The story continues in the Gundabad expansion. Okay. So now I've completed this. So in theory, now that I've completed this, I should now be able to get the dailies. Tell them to get off your lawn. Might work. Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Please work. Oh, I still don't have the dailies. Dude, doing the story quest doesn't unlock the dailies. Nothing does. I guess I have to do that final quest. Doing all those, like, group things. Also, why is there an Adventurer Quartermaster here? Oh, Adventurer Quartermaster and Traveler's Quartermaster. The Adventurer Quartermaster trades in the Embers of Enchantment. Wait. Adventurer's Quartermaster trades in Embers of Enchantment. Wait a minute. When this guy trades, the Traveler's Quartermaster trades in the Moats of Enchantment. I see. So you can barter with this guy for the different leveled gear. This is all below level 120, so you can trade for the gear. Wait, what does this guy say?
Once there was trade between the dwarves of Moria and the elves.
This is a Moria orc. Or dwarf.
Would that we could procure a trophy from Durin's Bane.
Oh man, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that his people died. Whoops. That's an oopsie. He has a bad voice line for this area. Log? I don't think it should be logging. I'm pretty sure it's because I didn't do that one quest. Or my game's bugged. One of these two things. I'm gonna do this mission, the 3 wardens. Call it a day. Be like, you know what? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna succeed regardless. Maybe the dailies aren't worth it. Maybe I don't need dailies. Also, I don't think I've done this one. Because I've never seen this bad guy, Avalaith. I'm just gonna drag everything together. It's way faster. I find it funny that it's always faster to just run till you find a big boss and then fight at the boss. What's the daily thing can pop to log off when I'm logged in again? All right, I'll trust you. What is with the spam today? Crazy. I have no idea what my roommate is cooking, but it smells insanely delicious. I cannot get it out of my brain. It smells like I don't know, like cheesy, garlicky something. It smells like cheese and garlic. That's what I smell. It smells like garlic bread basically in the house. I don't know what Burning Shield does. Maybe I should have just let that go off. Oh, I can't interrupt the blood gift. What's he doing? Is he healing everybody? Must have been doing that. What? Bro! My guy! Harold just runs out. And just aggro's a bunch of extra Iron Crown guys. They were just chilling, and he's like, nah, I'm gonna go and fight those guys. Holy mackerel. Harold, we need to talk. This is not what the kind of performance I want to see out of you. And now you ask me, you say, Harold, he says, why do I have to sleep on the street? Why don't I get to spend time in the fancy inn? This is why, Harold, it's your performance. You gotta fix it, buddy. My goodness gracious. That is not how we do this experience. I cannot have my Herald constantly pulling entire groups of mobs at me. Cannot happen. Cannot be done. Alright, now we get a mission reward. Ooh. Alright, I'll try the log out, log in trick. That's a good call. Alright, I'm gonna talk to this guy. Reward. Alright, log out. Then we'll log back in and we'll see if it's here. And if it's not here, I'm going to something, but I don't know what. I want it to be here. I just want to get the thing done. Bug report it? I don't know if it's a bug yet. I don't know how it unlocks. I know that there is a daily. I just don't know where it comes from. My client is currently crashing. Great. The latest Eberron products now available on the DM's Guild, providing a host of secrets that can give any character a unique connection to the world of Eberron. Eberron Confidential by Keith Baker. I find logging out in LotRO sometimes takes like minutes. Also, apparently there's a downtime on Thursday. Thursday downtime. Fixed a bug where loot would have incorrect item levels when awarded via loot rules that required rolling or a fellowship leader loot assignment. What does that mean? Is that the fact that people are getting 437s on tier 2 of the raid? Probably. The Lord of the Rings himself doesn't want to do it. Canceling missions will no longer apply a daily timer. When running missions in a fellowship, joining the encounter started by a fellow will now always be available, blah blah blah. Bjornings no longer tilt when walking on angled surfaces. That's a good change. Having your bears just twist all over the place is really weird. Ooh. I'm still waiting for the logout. This is madness. I don't even know how this happens. It's just this game. I don't know why. I probably should have like reset my client. What I should have done. But I didn't do that. So my client crashed. That's good. We'll just reset it. Am I in the LotRO beacon? Yes, I am in the LotRO beacon. Nice. Watch or listen to the interview on YouTube. Yay! I think that's it. I think it was the only person that has like content, like interview type content. Thunder Riders is recruiting for anybody who wants to belong in a growing, welcoming, and friendly kinship on Crick Hollow. This social guild has a website, Discord server, weekly events, raids, giveaways, and more. Find a member on Crick Hollow to learn more. I feel like I know the owner. Wait, I'm in that Discord server. I am in that Discord server. Alright, let's try again. We can make it back in. Kinship information.
Oh, this kinship was started in 2018. So much experience. And they have a website? The family-friendly Thunder Rider is a family-friendly kinship with thriving manners that suits all kinds of players. No matter who you are, where you're from, you'll feel appreciated here. It doesn't matter how much experience or knowledge you have. Everyone wants to accomplish their own stuff. You're welcome here either way. As a kin leader, wants everyone to have fun and enjoyable time here. Consequently, it's exactly why I made this text channel to inform you guys about this kinship. I'll be posting information from time to time about what additions we're going to have in the kinship. And no, nobody has. There's no quest guy. It looks like I got to do every single quest. I am sad. Look at my expression. Yes. Here's your Smash. Dear Smash, I just wanted to let you know that this is actually the end of the live stream because I'm turning it off. Because my roommate is just finishing up dinner. It's like 6 o'clock, which is the end of the live stream today anyway. And I gotta go, and I'm gonna eat the food while it's hot. So that sounds like a good idea. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. Enjoyed some of the cool stuff about the expansion here, the War of Three Peaks. I still don't know how to get the dailies, but I'll figure that out later. We will be back tomorrow with some Dungeons & Dragons Online action. Gonna be bringing my sorcerer all the way up to maybe level 30, probably not, but maybe, but probably not, but could be, but probably not. So tune in for that. We'll be starting with the weekly Wednesday lunchtime live stream. We'll be watching that here, and then we'll be doing a build review, and then everything will be copacetic. With that being said, that's all I got for you today. So thank you all for watching. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow. I'm coming to you. If you like what you saw, make sure you do follow the channel here to be able to keep up to date with all of the most fun and when we're streaming and stuff. Consider dinging that bell if you like to find out exactly when I am actually live streaming. And if you really like it, consider subscribing to the stream. Every subscription equals one missed ad, and you don't have to watch any ads when you subscribe, and help support what I do. If you want to find out when and what I'm streaming every single time, you can also consider checking out the Discord channel. In the Discord, not only do we chat about stuff sometimes, I don't know, but I also happen to post the schedule for what I'm going to be streaming every week, so you can see that ahead of time. So if you're like, I don't know what's going to be coming up, you can know if there's a certain thing or topic you want to watch or see, you'll be able to see that there as well. But that's being said, that's all I have for you today. So thank you all for watching. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. And the most important thing I want to impart upon you guys is that I really want you to buy my shirts at shrimptom.com/merch. These shirts are the best shirts that you can buy today. They may be not the best shirts that you could buy yesterday, but today they have become and continue to be permanently as a fixture of the universe the best shirts you can buy. Consider buying these shirts. They're good products, and I think you'll like them, especially considering they will cover parts of your body that need to be covered. You know, like your shoulders. You can't have uncovered shoulders. Do you know how cold it is outside? I don't care where you live. It might be warm, but you gotta cover it up. Buy a shirt. Good products. Thank you for buying my shirts. I appreciate you. I am now walking away.